everyone to this second day at Change Now 2021 and to our ocean restoration session. Is our ocean in good health? How can we protect it? And why shall we care about our ocean? During the next 75 minutes, we have the chance and the honor to welcome Vladimir Ryabinin, Alexandra Cousteau, Tommy Rimengasso Jr., Laura Clark, and Laura Doriol to answer those three questions and much more. And let's start right away with our first guest. While snorkeling in the Black Sea, he discovered an underwater city. This triggered his everlasting love for our ocean. He is an oceanographer, a marine engineer, a meteorologist, and a climatologist. He built outstanding mathematical models for the ocean and the atmosphere. He published hundreds of scientific publications. He is the executive secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of the UNESCO and Assistant Director General of UNESCO. Let me welcome Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin. Dr. Ryabinin, good morning, and thank you for joining us at Change Now. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Olivier, and good time of the day to the whole Change Now. So I'm very well. Thank you. Delighted to be with you. And the question you already asked is not an ordinary question these days. I hope you're well too, Olivier.
Thank you. So when the whole world is trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to limit global warming, how comes a reputable climatologist focuses on the ocean decade?
Well, I hope, Olivier, that what you say is indeed true. And the world is focusing on reducing the emissions. But right now we need to know that currently the world is heading towards a warming that is not 1.5 degree that was assumed to take place, but the year 2100, we are now heading to the world that is 3 to 4 degrees warmer. And for the Arctic, for example, this means even more warmer world. So that's what's happening. And at least for the climate, we have Paris Agreement, we have United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Nothing of that sort exists for the ocean. For the ocean, we're only coining first conventions. We're only attracting attention. But ocean is far away from people. You ask your own question, why should we care about the ocean? This is not also a simple question because, people don't live, most of them people don't live in the ocean. They don't know what is happening in the ocean. So that's exactly why we need to understand what is happening there, what is the role of ocean for our civilization, for people, and change the situation, because ocean is in a big trouble now, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to do something about this. And the decade is decade of ocean science. We need science to understand what's happening and find solutions.
Okay, thank you. And could you tell us more on what is the ocean decade and what it would like to achieve?
Thanks, Olivier. So first of all, every good thing requires time. You cannot just immediately change our attitude and change our knowledge of the ocean. This requires, something like 10 years. So, and I already said that there is a convention on climate. So we need to change the paradigm in how we understand the ocean and what we can do with the ocean. The whole history of oceanography is the history of the geographic discoveries that were based on the sense of curiosity. But now we need something else. We need the science that leads to solutions. And because of that, the vision of the decade is the science we need for the ocean we want. And we convinced the United Nations to conduct the decade, and they had the wisdom of accepting our proposal, we being Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, because we spoke about the ocean we need for the future we want. So we need some good future. For that, we need some good ocean, some healthy ocean, and this requires science, because the whole world is now becoming more and more science dependent, science intensive. So who would know about what is happening with climate without scientific knowledge? I heard so many ambassadors speaking about the role of the ocean, saying that 93% of excess heat ends up in the ocean. But I think not many people know what is the work that goes behind such numbers. What are the observations, how they are processed, and how this information is then resulting in actions and decisions. So that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to mainstream the ocean science that now receives less than 2% of the investment into natural sciences, and this is wrong for the 70% of the area of the planet, and we need to change that paradigm. We need to mainstream the science, explain what it means, and try to find solutions that would be addressing such things like climate change, such things like poverty, hunger, such things that the second fastest period of extinction of species that we are going now in 415 million years. Well, because there was one period of extinction of species 65 years ago related to a meteorite, but now we did it all ourselves. So we need to find solutions for that. And that is the motivation, Olivier, for the decade.
Thank you. And if I understand well, the Ocean Decade is first and foremost about knowing the ocean better. And could this increased knowledge create additional threats to our ocean? For example, mapping extensively the seabed could result in the development of destructive seabed mining.
Well, this question, Olivier, of course, reveals your good understanding of human nature. Okay, but in principle, I would like to say that this is not the first decade. And the first decade was organized by also in the Governmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO in 1970s. And that decade was called International Decade of Ocean Exploration. See the difference, please. This is decade of United Nations, of ocean science for sustainable development. That's exactly the point. And we would like to achieve that the better knowledge of the ocean does not result in destruction of the ocean. That's exactly the point. And better knowledge now, if it is used well, can only help us to live in harmony with the ocean.
Okay, thank you. This is reassuring. And what are the Ocean Decade main challenges?
So in the decade, we would like to achieve 7 outcomes: clean, productive, resilient, safe, inspiring and engaging ocean, healthy ocean. Well, you can easily see when I say experience, this is qualities not really of the ocean, it's qualities of people. So that is what we're trying to achieve. But the challenges of the decade are, actually, this is a term, and we call by challenges initial areas of work. So we need to understand the ocean pollutants, multi-stressors that affect the ocean, get rid of the pollution. And everyone knows about plastic, but this is not the only thing. For example, we have a lot of medications dissolved in water now. This should lead to better understanding of ocean ecosystems, which are complex, and we know roughly 10% of ocean species. This will help us to make ocean healthier. With that, we will be able to generate more food from the ocean that is so needed, but do it sustainably. And generating food is just a part of ocean economy. The ocean economy can really thrive also sustainably. This will be happening under conditions of changing climate. So we need to work on the ocean climate nexus. For example, the future of carbon in the ocean. We have so much carbon in the ocean that ocean may reduce its capacity to absorb carbon. This will affect our future. And changing climate will lead to, for example, changing tropical cyclones. We need to manage risks coming from the ocean. So these are the tasks. And for that, we need scientific tasks. We need to manage, develop observing system for the ocean, for polar regions, for deep ocean, not only for physical variables that we have now, but also biology, ecology, even social matters. We need to turn these observations and data processing into digital twin. We call it digital ecosystem of the ocean, so everyone could really represent in scientific way the state of the ocean. But capacity of countries to do so are totally different. We need to make sure that no one is left behind. We need capacity development for the world. And most importantly, this all should converge in changing our behavior towards the ocean. Human relations with ocean should be really human. like between humans. Thank you. That's the challenge of the decade, Olivier.
Mm. And so that's very interesting. But I would like to ask, do you have any very concrete example? Because a lot of people, they believe that the ocean is very huge and it's too big to fix. So do you have some concrete examples of actions that have already been taken to help the ocean be restored and go in the right direction?
That is, previously people thought that the ocean was too big to and so invincible, so they could do anything with it. Now they think it's ocean too big to fix. Yes, it is possible, and I can give you some examples. First of all, let me say that we were able to during the last years using the project which is called Seabed 2030. That is helped by the Nippon Foundation and also is working with IOC and the International Hydrographic Organization to increase the percentage of the area for which we know the ocean depths from 5%, and this is much less than we know for Mars and other side of the moon, to 19%. So it took us 100 years since 1903 to arrive at the 5%. And in 4 or 5 years, we increased that number to 19%. This shows our ability to know more about the ocean. But then we already have a possibility to warn about tsunamis. How many people's lives were saved because of that? This is because of some science, because of seismic stations, because of the system of processing the data, knowing how which kind of earthquakes may result in which tsunamis and the height and things like this. So people now enjoy a more reliable weather prediction. And this was my part also of my work in the past. So I can quote one of my esteemed colleagues who said, if you enjoy a good weather prediction for 2 days, you can thank a meteorologist. If you have good weather prediction for 5 days, thank an oceanographer. We can now predict El Nino that is having devastating events on the ocean. And the Paris Agreement itself was saved, I think, by oceanographers, because we showed that there was no hiatus in global warming because the heat was going into the ocean. Fishery management, we have now good progress in certain areas, and when it was possible to restore fish stocks, manage them. And we hear in news some quarrels about fishermen, but these quarrels are coming because there is some scientific management, and they know that they have to be restricted on certain things. So we can now predict harmful algal blooms. We can work so that seafood is less, less under risk of certain diseases. So, I can go, I think, too long for this interview with examples of how science can contribute to so many problems and really bring up solutions. But we can do more.
Thank you. But hearing you, what I hear is that there are so many stakeholders around the ocean. So the ocean is one, and we have so many stakeholders. So when you're talking about the ocean decade, and I guess there are financial resources that are needed, who is supporting the ocean decade, and how will you manage to engage everybody?
Well, we need to change, indeed, the pattern. Indeed, the ocean health is in decline. And, everyone breathes oxygen that comes from the ocean. So it's a matter for everyone. Indeed, the decade should, I think, involve everyone. And we are going to have a special campaign called Generation Ocean to explain to people how they are connected to the ocean. And even if their profession or their life is not directly connected to the ocean, they are connected. But this is about ordinary people. But in principle, we have indeed a lot of stakeholders. We are starting from ground zero in the terms of resources, in terms of money, but the excitement and engagement is increasing. And the plan for the decade was created with thousands and thousands of people So they contributed their wisdom and knowledge. We're creating engagement mechanisms. There will be soon a forum to discuss the decade. On the 8th of June, which is the World Oceans Day, I'm going to announce to the world around more than 30 different decade programs, and you will be amazed. This is not only about hard science that people may be afraid of engaging. This is about culture, underwater culture. This is about the role of women in science, about the role of early career ocean professionals. So indeed, like you mentioned, there are many stakeholders, and everyone can participate and can contribute, big or small, but we will be creating that environment in which we can all work together. So look at the Decade website, oceandecade.org is going to be revamped soon, and we also are creating communities of practice. So people who will be working in certain areas will be able to co-design, co-create science. So it is the most important thing that we are together in this business, and this will have, I think, enjoyment and excitement for different types, for different people, but for really for all.
Thank you. And one stakeholder that I saw some work from is the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. What is the relation between the Ocean Decade and the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy?
Indeed, I know who you're talking about. It was a prominent member, and is a prominent member of high-level panel, even a co-chair of the panel, Tomé Mengistu, the former president of Palau. Yeah, this panel was a revolution. We would like to have a revolution, indeed, in the ocean science. And this panel is now indeed moving towards a revolution. So, we were on the advisory group of the panel, and the panel is now has developed a vision, and that vision is incredibly important. It is possible to generate 6 times more food from the ocean, 40 times more energy from the ocean, increase the size of ocean economy, and do this all sustainably. If we change the investment into the ocean, if we bring this to national accounting, if we stop pollution from land, and if we design and use plans for the ocean management. And the 5th condition is the data, but it's not just only data, the data that is useful. So the decade will be able to generate the knowledge, the plans, also the societal connections and social science to implement, indeed, to help implement the vision of the high-level panel. 14 heads of state and government in the panel move now towards managing the ocean sustainably. It means on the basis of science. And we will be able to engage and help them to increase that number. So most countries of the world, by the year 2030, will be managing their ocean area sustainably. So, high-level panel deliberations, high-level panel commitments, and the decade go hand in hand towards having the ocean that we want and that we need.
Thank you, Dr. Ryabinin. Congratulations for all you are doing, and thank you very much for sharing your vision with us today.
Thank you very much for having me, Olivier. Good luck for now.
Yeah, thanks to all of you for listening. I will now leave the floor to Christian Lim. Hi, Christian.
Hi, Olivier. Hi, Dr. Ryabinin. Thank you very much for a very much eye-opening discussion. So my name is Christian Lim. I'm a co-founder of Blue Oceans Partners, and we invest in innovations for the regeneration of ocean health. And it is my immense pleasure to welcome someone who not only is from a legacy, long-standing legacy of exploration of the ocean, but who is also an explorer of the ocean in her own right, and an explorer of solutions to restore the health of the ocean. So please welcome Alexandra Cousteau, with whom I'm sure we're going to have a delightful and inspiring discussion in the next 20 minutes. Alexandra.
Hi, Christian.
Hi, Alexandra. How are you?
I'm good this morning. How are you?
I'm good, and it's a great pleasure to see you again after, I think, 2 years.
Since the last conference, I think.
Yes, exactly. So a lot has happened in the last 2 years, but I would like to start the conversation actually by stepping back a little bit, and looking at the history of our relationship with the ocean. I think last time we spoke, you told me that we moved from initially, a relationship of wonder and maybe fear in some ways of the ocean, and then there was exploration, and then there was conservation, and then something else came. So I'd like really your perspective on how this relationship has evolved and where we are now.
Well, I've been watching this evolution my whole life, Christian, because I could swim before I could walk. My parents took me on my first expedition when I was just 4 months old, and to be honest, the story of the ocean that I've witnessed, in spite of my family's best efforts, has been one of continual loss every year, and it's really remarkable because when my grandfather first started exploring the oceans back in the 1950s, and when my father really came of age and joined him in the 1960s and started articulating this ethic of conservation for the ocean, this idea that the oceans are precious and should be protected for communities, human communities, and because they have their own value. And so I think that conservation ethics served the last generation really well, and we were able to advance many things in service of the oceans. And yet, today, we can see that we've lost half of our oceans. Half of the whales and fish that swam in the oceans when my father and grandfather first started exploring them are gone. And so I think, well, at least to me, it means that we are now in a place where we need to reimagine our relationship to the ocean and really focus on creating a new solutions pathway that is centered on restoration of lost abundance, regenerating and rebuilding marine biodiversity, so that by 2050, we aren't living in a world where there's more plastic than fish in the ocean, but we've actually rebuilt our oceans, and our children are enjoying the abundance that our fathers and grandfathers knew. I think the really good news, and I know, Christian, that you know this as well, is that science tells us that this is possible. We think that it's too late for the oceans, that we've lost so much that there's no going back. And yet we have this next decade, this window of opportunity to bring it back, to put in place the measures that we need to put in place to bring it back. And science is a huge part of that. But I think that these new developing technologies that are coming online are also a really exciting opportunity to create fundamental change in how we manage the ocean, so that we can actually manage it for abundance rather than keeping it at a place of scarcity and continuing to take without really putting anything back.
Thank you, Alexandra, and we'll delve deeper into this opportunity of innovation. But before that, I'd like to we all, I think everyone who cares about the ocean goes from this goes through this journey of understanding that we have to move from conservation to restoration, as you're putting it so well. I'm interested in learning if in your what your journey has been personally. Is there any moment, any experience, any discussion that led you that clicked in your mind and that made you to this realize this and make it one of your central messages to the world?
Well, I grew up obviously participating in my family's work and watching it up close and seeing the impact that my grandfather had, notably his work to help put in place protections for Antarctica, which is the first time in history that we were able to protect an entire continent, and those protections remain today. So that happened when I was 8 years old, and I went around my community gathering signatures for my grandfather's petition, and it was really my first sort of active advocacy, and it's just continued from there. There's been lots of ways that I have tried to continue to advance my father's legacy and this idea that we have to protect our oceans. But it wasn't until after I had my children and my time horizon expanded significantly, as I think all parents do. You start thinking about your child's lifetime, and I realized that this was also at the time when everybody was talking about this new calculation that had just been shared that by 2050 we could have more plastic than fish in the ocean. And it was then that I called a good friend of mine, Professor Carlos Duarte, who's I think one of the foremost marine biologists in the world now, and asked his advice. And I said, is it inevitable that we're going to continue to degrade our oceans year after year after year and see these net losses to the point where my children will be the generation of my family that writes the obituary for the ocean that my grandfather and my father explored in all of its generosity? Or is there a chance that we can actually turn this around and start rebuilding our oceans and get back to a place of abundance? What does the science tell you, Carlos? And he said, something that I've come to expect from him now, which is that he said, I'm writing a scientific paper about this right now, which is usually his response to my questions, which is wonderful. And indeed, he did publish a paper in Nature last year that shows us a roadmap to rebuilding our oceans from a scientific perspective. And it also shows us that for every dollar that we spend rebuilding marine biodiversity, we can expect about a $10 return. And so that has become the foundation of everything that I'm working on today, is really looking for the catalysts that can help us return to an abundant ocean. And that's been tremendously encouraging to me and heartening, because it's hard work to be slogging through the trenches sometimes and working to stop the damage. But when you shift your perspective and you start focusing on the pathways that can lead to regeneration, that's tremendously exciting. And I think it's a paradigm shift that can really take us in the right direction.
I agree with you so much. And just to tell you how much this resonates with me personally, but also I think the entire ocean innovation community. I think I see more and more, it's been the case for us as Blue Oceans Partners. We have shifted actually from investing for conservation to investing for the restoration of ocean health. And I see more and more, in this broad ocean innovation community actually shifting to this new stance. So, and I must say, the inspiration for this, at least for me, came from our last conversation 2 years ago. So thank you for this. So Alexandra, maybe it would be, I would love to hear some examples, concrete examples of those innovations that can help us regenerate ocean health. Can you tell us about this? Yeah.
Well, fisheries is a great example of an industry that needs radical reshaping and rethinking. Yeah. Well, fisheries have been around for as long as humans have, really, and have helped shape our cultures and our history in many places. They are at the brink of collapse, and there's a lot of really bad practices that have been around for a while. And I think that we saw fisheries really get destructive for the oceans in the 80s, when there was a whole raft of new technologies that were developed. And we saw the shift from cotton nets to nylon nets, which led to ghost nets floating around the ocean. And we saw refrigeration boats, which meant that, big trawlers could just fish 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then rather than going back to port, they could just unload into these refrigeration ships. And so it put a lot more pressure on fish stocks around the world. And, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, I thought, gosh, how are we ever going to be able to police the open ocean? It seems like the Wild West. It feels like this unsolvable problem. And yet, as technology has advanced and people have worked tirelessly on innovating and thinking and developing new ways of policing our oceans, we've seen organizations like Oceana work with Google and SkyTruth to launch the Global Fishing Watch, which allows us to track fishing vessels across the oceans. And actually, even when it was just in its beta phase, it was able to intercept illegal fishing practices and notify small developing nations that there was illegal fishing happening in their waters, which they never would have known otherwise. And it led to being able to seize the ship and the catch and apply significant fines. And that has continued. I know, Christian, you have a relationship with Unseen Labs, which is taking that even further to the next step. That's really exciting. And I think that, as Carlos tells me often, marine biologists have advanced our understanding of our oceans tremendously. And while it's true that we know more about the surface of the moon than we know about the bottom of the ocean, we continue to understand more and more every year. But there is a real need for other fields of knowledge to get involved as well, engineers and technologists and data scientists and all sorts of different fields, so that we can actually go further and accelerate technology that can allow us to restore our coral reefs before it's too late, that can help us track and monitor illegal fishing from the sky, that can really transform kind of a new wave of technology, unlike in the 80s, which was mostly destructive for the oceans. This new wave of technology that we're seeing now, I think, will be incredibly beneficial for the oceans and will allow us to do things that, none of us thought would be possible 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. We're so excited about those technologies, and this is why we're dedicating our life's work to helping them scale rapidly, because we need urgently to have them at work. However, I can't help but wonder, when I see those very powerful technologies, and for some of them we're talking about artificial intelligence, satellites, powerful biology, biotechnologies. I can't help but, wonder, it has the potential to be beneficial, but does it have also the potential to hurt the ocean just as it has in the 80s? What is it different today that, makes us confident that we will not repeat the same mistakes as we've done with the powerful technologies of the 80s, Alexandra?
It's a great question, Christian. I think there is no promise that it won't. That depends entirely on us and the choices that we make today and moving forward. There are a few things that I think are positive signs. One is that the oceans are becoming more transparent. We're able to understand more, not only about how oceans work, but how we are impacting the oceans. And that information is increasingly in the public. So as every year passes, there will be less and less secrets. And that's important, because it gives people an opportunity to participate in the decision making to the extent that they want to. I wish people were more involved in raising their voices to eliminate harmful fisheries subsidies and to support important fisheries regulations. And I know that that's not that sexy. So it's probably not going to take off like wildfire on social media. But I think that as we move forward, those are going to be things that all of us need to have a voice in shaping. And young people are increasingly engaged and involved and being heard and being listened to. And so that's incredibly hopeful. The oceans, as you know, Christian, are the least funded of the social, the global goals. And that's a problem. It's incredible to me that they are at the bottom of the list. And philanthropy alone is not going to bridge that gap. So the fact that there are so many people like you who are looking at using all sorts of different financial instruments to drive investment into oceans is also really hopeful to me, because we need those funds to be allocated differently than they've been allocated in the past, but we also need to attract new sources of funding to creating those changes. And I think all of that is going to help us move in the right direction and help avoid that what you mentioned about making the same mistakes. And finally, I think there is a real importance to articulating our ambitions. If we are going to get to a better place, we need a vision of where to go. And so words like sustainability have lost their meaning for me in a lot of ways. Sustainability is a reference marker. You could sustain someone in a coma for decades. And that's increasingly what's happening with the ocean. So for me, transitioning to different words to articulate what we want to accomplish is that important. And so talking about regenerative blue economy and restoring ocean abundance, that kind of language is going to be key to making sure that the documents that we write and the aspirations that we share and the vision that we set for the future is really what we want so that we can get there.
Yeah, thank you. And so I heard two things from what you're saying. One is we need transparency to ensure we're not making the same mistakes as before. And here, technologies can help bring this transparency, the Global Fishing Watch, the Sky Truth, and the Unseen Labs of this world. And the second part of what you were saying is that we need to scale up financing for the restoration of the ocean. And which means, and I come from the financial world, so I'm trying to translate for those out there who have in power and actually can make those decisions. We need to have mainstream institutions invest in the restoration of ocean health, and I think we see increasingly models that demonstrate that this can be done and can be done profitably. Because at the end of the day, we're generating tremendous value for the planet and for humanity. So this value translates into profits. So there's a business case as well to do this. And so we just have a few minutes left in our conversation, unfortunately. But let's say if you were talking to those leaders of large financial institutions, what would you say, and actually what are you telling them so that this happens, we get mainstream in this effort?
I think that when I look at a lot of the sustainability initiatives in the corporate sector, it feels very boilerplate and it feels very 1990s, right? Just paying lip service to sustainability and making sure that you say the right things and you're giving some money away. I feel strongly that the companies that will thrive in the future are the ones that treat their consumers as contributors to a common vision of a more abundant world. And when they are fully accounting for their carbon footprint and not just buying cheap carbon offsets to be able to write about it in their annual sustainability report, when they're really taking this seriously and making people into their partners to reach a different place, those are the companies that will succeed, because that's what people want now. They don't want greenwashing, and they see right through it. And we know how companies, no matter how big they are, can fall in an instant because technology changes or the winds of chance change, and people want different things. I think just like people switched from 35 millimeter film to digital cameras, and Kodak, went from being one of the top companies to not having an industry anymore. We're going to see people demanding different things, and companies that can provide that transparency and provide that commitment and provide that opportunity to be part, to really contribute to building the world that we want, are the ones that will succeed. There was a few years ago, I was filming in Vermont and looking at the story of a Vermont dairy farmer who had taken his entire operation organic so that he wouldn't contribute to the blue-green algae blooms in Lake Champlain. And after a day spent on his farm, I asked him, how do all of these significant changes that you've invested in, how does it feel now that you've done it?
Yeah.
And he said, I feel amazing because for the first time in my life, I'm able to align my values with my actions, and I feel like I'm leaving a better world for my children. And I thought that was really profound. But I was about to have my baby, and so I didn't really think about it again until a few months later. I was hosting a documentary on organic cotton for National Geographic. And I was in Madhya Pradesh in India in the middle of nowhere talking to an organic cotton farmer who had taken his entire plot organic in spite of all of the tremendous challenges that he had faced. And at the end of the day, I said, how does this make you feel to have accomplished this? And he said, I feel amazing because for the first time in my life, I'm able to align my values with my actions, and I feel like I'm leaving a better world for my children. And it was then that I really understood that being able to live in alignment with the things that we believe to be right is a fundamental human need that is really not available to us in this modern world where we need things that are wrapped in plastic. We need things that come from, supply chains that are not transparent, that may be contributing to problems that we care deeply about. And there's this feeling of powerlessness to be able to do anything about it. And we're starting to see change, and we're starting to see innovation, because I think that's what companies are noticing, is that people want to be able to live in alignment with what they think is right and the kind of world that they want to live in. And so the companies that are able to provide that to their consumers are the ones that will thrive. I really believe that.
Yeah, thank you, Alexandra, for this powerful message. I think you're showing us that there is a path, and so I hope we can all join in this journey and make our ocean and our planet better and restore the health of our ocean. So thank you very much, Alexandra. I hope we can have our next chat, and we'll see really lines moving next time we speak and we meet.
I hope so, in person.
Well, indeed. So thank you very much. And now I would like to hand over to Nora Herbi. She's the founder of Who Cares Chronicles, and we're going to have a very inspiring discussion with her and her guests. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm so delighted to be here today on day 2 of Change Now to speak about ocean restoration with 2 of the most incredible savers of our ocean. It's an honor to introduce you to a conversation that was recorded earlier in Palau with former President Tomiro Mengesau and Laura Clark, the co-founder of the Palau Pledge.
Good morning, Laura. Good morning, Mr. President. It is an honor for us at Change Now to have you here today and to share with us your knowledge, wisdom, and expertise. Laura, I will start with you, and thank you so much for being here this morning. It is an honor for us to have you here and speak of your commitment and your work with the Palau government. I will let you take on and tell us more about your role and the relationship you have established with the Palau government and Mr. President Tomiro Mengesau present here today.
Thank you, Nora. Well, I'm very pleased to be here. I think we both are. I'm very honored to be joined by the former President of the Republic of Palau, Tomiro Mengesau Jr. And thank you for asking us to talk with you today. I have a few questions that I'm going to ask the President about his time in office. And so I think really and truly the first one, Mr. President, is you were President for 16 years and in total. And during your time in office, you instigated some incredible world-first conservation policies and laws to protect the environment and culture of Palau. And for those people that don't know in the audience, I'm just going to briefly give a very top-line explanation of some of those. So the Palau National Marine Sanctuary, which is the largest percentage of fully protected maritime territory in the world. The Palau Pledge, which is another world first, the first mandatory promise to protect environment and culture that all visitors have stamped in their passports and that they must sign before entering Palau to protect the future generations of Palau. You also banned reef toxic sunscreen and single-use plastic, amongst many others. So I guess I'm really, really interested for you to tell us today how Palauan culture and heritage influenced the laws and policies that the Palau government instigated, and maybe what some other countries could learn from Palau's culture of conservation.
Thank you, Laura, and certainly it's good to be here, to be with you guys. First of all, Palau is no different really from many small island countries surrounded by vast oceans and scarce land resource. So you get to live in a society and grow up in a community that respects the ocean, respects the land, and we know that it is our life and survival. If you don't protect the mother goose that lay the golden egg, then that's the future. So we've basically, it was doing the Palau National Marine Sanctuary and all these other policies really was to take what we traditionally and culturally believed in and lived in and put into the law of the land to make it even stronger. And I think we managed to do that. The Palau National Marine Sanctuary makes sense. If you're going to harvest from the ocean, then there's only a limitation to how long and how much you can harvest. You need to protect also. You need to conserve, and that's the lesson in life that you only take what you need today, and you take you save and protect what you don't need, because tomorrow is gonna come, and future generations are gonna come. We call it the BUL, B-U-L. And basically, it endorses the scientific notion that you protect the place not only to benefit that protected area, but there's a spillover factor that also goes to the other areas in which people can fish or harvest from. So this is not just for Palau. This is also for our neighboring islands and really for the world, to protect and make sure that there's a spillover benefits to everything. The Palau legacy again makes rational sense, because we're all in this together, whether you're a tourist or a children or a resident of Palau. We need to educate ourselves that this is a responsibility that we all share. Palau being dependent on ecotourism, it's our life and bread and butter, and therefore we ask our incoming guests to please, take care of the environment. Please protect it and ensure that it is the way when you live it is the way that you found it. So a lot of these things really came from the resource owners, the fishermen, or the grassroots, and I think the lesson that can be shared with every other countries is that this is something that shouldn't just happen in Palau or the Pacific. This is a responsibility that if you care about your children, if you care about the future generations, then we need to be serious about the kinds of policies and the kind of developments that needs to be in place. Otherwise, at the rate that development is going, we know that it's not sustainable. And so we have to make the right moral and right decisions in this day and age.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. One of the, I think, most moving parts of my time living in Palau was learning from my Palauan friends that the traditional notion of inheritance is the ocean and the land that you leave behind for the next generation. And I think that's something that we lose touch with in larger countries and fast-paced environments and lives, and that our impact, we have to think about that what kind of planet are we leaving behind? And that traditional notion has stayed with me wherever I go outside of Palau. So just wanted to say that. Thank you for that.
If I can reiterate that, Laura, the word inheritance is also sometimes can be tricky, because we are not really inheriting the ocean and the land. We are borrowing it from our future generations, and therefore it should be, approached it that way, not simple inheritance for you to enjoy it now. You're actually borrowing it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's very, very important. And my next question is that Palauan children in particular, along with Pacific Islanders, are really truly on the front line of the climate crisis, which is extremely worrying, especially given, the fact that the Pacific Islands don't contribute to the causes behind the climate crisis. And I think what I'd like to know is, what are some of the things that you think that larger countries can do to help reverse these issues, to relieve the burden on the Pacific Islands?
Well, thank you, Laura. First of all, the Paris Agreement was a good start for many countries to sign on. That something needed to be done. But now it's getting to the point where you have to put your money where your mouth is. You have to walk the talk. And many countries around the world do have government funds that they invest. So maybe one of the things that we could all do is fund environmental social governance. Put the money into solutions that will take care of the problems, and not continue to fund ventures and businesses that are really causing the problems that we're in today. I think that goes a long way to really ensuring that whether it's technology or whether it's new methodology or new ways of doing business, can go a long way if we are serious about ESG, And Palau is doing that. We're putting our social security funding into ESG funds. We're doing our pension plans. We're doing our power investments portfolios in ESG portfolios. So it goes to show that many other countries can make a very big difference in research, in marketing, in education, in awareness, if they just fund the kind of things that are very much needed in today's world. I would also quickly say that we need to really enhance our awareness of the role of what the ocean means to the future of the world, whether it's the economy of the world. If we want our economy to be sustainable, the ocean has a lot to do with how that future is going to look like. And so we need to protect more of our ocean. We need to make tourism decisions and businesses that are not contributing to the causes of the problem. And if I may quickly add, Laura, there's another very sensitive undertaking now that you see around the world, and that has to do with deep sea mining. Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about what the impact of doing deep sea mining will do. But we do know that companies are rushing to the Pacific and other parts of the world to do this. So I think it's important that we take a pause. I think it's important that larger countries come together and work with the scientists for all of us to better understand what is the impact that such a venture will do. There's so much that we still don't know yet about what's underneath the ocean, but we do know that without the ocean, there can be no life on Earth, on the planet. And so I think it's important that those kind of discussions be really seriously held and solutions undertaken.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. You know, again, I learned from my Palauan friends that the ocean is responsible for every second breath we take, and, you know, disturbing an ancient ecosystem, which is potentially keeping us alive without, you know, the full scientific investigation into what that might do, is perilous, I think. So thank you for raising that. It's a very important and very topical issue this year, I think, with so many decisions potentially being made around it. So actually that brings me into, it's a nice segue into the next question, which is, what do you feel the role of big business, big corporates are in helping mitigate the climate crisis right now?
Well, what I do want to say is for big businesses and industries, they need to innovate and navigate themselves out of the problems that they're facing right now. And I truly believe it can be done. If there's a will, there's a way. But we've got to be make that decision first, the political will to do it, the resources that needs to back whatever needs to be done. But there's a way that we can mitigate these problems. And I think businesses are on the forefront of leading the way. You know, if they lead the way, governments also will see the wisdom in what we're all trying to do. But that's unfortunately there's always that shareholder concern that the companies need to make money as soon as possible. But I think the younger generation, I'm very happy to note that money isn't everything these days to the younger generation. They realize it's their future. And so we shouldn't always look at the profit margin as the #1 priority. We should also look at the sustainability and the livelihood of our children as also a priority, and balance business with what needs to be done. I think that's going to happen. Unfortunately, maybe not with the older generation, but I do hope and I have confidence that it's the young people, because it's their future and they will have to do something about it.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, as you know, governments come and go, administrations come and go, but some of the biggest brands on the planet stay around for many, many years, and, you know, they have a lot of power. And, you know, I think what we've observed with young people around the world rising up and saying that they're demanding action now, like you said, we can't just look at the short-term profits. We have to look at the longer-term impact. And, you know, businesses need to understand that if we do not protect the planet, there isn't going to be a business in years to come. And that's the reality. And so, yeah, I am also very heartened by our young people around the world who are demanding action from business. So it's great to see that. Thank you for your comments. Actually, it's, again, a really good segue, because Palau is going to host the 7th Our Ocean Conference. And I wanted to ask you, why is Our Ocean Conference so important to the future of the ocean and ocean health?
The best thing about the Our Ocean Conference is the partnership aspect of it. It's not just about standing up and making a speech. It's about the partnership that needs to take place between governments, leaders, business leaders, the community, the scientists. All of us need to come together and talk about solutions, not describing the problem. And to me, that's the value of the Our Ocean Conference. Every ocean conference, they've always made commitments, made contributions, whether through legislations or whether through donors or sponsorships. But that's what it's going to take, a partnership. And that's the value of the Our Ocean Conference. I also am excited because, as you know, it's a separate SDG 14 when you talk about poverty, when you talk about economy, when you talk about health, you have to talk about the ocean. And so it was good that the world, through the United Nations, saw climate change not just an important area, but also the role of the ocean that it plays in every other aspect of sustaining a healthy and a better world for all of us. So in that sense, that's the excitement about the Our Ocean Conference. And I hope that the COVID situation around the world improves, definitely. But again, it's an important partnership, solution-based conference, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very exciting because it is a solution-based conference, and it is very important. And I think it's absolutely incredible that Palau is going to be hosting it, and is going to do so in a way where we hope that other countries, other leaders from business and government will see the way that Palauan culture has influenced Palau's laws and policies, and will be able to take that back. And I think it's going to be hosted in a really traditional way, which is really, really exciting. So you're a father of 4, and you're the grandfather of 6 now. And after all your time as head of state, what are some of the things that you hope for their future and for future generations globally?
First, between my wife, Debbie, and I, we do have a baseball team but seriously, I worry about the future, Laura, and so being out of the government doesn't mean that I'm going to sit still. The family has worked together to put up the Ramangsao Foundation, in which I still hope to be actively involved in our culture and how it relates to the environment, and working with our youth and connecting the need for awareness, and for the young people to take matters and actions into their hands also. So this will keep me quite busy. But yes, I do enjoy myself these days, sometimes, or most of the time, I should say, out in the ocean. But my gosh, I look at the kids, and I do hope their children come into a world that I found, and that they'll still be able to enjoy the natural resources, the environment, and the loveliness of a pristine environment. I think a wise man once said, you don't know how lucky you are until it's gone. And that's so true for many of the good things in life. We take them for granted, and it's only when you lose them that you say, oh my gosh, I should have done this. So that's the hope that I have, is looking at the children, the grandchildren, and hoping that they grow up and take matters indeed into their own hands.
If I may, you are a wise man yourself. I'm an indigenous myself, an indigenous person myself, and you are what we call a wise man. Is there a word of encouragement that you could have as the incredible leader you've been, and the incredible impact you've had? And our audience today is made also of leaders. Is there a word of encouragement that you could have for the leaders present today?
I would say listen to the voices of the children. Be concerned about their future. Let's not be selfish. Let's not be materialistic. There are very, very important values of life. There are very important health issues. There are very important developments that relies on us not only making the right decisions, but sometimes even holding back on some things so that we can achieve the long-term picture. That's my plea to every leader is to think about the children first, and it makes a lot of difference.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
I have one last question, if that's okay. So you touched upon it a little bit. Now that you're out of office, you say that you have returned to life as a fisherman, which your wife can attest to, apparently. And I know that you're building your foundation, but I wondered if you could talk about the traditional role that you've taken on as well to help support Palau.
Well, yes, Laura. So beside the foundation, I was able to be nominated and confirmed by my clan to also be a traditional chief in my home state of Narard. So that automatically puts me as a traditional chief, a member of the Council of Chiefs that advises the president on matters of culture and, of course, environment. So that'll keep me busy. The traditional role in Palau is still very much observed and played out. Although we see the challenge of the rule of democracy and the rule of chiefly title, but the key word here is respect. As long as there's respect for the individual rights and there's respect for what a traditional chief can also bring to the table, the world will be a lot better place. And again, a lot of the good traditions, a lot of the good cultural practices should not be forgotten, should not be eliminated, but actually practiced by the young people. And I hope to be a part of that ongoing knowledge transfer to the young people.
That's so wonderful, and I wish more countries had a strong traditional leadership that put the needs of their environment, culture, and children first, advising their heads of state. I think we would all be in a much better place if we had wise people like you doing that. So, thank you so much, Nora. I don't know whether you had any further questions.
No, just wanted to thank you again for being part of this panel. Ocean conservation is such an important, as you mentioned, Laura, it's such an important aspect of all our lives. And I feel like there's so much to learn from the Palauan presidency and the role that you've had in preserving the ocean, but also inspiring other leaders to implement, in particular, the pledge, which Laura will tell us more about. But the pledge has been such an inspiration for so many. And I feel like it is time. It is definitely an idea that the time has come. And I hope that more countries are inspired by you, dear President Tommy Mangosau. Thank you for all your inspiration and being here with us today. And Laura, I'm looking forward to hear more about the pledge itself and see how we can have it duplicated everywhere if possible.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. If we could duplicate the Palau National Marine Sanctuary and the Palau Pledge, that would be the best.
That's the goal. That's the plan. We're going to try together to do that and continue to be inspired by you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nora. Thank you, Laura. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What an incredible presentation from Laura Clark and former President Tomira Mangosau. It is now an honor for me too to present to you what the pledge is. The Palau Pledge is a unique, one-of-a-kind approach to getting a new relationship with nature. We talked about mindset yesterday and how in order for us to change, we need to change our mindset. The Palau Pledge is an invitation that you get as soon as you arrive on the Palau land in your visa, on your passport. It invites you to have a different relationship and look at nature in a different way. This is the pledge I took. You, of course, we're not living in Palau, but we can take that pledge every day, just like I did. I try to have a different relationship with nature. I've decided to treat nature as I would treat a loved one, and I very much invite you to do the same. Your relationship with nature will change and your mindset will change. And as a reminder, some important data about the ocean. Scientists estimate today that 50 to 80% of the oxygen production on Earth comes from the ocean. I think it is important and vital to remind us of this data in a time where in 2020 we've experienced what the lack of oxygen means to all of us. And now, without further ado, I invite you to see the Palau Pledge.
Now, if you're heading to the Pacific island of Palau, you'll be signing up to a new pledge.
Human impact on Earth's environment is one of the biggest challenges facing the world today. The small island nation of Palau was feeling these impacts acutely. Tourists were damaging reefs, littering oceans and poaching protected species, their careless behaviour magnified by large numbers. But how could a small local population with limited resources police the high volume of visitors? What if we made the tourists police themselves? Introducing the Palau Pledge, a first-of-its-kind immigration policy for good. All visitors now need to sign an environmental pledge to gain admittance into Palau. Stamped into the passport of international arrivals, the pledge is a formal promise to Palau's children.
Children of Palau,
I take this pledge
to preserve and protect your beautiful and unique island home.
To implement this policy, government, the tourist industry and citizens were brought together. A new visa entry stamp was designed and issued in multiple languages, and immigration processes were changed.
The jolt that comes with the pledge is the recognition that, hey, I can make a difference.
But we didn't stop at the passport stamp. We redesigned the tourism experience via a website, an in-flight film, a passport insert, local education, business accreditation, signage, penalties and collateral. Launched at the UN, the Palau Pledge has been praised by international leaders and groups. Influencers helped inspire people to take the pledge online in solidarity with Palau.
Are you already seeing tourists behaving differently?
The awareness level is very high.
The reaction on social media has been widespread.
The Palau Pledge has raised global awareness of the responsibility this generation has to the next. But its biggest impact is local, in Palau.
I hope my children can see the beautiful place as I see today.
How amazing is this pledge? It's such an inspiring pledge, and I hope that the team working behind the pledge and myself will continue, will help in making this pledge being duplicated, and particularly in places where there's a high touristic influence. Group participation is important, and the collective awareness is very important. So I really hope that you enjoy the Palau Pledge and that you try to duplicate it in your own way. The conversation will continue with Léa Doriol, the founder of Oceanic Global, and that will continue tomorrow on live TV. And we will also have a conversation with Laura Clark tomorrow as well. So please stay tuned for more on how we can all help in our ocean conservation, and most importantly, as Alexandra Cousteau mentioned, how we can restore our ocean. Thank you so much for being present today for day 2 of Change Now.
Welcome everybody, welcome to Change Now. My name is Fabien Paget. I am the co-founder and CEO at 17 Sports. 17 Sports is the world's first sports impact company, operating at the intersection of sports, business and purpose. We work with the business of sports, how to embrace purpose as a strategic driver in order to do good and to do well. I'm very excited to be with you today, here today, and to welcome an interesting panel of experts. Today we're going to talk about sports for change, and this section will be divided in two. The first part we will address how sport is tackling the climate change issue, and the second piece will be how sport is useful to build a peaceful world. So before we start and before I introduce you our panelists, I would like you to watch a video and a special message from Tony Estanguet from Paris 2024.
Hi, good morning everyone. 3 years from now, all eyes will be set in France as we stage the Olympic and Paralympic Games, the biggest media coverage event in the world. It's a unique opportunity to show the kind of society we want to live in. At Paris 2024, we sum it up with 3 words: inclusion, health, and environment. First, inclusion. For the first time in history, the Olympic Games will have the same number of female and male athletes. For the first time, we will also have the same logo for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and also the same iconic competition stadiums. Indeed, we believe sport has a unique power to gather people who come from different backgrounds. Second word, health. We want to contribute to engage people into an active lifestyle. Involving people into sport is about fighting sedentary lifestyle, which currently kills 2 million people each year worldwide. And being active is the easiest and the cheapest way to move in big cities and to reduce air pollution, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The last word is environment. We cannot accomplish ambitious society commitments without considering our impact on the environment. That's why we are committed to deliver games which will divide their carbon footprint by 2, and that will support concrete projects all around the world with a positive impact to fight climate change. Our 3 commitments are all connected to each other, and we need all the actors of change to help us have a strong and positive impact with Paris 2024. The Games will not be the answer to every issue, but we will take our part. Staging this event is a unique opportunity to show that change is possible. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Back here. So now I will leave our speakers to introduce themselves. So if you don't mind, please welcome Georgina, Dale, and Lindita. Over to you, Georgina.
Thank you, Fabien. Thank you very much. A pleasure to be with you. I'm Georgina Grennan. I'm Director for Environmental Excellence at Paris 2024.
Thank you. Dale?
Oh, yeah. Morning, everybody. My name's Dale Vince, and I'm Chairman of Forest Green Rovers, amongst other things, but I think that's what I'm here to talk about mostly today.
Thank you, Dale. Lindita?
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. My name is Lindita Jafiri Salihu, and I serve at the UN Climate Change Secretariat, currently leading sector's engagement in climate action.
Thank you, Lindita. So before I ask you the question, I think I would like to give a bit of context. So global warming is really putting our planet at risk, and we all agree that we need now collective action to really build a sustainable world. And of course, we all recognize that sport has a really deep impact on the climate change, but also sport has a big power to really drive positive change. So back in December 28, the UN decided to launch the Sports for Climate Action initiatives during the COP24 in Katowice, inviting the sports industry and the sports stakeholders to join forces and to sign up and to take concrete systemic measures to drive concrete change. So I would like to start with you, Lindita, and ask you the question, Can you tell us how did it start with the UN, with the pledge, and what exactly are you doing today to address and to help the different organizations that signed for the climate initiative?
Thank you, Fabian. It's a great question. Well, for those of you who may not know, at UN Climate Change, supporting the response to climate change is at the heart of everything we do. We call it inclusive multilateralism. So we know by now that countries cannot do this on their own, so we try to work with everybody else, with all sectors of society to mobilize climate action so that we can meet somewhere in the middle. And what we try to do here, in particular with sports, is really to invite them to come up to the frontier of best practices so that they can work together to identify common challenges and elaborate on some of the questions, but also to help advance that frontier going forward. It's very important to continue to develop what needs to happen to accelerate our transition towards decarbonized economy, and at the same time championing efforts which are already underway. So we have convened a sports sector to come together and really identify what those steps would look like. I think there is a wide realization that market signals are everywhere. You know, we're seeing policy and regulatory and investor landscape around climate change rapidly changing and evolving. And sports want to be ahead of the curve, ahead of the game. If anybody can do it, sports can. And in terms of what we are doing to help is, again, really relying a lot on sports organizations that have already made some progress in their climate agenda. And we see Dale here and Georgina as well as great examples of what needs to happen to ensure that we have a robust climate strategy and sustainability strategy. So what we try to do is really helping them develop that robust strategy, making sure that we're covering everything that we need to cover, but at the same time looking to see how can we build some capacity, because it's not everywhere. And again, this is not a rocket science. It's not a very difficult exercise, but I think it's more like, how do we put solutions in front of people? How do we make sure that we translate the business case so that they are all understanding that doing good for climate is not just good for climate, but it's also good for their own businesses as well.
Thank you very much, Nidita. Georgina, I would like to come to you next. I mean, your ambition at Paris 2024 is really to redefine a new standard of games, and of course to deliver greener games. Can you tell us a bit more about your commitments in regards to the greener commitments you have?
Sure, thanks. As Tony was saying, staging the games is a unique opportunity to prove that change is possible. Yeah. You know, and the commitments are not limited to Paris 2024. The games organizers, this commitment on the environment and climate, they are supported by all stakeholders of the games. Since the bid, these commitments were a condition for the games to take place in Paris. And also, by definition, the changes Paris 2024 is driving find significant leverage through the public and the private stakeholders that by nature enlarge the impact, and go well beyond the games themselves for the games to become an accelerator of the ecological transformation. So our commitments cover all aspects needed to deliver the games, in a different way, with much lower impact. Today we're talking, for example, about climate, and our pledge is for these games to have a positive impact on climate. You say, well, okay, fine, that's all nice, but how you do that, right? And it started even at the bid when the games were conceived to avoid carbon emissions, to have a model for these games that are emitting less than half than previous summer games. So starts with avoiding, then reducing, try to look for solutions that go, a bit further and make it possible to source your energy in a lower impact way, to work your food in a lower carbon way, your transportation, the buildings that you're building, because we're building very little, but whatever we build low carbon. And also the temporary infrastructures, incorporate circular economy principles so that you lower the impact. So in every single part of the games delivery include, climate objectives. To the point that actually we have set up for ourselves an objective not to trespass, a limit of emissions that these games should have. And we're monitoring the progress every year so that management of Paris 2024 has incorporated climate into the operations. And I think this is a major change into how to drive and manage a sports organization. And this is part of what we like to share with the rest of the community of sports.
Thank you so much, Georgina. Dale, I have a question now to you. You are a green energy entrepreneur, of course, the chairman of the Forest Green Rovers since 2011. And FIFA has named the Forest Green Rovers as the world's greenest football club. So now you are really a catalyst for change, and especially for other football clubs moving towards more sustainability. Can you please explain us how did it start and how now you became really an example for the football industry and for sports, of course?
Yeah, so my journey as an environmentalist using business to bring about, action against the climate crisis led me to identify energy, transport, and food as the three big sectors of life that we have to tackle. Yeah. 80% of everybody's personal carbon footprint is in those things where we make decisions every day, how we power ourselves, how we travel, and what we eat. And so that's my blueprint. And when I rescued Forest Green in 2010, I didn't do it with any real forward thinking. It was just a rescue mission, and it seemed worthwhile. And then I immediately bumped into things in the club and in football more generally that were wrong and had to change. And I quickly realized that the scale of the changes that I needed to make amounted to creating a green football club and to taking this message of sustainability to an audience that were relatively untouched by such things. And that was quite adding to the appeal of doing this, if you like. And it occurred to me that we could use football, we could use the club firstly, but football more generally as a platform to talk to football fans about these issues and get them more aware than they were, get them to change their lives. And 10 years on, we can see the big change has taken place amongst our fan base and in the wider world of football and sport. Our gates, for example, the attendance at our games have gone up 4-fold. Our food sales, and we're vegan, have gone up 6-fold. And our fans have gone veggie vegan. They're buying electric cars and solar panels, and they've embraced the whole green thing. And so where we sit today is we feel we haven't just created a green football club or a new kind of football club. We've created a new kind of football fan, and we've got fan clubs, 100 of them around the world, that have become fans of Forest Green because of our stance on the environment. And we found that football fans, stereotypically, people would think they're not the kind of people you can get on board or talk to about these issues. We found that to be wrong. We found football fans to be just like normal people. And if you put the information in front of them, and give them that knowledge and kind of awareness that gives them the chance to change their own lives, they will.
Thank you, Dale. Lindita, I have a question for you. Of course, I mean, signing the pledge is one thing, but how do you keep all those organizations accountable and make sure that they are really fully transparent?
Yes, transparency obviously is a very important aspect. If you look at Sports for Climate Action, I think everybody knows by now that the key word there is really action. But within that, of course, to add that stamp of credibility, we also require signatories to report publicly. What we've seen so far is that some reporting is happening, but it's not across the board. So we have worked together within our working groups to develop a way in which we could get this transparency elevated in this aspect. So what we have right now is a robust kind of reporting mechanism, which we have developed collectively, and it's going to be rolled out in September this year, where, you know, we will be looking to see how are these different organizations approaching different aspects of sustainability, what are they including in their strategies, who is involved in that strategy preparation, development, and delivery, you know, looking at the governance aspects a little bit, but then also to see how are they tackling those issues that I guess Dale mentioned, those key areas where most of the impact comes from, and trying to then use that information to elaborate a little bit more how sports can begin immediately to address these low-hanging fruits, things that are economically attractive and will bring co-benefits, looking at things like, you know, energy efficiency, shifting to renewable energy, building space, prioritizing and choosing goods and services that are provided by companies who are thinking alike or who have a commitment to move towards net zero or a decarbonized economy. So I think there's many ways in which these organizations can start to take action, but of course it's very important for us as well, and I guess for the rest of the world, to ensure that these claims are supported with actions on the ground, and we hope that this reporting mechanism that we'll be launching will be able to articulate this, but at the same time also make it clear for sports organizations that action is happening. You know, it's happening. It's out there. We are on our way, and then try to really scale those best practices as much as possible. So, just to wrap this up, I think why we want to use the reporting. Number one is, again, to provide that stamp of credibility for their claims. And number two is to use it as an instrument to scale existing best efforts, but at the same time, looking at what are some of the challenges that sports is facing and how we can use the collective power to then address those challenges collectively.
Thank you, Linda. I think in the world of today, you can't fake anything anymore. So that's
right.
Georgina, over to you now. I mean, the games, of course, are really a catalyst for change. How do you want to also inspire the world industry going beyond the games? Can you tell us your vision on this, please?
You know, I'll try to summarize it in sort of 3 practical steps.
Yeah.
The first is actually to reinvent, then to prove it works, and then share it. So when you reinvent, you try to bring together as many stakeholders as possible, you know, public, private, develop innovative solutions, technologies, methodologies, you know, how to do things differently. So you reinvent something. But then you have to deliver on it. You have to prove it works, you know, prove it can be done. This is the sort of thing we are on now. You know, we're still reinventing. We are starting to prove some stuff works, you know. And once something actually works, well, then share it. You know, speak about it, share the tools, empower, and enlarge the circle of actions. Because sports people, you know, athletes, organizations, they're amazingly amazingly powerful drivers of change. Yeah. So let me give you just some examples on what we're working. Sports for Climate Action, you know, what Lindita said at the beginning, we were 10 organizations, if my memory is right. We are now sharing experiences with more than 200 of the world leading sports organizations. This is a very powerful network, and we are learning from each other. You know, in the reinvention thing, I mean, we're crossing ideas, we're improving each other by this sharing exercise. You know, and then we are sharing the fact that things can work, so that inspire others to say, oh, well, if they've done it, then maybe I can do it. Right? So this is at the heart of what Sports for Climate Action is today, and how, you know, why it's important for us to be an active part of it. Then another example is the way we buy. You know, for Paris 2024, we start with nothing, we end with nothing. So it was very important to secure a sustainable way of purchasing, you know. And of course, most of the major contracts will be happening, in the coming years. But it was important to start already with what we are buying today. Then another example is energy. Our commitment is to be 100% renewables in games time. But we're starting already with our headquarters. And we said, well, we want not only renewable electricity, we want it to be French, and we want to trace it. And actually, we managed to do it. And we work with our partner, EDN, to create the solution to actually deliver that. And as I and this is what Dale was saying, food is very important. It's an amazingly important driver of change. So we are drafting now our food vision for 2024, but at the same time, starting with our own canteen, in which we have zero single-use plastic, we have zero organic waste as examples. So reinvent, prove it works, share it, but do it all along the way, so that every small step can help others in driving change.
Yeah. Thank you, Georgina. Dale, now I have a last question to you. I saw recently you announced a new sustainable player kit. Can you tell us a bit more about this, please, and also maybe tell us what's next?
Yeah, surely. So we began pursuing lower impact material for our first team shirts a couple of years ago, and we introduced bamboo into the mix. So I discovered that, and I was surprised by this, that at that time, and still in fact, that they're 100% made of plastic, which is not a great material for athletic performance and obviously not environmentally either. And there is a move more recently into recycled plastic, which is an improvement, but still it's, I think, a problem. So we introduced a 50-50 bamboo plastic about 2 years ago. And bamboo is a lovely soft material, antimicrobial, it breathes better than plastic, all kinds of things. So we were looking for an athletic performance boost as well as an environment one. And then we kept looking for a better material and recently found coffee grounds, which is a recycled material, so it makes it better than bamboo, which is a virgin material, and it actually performs better than bamboo as well, which is fantastic. So this year we've launched the coffee ground plastic combo, but before we do that in the real world, in about 2 months' time, we've launched a digital version. And I came across digital fashion a couple of months ago and just thought it was quite the end game, really, of how we get to sustainable material for clothing. And if you're not familiar with the concept, basically you have a digital version of anything, a pair of shoes, a shirt, or something like that, and you send your photograph into the company selling that, and they fit you out in the clothes. And then you can use that on social media, where a lot of people are living increasingly more of their lives. And so I think it's probably the lowest impact material that you can have, pixels. And so we launched a pixel first team shirt this year, last week I think it was. And in a couple of months you can buy the real thing in the real world.
Well, that's very inspiring. And I'm sure it's going to give some ideas to many other football clubs or other organizations. All right, so we have 1 minute and a half. Is there a final word you would like to add? Anyone?
Well, from my side, I mean, I just wanted to add, it's great to be amongst friends here, but at the same time, just to say it's really great to listen to Dale, how he, makes climate action and environmental protection really an easy thing to do. And it's, this is the way we should do it. And it's, what are you guys doing? What's the point? There's no point to wait. And I think that's the message that we want to pass on as well, together with Georgina and others who are very actively involved in Sports for Climate Action.
Thank you, Lisa. Georgina?
Well, I think it's, Lita summarized this very well. I would just add that sports organizations, as I said, has an amazingly powerful driver for change, and every bit counts. So, sports will not be the solution, and this is what Tony was saying, but the bigger a sports organization are, the more important it will be that each takes its part.
Yeah.
And make it vocal and show that solutions are possible for sports, but for everyone else.
Very true. Dale, a last word, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say that the UN program Sport for Climate Action, I think, is a fantastic initiative. It's a chance to engage the entire world of sport. Billions of people are sports fans, and we get to reach them this way. And as Georgina said, we started with 10 organizations, and we're nearly 250 now. I think also the Paris Olympics is an amazing opportunity as a platform to showcase the things that sport can do in the fight against the climate crisis. So I'm just super excited to be involved with both of those things, and thank you to both of you for all of your efforts.
Well, I'm also very thankful to share this conversation with you. So Georgina, Lindita, Adele, thank you very much for everything, for your authentic commitment, and let's keep going.
Thank you.
All right, so now let's move to our second section. We will now talk how sports is very useful to really build a peaceful world. So I'm very happy to welcome today a great team of panelists. As you know, the UN General Assembly has recently mentioned that we cannot achieve sustainable development without peace and without safety, of course. And today, I mean, the numbers are really critical. There are more than 80 million of people who have been forced to leave their homes because of violence, because of bribery, and so more. So today, we have a great roster of panelists, and I would like to start by inviting Céline. Céline, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Can you maybe introduce you, please, in a few minutes?
Yes, of course. I work for UNHCR, which is the UN Refugee Agency. I'm currently head of external relations and spokesperson for UNHCR in France, but I've been working for the organization for 14 years in various countries in Africa, but also in Geneva, where our headquarters is located.
Thank you very much. With us remotely, we also have Marlène. Hello, Marlène. Good morning.
Thank you for having me on the panel.
Can you please introduce yourself?
To introduce myself, my name is Marlène Amos. I'm a former Olympic medalist in Taekwondo, and I'm a champion for peace representing the Peace in Sport organization.
Thank you, Marlène. Jeroen?
Yes, good afternoon to all. My name is Jeroen Karen. I am the Senior Programs Manager at the Olympic Refuge Foundation, which is a foundation based here in Lausanne, Switzerland, and established in 2017 by the International Olympic Committee as a result of its long-standing support to refugees and displaced people across the world. Thank you for having me on this panel. Happy to be here and look forward to discussion.
Thank you, pleasure. Also, Wissam. Good morning, Wissam. Welcome. Peux-tu te présenter, Wissam, s'il te plaît? Ouais. Très bien. Merci, Wissam. Today we know that sports play a real crucial role in addressing, of course, those issues and in building, of course, a peaceful world. Céline, can you tell us a bit more about exactly the issue, what we talk about, and how you are addressing these issues with the work you're doing?
Yes, of course. And as you mentioned, today 80 million people are displaced because of war, because of conflict, because of persecution. Internally displaced in their country, but also some have been forced, more than 29 million have been forced to cross a border and are now refugees. They have been forced to flee their country. It's the highest number since the creation of UNHCR. So the situation today is really a situation of where everyone has to make a difference to find solutions, and therefore partnerships are so important, because among the people who are displaced, many of them are children. Nearly half of the 80 million people who are displaced are children. some can't go to schools, and now with the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, the situation is even more dire. And we really have seen consequences on the access of education to children, for example, because of closure of schools, because also of poverty and parents not being able anymore to pay for education fees to send their kids to school. So the situation really requires everyone to do something and partners to work together. And in that context, of course, sports is very important. As I said, for children, because sports can help them to heal, can help them to build their future. And therefore, I'm very happy to be able to discuss with our panel today on what else can be done and what can we do together.
Thank you, Céline. Jeroen, I have a question to you now. Can you tell us and describe in more detail the work you're doing and the action you're doing with the Olympic Refugee Foundation?
Sure. So after the first ever Refugee Olympic team competed in the Rio 2016 Olympics, the International Olympic Committee then made a long-term strategic commitment to support the protection, development, and empowerment of displaced young people through sport by launching the foundation. So, as our name suggests, the Olympic Refuge Foundation is very much part and parcel of the Olympic movement, and the main goal of that movement is to contribute to building a better world through sport. However, it is an undeniable fact that many young people around the world are excluded from this opportunity because they have been displaced from their home by conflict, persecution, natural disaster, climate change, just to name but a few. So we firmly believe that sport is unique in how it can help displaced young people not only gain a sense of belonging, but also develop the key life skills and values that are needed to thrive and lead a happy and fulfilling life and to contribute to building a better world. But nevertheless, we have to conclude that unfortunately today, sport is not being utilized to its full potential. And it is often assumed that sport is limited to elite pathways or role modeling rather than intentional design and delivery to reach those that are most in need. So our work is all about improving that access to sport for young displaced people, which we believe, if done right, can lead to tangible benefits and create a strong foundation for life. In fact, the vision of the Olympic Refuge Foundation is a society where everyone belongs through sport. And our ambition is for 1 million young displaced people to access safe sport by 2024. Now, how do we want to achieve this ambitious goal? Well, it certainly can't be done alone. And so to use a sports analogy, we play in a team composed of a diverse set of partners or teammates who all share a common goal for young displaced people to belong and thrive through sport. Each team member plays a different role and brings different skills to help them succeed. We have, of course, first and foremost, the young displaced people themselves who are essential contributors to our work. And it is a fundamental principle of our foundation to involve them at all stages in our programs. But there's also the IOC being the flag bearer of the team, the guardian of the movement and of the Olympic values. There's UNHCR and other organizations in the development and humanitarian world. And of course, our role as the Olympic Refuge Foundation is threefold. It's as a coach to develop and exchange capacity, as a commentator to promote the stories and advocate for sport, and as the crowd to shape the movement and act as a catalyst for change. And then, of course, we play by a game plan, tactics to achieve victory. So we work through sport programs, of course, but we also mobilize partners, we advocate, we learn and place a lot of importance on evidence-based decision-making, and we innovate the way sport is used to achieve social outcomes. And if we do that, we can start seeing those benefits that we seek, meaning improved mental health and physical health of young refugees, improved skills and behaviors that allow them to protect themselves, and newly established networks and connections so that in the longer run, we can expect to see change in how sport is embedded in national protection responses.
Thank you very much, Jeroen. Marlène, I would like to come to you now. The NGO Peace and Sports is really fighting for peace and justice and using sport as a platform. Can you please tell us a bit more exactly about the initiatives and the action you're doing, and maybe an example like the refugee camp in Zaatari or maybe others?
Okay. So Peace in Sport is a neutral and international organization that promotes peace using the power of sport. It was founded in the Valley of Monaco by modern pentathlon and Olympic medalist and world champion Mr. Joël Bouzou in 2007, and is placed under the high patronage of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II. For the last 14 years, we have been acting worldwide with complete neutrality and independence due to the status enjoyed by Monaco. And we also promote collaborative action, and we partner, for instance, with the Council of Europe, UNHCR, UNESCO, and more than 50 different sport bodies. The United Nations Secretary General also highlighted 6 of our activities as best practices in his latest report regarding the contribution of sport to the 2030 Agenda. So at Peace in Sport, we take concrete actions to prove the federating, educational, and social impact of sport by running an annual White Card campaign on April 6th, the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace. And this year, we have reached over 117 million people worldwide. We've also organized 13 Peace in Sport international forums, and we promote the Peace in Sport methodology on the field. Recently, we developed the first digital tool that provides peace-building programs through sport, and launched a mobile application called Peace in Sport by My Coach. It can be used worldwide, and it brings together educational content in the form of tutorial videos and documents. The app is also available in 3 languages, French, English, and Spanish, and offers 2 sport methodologies, football and rugby for now. And in each sport session, the goal is to promote positive values that are essential to peace building in 3 cycles. So the first one is to work on yourself, then accept each other, and finally live together. That can be completed over the course of 2 years. Right now, the app is currently used by 10 NGOs in 10 countries. And we have trained over 200 peace educators, and over 2,000 children benefit from this program. So this unique sport methodology was developed in various field programs, such as the Live Together program and the Zaatari refugee camp in Jordan that you previously mentioned. Since 2017, the Live Together program introduced sport as an innovative tool to tackle the social issues affecting refugees in this camp. 3 sports are currently implemented thanks to partnerships with the ITTF Foundation, WACO, and FIPTEC. And the program is also supported by UNHCR and the Jordan Olympic Committee. And as of now, there are 6 Syrian refugees were trained to the Peace in Sport methodology to become peace educators. And every day, more than 350 children benefit from the program, including 100 girls.
That's impressive. Thank you, Marlene.
Thank you.
Oussam, as a journalist and a Syrian refugee, can you tell us a bit more about the work you're doing today?
Oui, my story with Change Sport is very interesting, and thank you for this chance for speaking this. I arrived in France 2 years ago, and I weekend enjoyed lonely, anxious, because my family was staying in Syria. I lost all my qualification. I had studied several academic diplomas, and I'm very athletic. I was a national kickboxing champion at one time in Syria, but that great change in my life make me move forward to a world with a big difference in very lifestyle. Our days often would hit the refugee in shock and make them choose isolation and fear that only enter society at the minimum level according to law. But thanks to sport. my physiological composition began to change, and I was encouraged to start again because that give me hope to building a new life and being fit for my experience here at this point was beginning change and overcome all the physiological and physical physiology limitation of war in Syria. During I saw 100 corpses and buried most of my friends, and you realize how hard it was here the first cries of my friends' mothers when I told them of her son death. But sport helped me overcome all of this and give me hope. But that doesn't not pass easy. There are really difficult during sport due to the ring staying, the culture and the lifestyle is different and difficult. For example,
thank you, Sam, for sharing your story. Sam, I have a question for Céline now, but thank you for sharing your story.
Vas-y.
Céline, I know you have an ambition to help more than 1 million refugees by 2024. Can you describe us the projects or some concrete action you're doing?
Yes, of course. We're working with different partners to allow refugees to have access to sports and allow refugee kids to have access to sports. But maybe one initiative I can share with you as well, which is linked to an experience I've had in the Northern Democratic Republic of Congo at the border with Central African Republic, and it really shows how sports can make a difference. I've worked there in 2013, 2014, and hundreds, thousands of refugees arrived, in a few days, and many of them were young people living in the capital city of Central African Republic, and out of a sudden they were forced to flee their life, their city. They arrived in a remote part of the DRC where they had to start everything again. And first, what we provide as UNHCR is an emergency assistance, because that's the most urgent thing. We have to do it in terms of shelter, food, access to health. But they were willing to have more, very quickly. So sports was something very important for them. And one of the sports that was introduced was capoeira, for example. And it helped young people to heal, but also to create cohesion with the local communities. So that's one example. And as Jérôme said, all of that was built together with refugees, because it's very important to work together with refugees. And some of them, wrote to us even lately and wrote to me last year saying, we've discovered that sport, we brought it back to Bangui when we returned home, because some of them returned, and now we're using it to build peace in our country. And that was really a message of hope. But a second partnerships I also wanted to mention this morning, because it's very new. It was launched yesterday. So we are teaming with PSG, the Paris Saint-Germain Football Club, but also Klabu, which is a Dutch NGO, to build sports equipment centers in refugee camps, because access to equipment is also something very important. When you travel to countries hosting refugees and to refugee camps, you can often see, people playing sports, football. Yeah, but access to equipment is an issue. So that new project is great, and the involvement of a club like PSG, a new partnership is very important to continue and develop our projects and bring that possibility to refugees to have access to sport, but also to the host communities, because the countries hosting refugees, the majority of them are neighboring the countries where the refugees come from, and host communities often also face challenges, and young people in those countries also face challenges. And it's by bringing everyone together and helping everyone that we will be able to build a better future and make sure, help reaches everyone.
Of course. Well, congratulations for this initiative, and hopefully you will be able to scale. Jérôme, I have a question for you. Of course, sport is a fantastic tool for inclusion, social development. Can you tell us other examples that you're doing on the day-to-day basis to address those issues?
Sure. So the Olympic Refuge Foundation has a global reach, and we started our first projects in DR Congo, Rwanda, and Mexico, followed by Jordan, Turkey, and Kenya, where programs are still running. And last year, despite COVID, we launched in Uganda. And this year, we're looking at new programs in Colombia, France, and hopefully Bangladesh. So to cite Uganda as an example, where last summer we launched the Game Connect program, which is a nationwide sport for protection program aimed at improving the mental health of over 10,000 young refugees and their hosts. So it's a 3-year program, which was co-designed and currently co-implemented by a diverse consortium of partners. So we have a couple of international NGOs, we have a local NGO, we have the UNHCR, part of the consortium, we have the Uganda Olympic Committee. And we believe it is through such diverse partnerships that we can really leverage each other's expertise and networks and reach the objectives, which in this case, for this program, were for youth to gain improved skills and capacities so they can support their own mental health and psychosocial well-being, to apply these skills in daily life, for youth to develop new networks, social and support networks, including with people from diverse backgrounds. In many of these refugee settlements in Uganda, we have up to 10 different nationalities coexisting. And also a goal is for local authorities and eventually national authorities to appreciate and advocate for using sports as a protection mechanism. So to achieve these results, we developed a facilitator's manual, and this resource is being used throughout the Game Connect program to develop the capacities of coaches. It details some 60 practical sport activities specifically designed or developed for the Ugandan refugee context. I think it's also worthwhile mentioning our planned activities in France, seeing where the Change Now Summit is currently being held, because whereas of course, 86% of all displaced people worldwide have sought refuge in lower and middle income countries. That still leaves 11% that are in high income countries, such as France. Actually, that means about 300,000 refugee and asylum seekers in France, half of which are in the Île-de-France region. And so we have teamed up with the Ministry of Sport to launch a call for expression of interest for partners in the Greater Paris area to team up and to improve the access to sport for these refugees and asylum seekers in Paris. Okay. But of course, it's not just about programs, as I mentioned before. We also have to use the other tactics. We have to achieve collective action. And so with that in mind, the Sport Coalition for Refugees that we co-convened with the UNHCR at the Global Refugee Forum in 2019 brings together more than 80 partners who all pledged to increase access for refugees to sport. And our role is really there to help shape this movement so that more governments, more policymakers, more NGOs can see the benefits of sport and understand how best to embed it in their approach and their response.
Thank you very much, Jérôme. Now I would like to talk about the power of athletes for peace. And maybe my first question is to you, Marlène. Of course, as an Olympic and former athletes, can you tell us how you leverage all the amazing list of athletes you have with peace and sports, and exactly how you engage with them?
Of course. At Peace and Sport, in all of our missions, we count on the commitment of more than 119 champions for peace that represents over 40 countries.
Okay.
The Champions for Peace are athletes who demonstrate that sport goes beyond performance and act as a source of inspiration for younger generation. Through our combined action, we show that sport plays a positive role in society by creating dialogue, social cohesion, and it contributes to build more inclusive, safe, and peaceful communities around the world. To support Peace in Sports vision, Champions for Peace contribute in several ways. By leading field programs, by raising public awareness and advocacy speech during international events, and they all gathered to support the White Card campaign on April 6th, the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace. The Champion for Peace Club was created in 2009 and welcomes new athletes every year. Amongst them are the football legends Lionel Messi and Didier Drogba, or the South African rugby captain and world champion Siya Kolisi. But each of them has a very powerful and inspiring story. Yeah. For instance, founded 17 years ago by the former French rugby player, the Serge Betsen Academy, has trained over 7,000 children in 6 centers. Hadi Talidje, a Champion for Peace, who co-founded the first women football team in Palestine and contributes to empower women and promote gender equity. There's also Laurence Fischer, Champion for Peace and 3 times karate world champion, who founded the NGO Fight for Dignity to allow women victims of violence to rebuild self-confidence through martial art workshops. And finally, the most famous example is when during a civil war in Ivory Coast, football superstar Didier Drogba scored a goal that qualified the country for the first time to the World Cup. And he got all his teammates to bend down on their knees and make a historical call for peace, which contributed to end a civil war and unite an entire nation. So these are examples of the power of the champions can have.
Thank you, Marlene. I have a question to you, Celine, now. Can you also highlight some example of athletes that have you been working with?
Yes, of course, and athletes who sometimes have been refugees as well. So we are working with a wide range of supporters to help us mobilize support, to help us raise awareness. And we have not yet mentioned that, but raising awareness through sport is also something very important. And sports is such a good tool, a great tool to raise awareness. And that's so important in our societies today. So among the athletes who are supporters we're working with and who have had a past history about being forced to flee their countries. We have, for example, the swimmer Yousra Mardini, who is a Syrian refugee, whose story became famous because she crossed the Mediterranean Sea and she had to jump in the water to push the boat she was on. And she was part of the refugee Olympic team in Rio in 2016. She was the youngest Goodwill ambassador ever appointed by UNHCR, and she's working together with us to raise awareness, raise support. But also another athlete who also has been part of the Olympic refugee team is Yekpur Biel, and he visited Paris in 2016. He came here as well to raise support for young refugees. He was forced to flee South Sudan when he was a kid, and he has now received a scholarship to study in the United States. You may have seen as well, recently we've appointed a football player as a Goodwill Ambassador team, who is Alfonso Davis, who has helped us also to raise support for access to education of refugee kids. And as I mentioned before, this is really one of our urgent priorities. What is great with those athletes, and I can't mention them all, and those supporters, is that they also inspire people and they bring hope. And that's also something very important, to bring hope, to show that building a better future is possible, and that together we can do things together with various partners, the partners who are here today, NGOs, governments, and to bring hope and to find solutions for refugees, because that's urgent today, is to find solutions, because the number of people displaced is the highest ever, but also the number of solutions are decreasing because displacement is longer and there are less solutions, and we have to work together to find solutions.
Thank you, Céline. I know we have a limited time and we're already over our session, so I mean, it's a very interesting topic and we can talk for hours, obviously. But I would like to thank you all, Marlène, Jeroen, Oussam, and Céline, for everything, for sharing your best practice, your ideas, and the action you're doing every day. So thank you for your commitment and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to welcome you to this Digital for Change track. To quickly introduce myself, I'm Vincent Stullen. I've been working 20 years in digital, both as a tech entrepreneur launching startup, but also as a chief digital officer of big corporations. And in those 20 years, I could really see the power of digital technologies, data and AI to transform the way we do business, but also society. And in this new decade of action, I could clearly see that there's a huge opportunity to use those technologies to drive further impact. So I decided to basically devote my time and energy to technology for change or impact topics, both to my consulting services, but also as an angel investor into tech startups. And I proposed to the Change Now founders to create this track to really talk about concrete applications of technologies, not just tech for good, but really technology for impact, which is how do we drive concrete improvement and how do we have measurement to demonstrate that, both to understand how we can better measure, how we can optimize, how we can innovate and transform the way we create, produce, consume services and goods. So without further ado, let me introduce Michael Trabia, the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer of Orange. Michael.
Hello everyone, thank you Vincent. It is my pleasure to be here to talk about how innovation, how technology can bring positive impact to the society. We used to say that the most innovative thing with technology is what we do with it. Actually, I do believe it is also true for responsibility, and I would say that the most responsible thing we do with technology is what we will do with it. So it's the way we will use technology. At Orange, this is a key topic for us, and you know that the digital, the mobile services, the broadband have been able to change people's life. Change people's life for the better, to get access to information, to services, to be able to purchase goods, to access to education, to health services. And this is only the beginning of the story, and we see that digital brings every day access to more services, access to also more people, and this is a key achievement of digital. Obviously, for us at Orange, we believe that, and that's our purpose, we believe it is very important as a company to have a purpose that guides us in our everyday decisions. And this purpose is important because we know every day why we get up in the morning, and this purpose is important obviously for us as a company, for our employees, for our customers, for all our stakeholders. This purpose is very simple. It's at Orange, as a trusted partner, we give everyone the key to a responsible digital world. So what we want to build is a digital with positive impact, both for the individuals, and that's what we do with more services. We simplify people's lives, we also enrich people's lives, but also with positive impact for the communities. And how are we doing that? We focus on 3 areas. The first area is inclusion. We believe it is absolutely key to give everyone access to digital. And the first topic and the first domain that seems to be obvious in some part of the world, but is not when you look at other part, is to make sure that everybody can get access to a good connectivity that allow them to access to this digital world. And you know, in Europe, in developing countries, we have great coverage, we have great connectivity, it has been improving. We can complain sometimes because we would like it to be really, really everywhere. But in other parts of the world, in Africa, you can have 25–30% of the population of some countries who don't get access to mobile internet. The second topic, to give everyone access to the digital services, is about affordability of the service. And here, especially I was talking about Africa, affordability of the devices is key, and we work a lot to bring cheap device, cheap smartphone that allow people in remote areas to get access at a few tens of euros, 50 euros, 60 euros, to a 4G device that allow them to access internet. And I can tell you, for those of you who have been in Africa, in those remote areas, access to internet really change people's life and allow them to develop their businesses, to develop some activities, to get access to information. This is critical. When you talk about inclusion, obviously this is also about educating people to digital, and that's also what we do with, for instance, our Orange Digital Centers or with our Solidarity Orange Fab. First topic about inclusion. The second big commitment that we take is about the climate. As you may know, Orange has taken a strong commitment to be net zero carbon by 2040, 10 years before the Paris Agreement. And to do that, we work in 3 domains. The first one is obviously on our own greenhouse gas emission with our own network and services, and we use green ITN, green technology to do that, and we also use high technology. For instance, 5G will be 10 times more efficient than 4G, so it is very important for us to master the greenhouse gas emission thanks to getting to higher and better and more performant technologies, because the traffic will continue to increase. The second topic is about the devices, because we know that somehow the network is not the bigger part of the impact and the greenhouse gas emission of the digital. The bigger part is about the device, the manufacturing of the device, which is more impactful. And that's why we act on this topic to promote, to encourage our customers to bring back their smartphone to our shop so we can recycle them, we can reuse them when it is possible. And this has more impact, potentially, than what we can do on the network. So that's why this is very important. And we also work hard in the eco-design of our boxes, for instance, to make sure that we refurbish them, that we can use recycled plastic to limit the footprint that we have on the environment. But what's even more important than the network, than the device, actually is the rest of the economy. Because, you know, digital as a whole, when you take the network, the device, and everything, it's 3.5% of total greenhouse gas emission. And what's great with digital is its ability to have an impact of all the rest of the business, all the rest of the economy. So that's why for us, we promote, we develop, and we bring to our customers solutions that can help reduce the greenhouse gas emission of the remaining 96.5% of the emission. And this is mainly talking about industry, talking about transport, logistics, and talking about building. So first topic, inclusion. Second topic is about environmental impact, knowing that most of the impact actually is the positive impact that digital can have on the rest of the economy. And the third topic is about ethics, and more specifically about ethical AI. We have been working with the privacy, with the GDPR in Europe to improve the privacy of our customer. Next challenge is to make sure that AI, which is a really emerging, growing technology, can be used with a responsible way. And this is not obvious because we need to get away from bias. We need to make sure that AI is inclusive for everybody. That's why we have set an ethical committee, an ethical council on data and AI with external people that have complementary skills that can help us and guide us, because it is difficult to set everything now from the beginning. It is something that we will need to build together to make sure that AI will be inclusive and will be a positive evolution for everyone. So if I want to conclude, I would say that we want and what we do is clearly to build digital with a positive impact, and we focus to do that on inclusion, environment, and on ethical AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So thank you for this very clear introduction showing Orange commitment on this sustainable transformation journey, and also starting to put the focus less on the green IT and a bit more on how we can use digital to transform the rest of the economy, right? The 96.5 of the rest beyond the green IT consummation itself. And so Orange is a tech company, and maybe we can start dealing a bit deeper into this notion of where can digital have impact. So where do you see those technologies can drive most impact, and where do you see gaps today?
What we see clearly is that I fully join you when you say that the most impact we can have actually is on the rest of the economy. And this is why digital is an enabling technology. And where we can have most impact actually is where are the most greenhouse gas emission. That's where we can have a lot of impact, because digital can have impact everywhere. So if you look at that, industry is 43% of the total greenhouse gas emission, and it's a key driver for us. And we work to improve the efficiency of industry, to improve the logistic of industry, because every gain that you do in your production chain is an energy gain that you have. We work on, for instance, on the augmented technician, which is also very important to make sure that we improve the security, the quality of service, and the control, the quality controls is very key. For instance, with 5G, and that's something we test today concretely, you can have HD camera in your manufacturing chain that monitor in real time what happened in the chain, and that can react very quickly in case of a defect. This seems maybe, okay, you will say there is limited impact. Actually, there is a lot of impact, because if you reduce the number of defective products that you produce, that at the end of the day go in the supply chain, that go to the customer, that will bring them back to be repaired, that will buy another one, this is a strong impact that you can have. Logistic is a very important one, and indeed here we can understand, because all the transport that we can save, and if I can take the example of the public transport, you can clearly optimize. Optimization is a key word to make sure that you only have buses, for instance, where it matters for the customer.
Okay. So thank you very much. And so we were talking about impact, and impact is true if you measure it. And you talked already about logistic, transportation. So can you give us some numbers about how much efficiency we can gain through digital technologies?
What we estimate, we just issued a study on the 5G incremental impact. So we have studies showing that overall, digital bring for each greenhouse gas emission that it makes, it brings 10 times more savings than what it consumes. We have issued a study on the specific incremental impact of 5G, because it's also good to understand if the evolution with the new technology is also something that is good. And what we have demonstrated with this study is that for the 5 countries we have studied in Europe, 5G will bring as much as 33 million tons of greenhouse gas emission avoided, which means it's 2.4% of total emission. So this is very significant, and this is the study has been done on a number of use cases where 5G can really bring something, and indeed, manufacturing is a key element, logistic is a key element, smart cities and smart building. To give also a figure on smart building, when you bring smart building, smart solution in the building, you can save up to 25 or 30% of your energy consumption.
Okay, great. So building maybe on the 5G and IoT, Internet of Things, I know you are developing lots of services on this, and I think you're talking about Industry 4.0. Can you explain us why it's so important to embed those technology into industrial processes to make them more efficient?
Indeed, and here we are also talking of what we call the augmented physical world, because what we do is we put some sensors everywhere in order to make sure, for instance, when you took distribution network, gas distribution network, energy distribution network, water distribution network, you can identify very quickly all the waste so that you can really gain in efficiency. And this has great impact. And also in the logistic, when you take, for instance, garbage recovery, it is, for instance, we have developed connected containers that alert when it is full or not. And so you only send the recovery of those containers when they are full.
Okay, great. And I believe that you have launched and increased Orange Venture Fund, so it's 350 million euros, and I believe you have some news to tell us about how much you will focus now on kind of green or sustainable technology. And maybe you can tell us about some of the most promising startups you've seen, and maybe you can also discuss a little bit or tell us about how you select those startups and how you support them.
Yeah, this is key because actually we cannot do everything on our own. When we say that we want to have impact of all the rest of the economy, obviously the telco itself only is not enough. We need to develop an ecosystem and to partner with an ecosystem. And that's why we work a lot, obviously, with big players, but also with startups. And we have this 350 million euro fund, which is Orange Ventures. And we just announced, as you mentioned, that we would focus 30 million out of this fund specifically on impactful companies. It does not mean, by the way, that the rest of the startup cannot have impact, but here we are talking about startups that will specifically have their purpose on the impact. It can be social, but it can be also mainly about climate impact. And we work with them in different areas. We have 3 programs basically to work with startups. We have what we call Orange Fab, which is a program that helps to work to see whether we can build and bring business together. So they have innovative services, we have customers, and let's try to find something. Okay. We have the Orange 5G lab, where we bring 5G to the startups to allow them to integrate the technology to improve their innovation. And we have Orange Ventures that I just mentioned.
Okay, fantastic. And because we're getting to the end of this conversation, my last question for you would be, where do you see new emerging technologies appear and for what kind of application?
That's a great question because, we have 700 searchers, we have a lot of patents. This is something really we have a lot of people working on. My first answer would be that first, it is very key to use and leverage the technology we have today. I mean, before thinking about what will come tomorrow, there are a number of technologies today, and we are really far from getting all the leverage of this technology. So I'm talking about 5G, obviously, I'm talking about IoT, I'm talking about smart building, about smart industry. Those technology, we need to leverage them more, and we have all the opportunity to leverage more. When you look ahead and tomorrow, we believe that there will be a strong disruption. We believe there are 3 disruptions that we see. The first one is on the future operator, the telco of tomorrow, that will be more resilient, meaning that you will have connectivity everywhere and in any situation. And this network, for instance, may be complemented by satellite connectivity to make sure that even if you have a disaster, for instance, you can have connectivity. Second one is artificial intelligence. We are only at the beginning of artificial intelligence. And the third one is about the augmented physical world, because thanks to the digital, we will be able to monitor much more efficiently our environment to bring savings and to be more impactful.
Okay. Thank you so much, Michael, for the great conversation. I believe that we'll discuss further, maybe next year, about how digital is really supporting the sustainable transformation. And now we'll move into the next section of this Tech for Change track with the panel discussion of French Green Tech for Impact. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vincent.
Hello everybody again, and thanks for joining us for this great panel discussion, which is about French tech for impact, and we'll discuss a lot about those impactful technologies and maybe a little bit about the Green 20 thing. So maybe to introduce the panel, we have with us Kat, who is the leader of the French tech, leader and director. We've got Alexis here with us, who is founder and CEO of Greenly, Aude Guot, who is the founder of InnovaFeed, and we've got remote with us Marie-Hélène, who is the co-founder and CEO of Lactips. And I'd like to introduce this panel discussion maybe with the first question to you, Kat. Maybe you can talk a little bit about what is French tech, and maybe you can talk about the latest big announcements about the massive mega rounds that happened with some of your unicorns.
Yeah, sure. So French tech, everybody zoom. I don't know if you can zoom onto this very cute little red rooster here, which is the emblem of French tech. So French tech is the French movement for startups, which is led by the ecosystem itself and over 120 communities all the way from Rennes to Tokyo, going through San Francisco, and bolstered by the government. So we have a pretty clear objective. I mean, it's pretty clear since the boss laid it out, so the president himself laid it out. It's 25 unicorns by 2025, but not at any price. Certainly not at the price of diversity, not at the price of inclusion, territorial cohesion, and never at the price of the environment, for sure. So to do that, we mobilize a pretty large arsenal, I'd say. You have a lot of programs like the French Tech 120, which maybe Aude can talk about later, or the French Tech Green 20, that maybe Alexis can talk about later, French Tech Tremplin, and so on. And then there's a lot of public policy that we work on, whether those are the visas or the reform of stock options. And there's also, of course, all the work that we do with community and making sure that everybody from everywhere, when I mean everywhere, I say both internationally and in France, feel welcome to join the French startup ecosystem.
Okay, fantastic. So now I will try to distribute, the discussion among all of us, and maybe I will start with Marie-Hélène. So you couldn't join us today, you're remote, but we can see you very clearly. And so you're a co-founder and CEO of Lactips, and you are reinventing plastic and solving critical issues in circularity, end-of-life waste. Can you present quickly your company and which problem you're solving?
Yes, absolutely, Vincent. Sorry, I hear myself. So we think first that plastic is very useful in our lives. So that's the first thing that is very important. And at the same time, we think that the real problem is the disposal of it, is how we treat it once we use it. So at Lactips, we developed a new generation of plastics. So those plastics are plastic-free. And it's very useful to make other plastics recyclable, other packaging recyclable. Mostly we work on the end of life of plastics, how it is disposed of once it's finished. Whereas it can be recycled, and we believe a lot in recycling plastics, and or the end of life is in nature by leakage, because we cannot avoid 100% of the leakage. And if such is the case, we make them harmful. So that's what we do, and we do it with our technology, developing those new plastic-free plastics.
Okay, thank you. And I believe actually that 85% of plastics overall are not recycled and they might be lost in nature or burnt. And so you're already solving quite a lot of elements of the supply chain and of the circularity. But where do you see the biggest gaps that your own technology cannot change, and maybe where the industry would need to evolve?
Yeah, the industry would need to involve in the amount of plastic that can be recycled. That's the first thing. And second, in how we build and how we engineer our packaging or the multi-layers so that they can be recycled. So that's what we do, for instance. When you've got a packaging with paper, mostly it contains a layer of plastics. And that's a shame, because then you cannot recycle the paper easily, and you cannot recycle the plastic. So we replace, for instance, this layer of plastic by ours, making the complex completely recyclable. Or we can make blends with other plastic that are not completely compostable, and we make end of life with those small parts that cannot be avoided and that are lost in nature. Well, we can make them compostable and have a complete digestion by nature.
Okay, so you are in a really big industry, which is very capital intensive. Can you tell us a little bit how French Tech is supporting maybe both technology adoption, because it needs to be adopted by the industry, but also how it's helping to raise a big capital for your growth?
Yes, we are a new laureate of the Green 20 from the French Tech. We are very full of hopes that it can help us in, well, okay, with our visibility as everyone, but also in, French Tech is very active in promoting some of the regulation that should be taken so that to help the goals of the president about the biodiversity. So this is very important that we act today to save the plastic from nature. Okay.
So thank you very much, Marie-Hélène. I will now turn to Aude and talk a little bit about Innovafeed. And we could prepare this talk before, and I was really fascinated about how your company is really disrupting food supply chain, and how in your model everything is optimizing every single step of the supply chain. So can you talk a little bit which business you're in and how you're solving some problems?
Oh, with pleasure. So basically what we set out to do is to improve the feed that we use to rear the animals that will feed us, and which is actually a major driver of the carbon emissions of our food system. And the way we do it is that we develop technologies to produce a new source of nutrient, very high quality, very sustainable, based on black soldier fly, which is a super nutritious insect and that require little resource to grow. And the benefits are really significant for animal farming in terms of efficiency, quality, sustainability. For instance, because of the nutritional value of the product, we boost animal growth and health. So basically, to take example of the fish farms, for the same quantity of fish, you need less feed, right? And in terms of sustainability, it's much more sustainable than what exists today. And there again, to give an example, compared to fish meal, insect meal is actually 50% less carbon intensive. And when you know that fish meal, you were talking about biodiversity, fish meal is made out of small fish you get out of the ocean. We have also, not only carbon impact, but also biodiversity impact.
Okay. And I believe you're not only in a business of, kind of industry with infrastructure, you developed also a lot of AI, intellectual property. Can you tell us how you've been using artificial intelligence to optimize everything.
Yeah. So AI is really embedded in our technology because to produce this kind of new nutrient and in a competitive way, if we have a systemic impact, we need competitivity, we have to rear very large-scale insects. And we just built the world's largest insect factory. And you have to understand that we identified for this kind of large-scale production more than 200 parameters that we have to optimize to give the best conditions for the insects. Some are simple, temperature, humidity. Others are much more sophisticated, like the genetic value of certain strains. And to understand how all these parameters interact, we use AI tools actually to analyze the enormous amount of data we have and identify patterns, build growth models, and pilot and optimize our production systems.
And can you tell us a little bit about your roadmap? Because you started with feed for fisheries and you expanded to other categories. How your technology can continue to transform food supply chains?
Yeah, so indeed, we started with fish. That's where we saw the most demand and need. But we've developed a product for shrimp, for poultry, for pork, with the same kind of results in terms of environmental and quality impact. And we also have actually an organic fertilizer that is made out of the dejections of the insects and which have great results on plant nutrition.
And you're increasing so much the efficiency of the production of calories basically per square meter. That isn't it an opportunity to change the way we use land in agriculture, or maybe even give back land to nature?
Well, I think absolutely. I think insect farming brings a real alternative solution to produce more nutrient without taking more land out of our forests. And I think it's not only land. We've been talking about fish meal. What we aim at is replace fish meal so that we can actually give back fish to nature also and protect biodiversity.
Okay, super interesting. Thank you. So I will move to Alexis, who is a pure player. You're not in the industry, you have a digital product, but I believe Greenlink has been inventing a new way to really simplify the way you would establish your carbon footprint for small, medium-sized enterprise. So can you tell us how you do that?
Sure. So I think we started out with a simple vision was that climate change was too important an issue for only big companies to tackle. And of course, you can't really improve something that you don't measure. And it felt like most people had absolutely no clue about their carbon footprint, and most companies, SMEs, have strictly no clue about their carbon footprint because simply they don't have the resources to compute that efficiently. So I come from a quantified self background, so to speak. So we start out by saying, what kind of software can we build that will automate carbon footprint tracking? And we stumbled on the fact that now banking data can be analyzed and shared by a person in a third-party platform. So we built an app initially for individuals, and now a platform for companies where they can essentially share their financial, accounting, banking data. And we've built an analytical engine that scans every payment, asks you a few questions, and essentially puts a carbon weight on every one of those expenses that you have to start automating the majority of what becomes your greenhouse gas emissions report. So, to put it simply, we automate carbon footprint tracking by merging carbon accounting with financial accounting.
So you develop an intelligence to set this baseline, but in the future, do you think that your solution could help devise for how to reduce and to propose strategies to establish a roadmap for carbon reduction?
Sure. So right now we're essentially industrializing carbon accounting for SMEs, but that's only the first step of where you need to go. The idea of having this photography or film is to essentially set about a reduction trajectory and identifying mitigation measure actions. So our reports come with a recommended trajectory right? These are standardized. It's the science-based targets, which are different reduction objectives per company, per industries, basically. And of course, we can list 150 things that you could do, but what we're actually doing is saying, well, here are the 3 things that you can do that will make you meet your reduction objectives for this year. Example, most of the companies that we have been doing reports for have like 20% of their emissions, it's their cloud computing. Well, you can actually automate the tracking of that as well with APIs. And there are actually a lot of things that you can do to reduce the electricity consumption or to reduce how intensive that electricity is. For instance, putting your data in a low carbon emission country. So,
Thank you, Alexis. Time is flying, so I will move back to Kat, if you don't mind.
Full circle.
And yes, exactly. And maybe you can talk a little bit about Green 20. And I believe that the focus, of course, to make some new unicorns emerge in that domain. And we have already in circularity. Where do you see the next domains in green or sustainability where unicorns might emerge?
I mean, who knows? Our last one is was back market fighting against programmed obsolescence. So maybe just like a quick word on Green 20, since we have two of our startups here with us. Green 20, French Tech Green 20 is a program designed to boost these 20 companies. We believe that climate change is probably the most important challenge of this generation. So what we do is we pool together a lot of resources to be able to boost these 20 companies, right? Whether it is access to an entire sort of catalog of support that comes from our 50 French Tech correspondents from different ministries and from different government agencies and so on, whether it's Spotlight, like they're here with us today, or just like to be able to sort of speak to someone inside government that can walk them through quite a few things, whether it has to do with, I don't know, like securing import-export operations with customs or tech transfer issues with with some of the authorities and so on and so forth. But really, I think while we're very excited about it, one of the reasons why we're doing it is to be able to pinpoint the kind of challenges that they're having, and then after that, let that sort of like open the road to solving problems for other startups, right? Yeah. But I think whereas Green 20 is really interesting, and on all the startups that are here today actually are very firmly focused on environmental issues in their verticals. Something that we care about a lot, and by we I mean myself and Odd, since we're both doing this work together. We're working on something called the Impact Pact, or the Pact Impact, depending if you're speaking French or English, which is also how do we make sure that green isn't just a vertical but it's a horizontal. Yeah. How do we make sure that each startup, even if they have nothing to do whatsoever with carbon accounting or with insect proteins or with recycling plastic, how do we make sure that they're joining us in this movement? So we're working together on a lot of different commitments and different standards that are not quite like B Corp level, but a bit below. Just something that could be the new normal, and we're hoping to be able to push that starting mid-June.
Okay, so that's a scoop. Thank you for that. And maybe to finish this conversation, we could talk a little bit about unicorns, because you talked about impact, and so far the definition of a unicorn was its financial valuation, right? Like 1 billion.
Yeah.
And today, when we talk about sustainability, we think more about people, planet, profit. So isn't it an opportunity, to reinvent the stem of a unicorn and think about
carbon
the scale
unicorns.
of impact, and maybe 1 billion tons of carbon saved? It's cooler than a valuation of 1 billion euros.
I mean, absolutely. And I like how you're telling me this, because I'm like I'm like sort of like the priestess of cool. So if I say that it's cool, then it's officially cool.
It's green now, you are.
I can confirm it's cool to wipe out 1 billion tons of carbon. No, but beyond that, I think they're definitely the two things. Like you have to, there are companies like the ones that we have here will absolutely go for these kind of objectives. And I think on the other hand, you also have a lot of companies that maybe have nothing to do whatsoever with these issues, but as they move in their journeys of growth, have to be conscious of the impact they have on the planet.
Okay, thank you so much for this, and I'm very pleased to see that we have future champions emerging in this green or impact sector, and I wish you to become the next unicorn. So thank you so much, and now we'll move into the next part, which is a conversation with Kate Brandt, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer from Google. So because we couldn't have her with us, and because of time differences, we've been recording this conversation we had yesterday yesterday evening. So without further ado, let me introduce you, Kate Brandt from Google. Hello, Kate. How are you?
Hello, I'm well. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So it's great to meet you over the internet. It's a pity we cannot meet presential, but I guess it might happen next year.
Next year, let's plan on it.
Okay, great. So if you don't mind, I will start by a quick introduction. Just present you to the audience. So you've been serving as the very first Chief Sustainability Officer in the US administration, and I believe you joined Google in 2015 and then become the Chief Sustainability Officer worldwide in 2018. And at the very beginning of the year, you've been announcing big things. I believe what you called the third decade of action. And you announced very ambitious target to become carbon-free. So not carbon neutral, carbon-free. Will probably explain the difference to us. But also beyond your own sustainability targets to also become an enabler, of what you call everyone, which is companies and individuals, consumers, to also get tools and data to manage their own sustainability transformation. So can you tell us about this ambitious plan and maybe where the drive comes from at Google?
Yes. So, at Google, sustainability has truly been a core value since our founding. And you're absolutely right. We really think of our work today as our third decade of climate action. Going all the way back to 2007, we became the first major company to be carbon neutral. And then in 2017, we became the first major company to match all of our electricity consumption with renewable energy. And so as we look to this third decade of action, you're exactly right. We have upped the ante yet again, and we have set what we truly think of as a moonshot goal for ourselves. At Google, we love moonshots, and we're working on other moonshots that we see as equally ambitious, things like self-driving cars or quantum computing. And our commitment is that by 2030, we want to become the first major company to be carbon-free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so what that would mean for someone who uses Google every day, whether you're sending a Gmail or watching a YouTube video, is that all of the work happening in our data centers is going to be done using carbon-free energy around the world. So this is an ambitious goal. It's challenging. It requires us to look to not only bringing more renewable energy onto the grid, but also other solutions like storage. It's going to require us to look at new contractual opportunities for getting clean energy into the corporate portfolio, and it's also going to require policy change. But also, as you point out, for us, this commitment to sustainability is not only about how we operate, it's also very much about what we're enabling others to do and really building towards a vision of a carbon-free world by 2030. And so a few examples of other areas where we're putting a lot of our attention are around cities. Cities make up about 70% of emissions globally. We want to, by 2030, enable 500 cities to reduce a gigaton of carbon annually. To put that into perspective, that's about the emissions that the nation of Japan is responsible for in any given year. So that's a major commitment. And also, we want to look to our core products. We have the great privilege of having over 1 billion people that use products like Gmail and Search every day. And so we want to, by 2022, enable 1 billion people to make more sustainable choices through our Google products. So that's just a little bit of a preview of what we're up to, and I know we'll dive deeper.
Okay, thank you. Maybe allow me to bounce on this question of the products, because you just made some important product releases. I believe everybody saw probably those impressive images of Google Earth timeline, where you see the Earth in movement and the impact of human activity over time. Also, I believe you will release soon some major features within Google Maps to basically allow everybody to have a faster, smarter traveling and commuting, to allow to decarbonize, traveling. So, can you tell us a bit about those project releases? What is the strategy behind? Do you have some numbers about the impact? And maybe you can tell about the overall roadmap you have in the years to come.
Yes, so Google Earth Time Lapse was something that we released last month for Earth Day in April. And this is a really amazing tool that's freely available for anyone. It includes data from 24 million satellite photos over the last 37 years. And so it shows how has the Earth's surface changed during that period of time. And so if you visit the tool, you can see, you can see very unfortunate changes that have taken place. You can see lakes drying up, you can see glaciers receding, but you can also see bright spots as well. You can see places where reforestation has taken place in the Amazon. You can see where solar has become very prominent in certain parts of Asia, for example. So it's a really powerful tool that tells a very visual story. And the reason that this was so important to us is that, as folks may know, within the environmental movement, imagery has played such a critical role over time. Images like Earthrise, the first time we really saw the Earth rising from the space shuttle, or other images like the Cuyahoga River on fire that in many ways was thought to have inspired the creation of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So equally, it's so important to us that we're bringing this very visual data set to scientists, to policymakers, and to individuals to really understand both the impact that we've had and also what's possible in terms of positive change. And then, of course, as you also mentioned, we are rolling out lots of features within our core products that people use every day. And a couple of great examples are Google Travel. We know that sustainable travel is top of mind for people. So today in select European countries, we're offering carbon emissions data when you use Google Travel so that you can actually sort flights by the least carbon intensive route. Also, we recently announced that in Google Maps, starting in the US, we'll be offering what we call eco-routing, which means that if you input a route and it has a similar ETA, we will just default to the least carbon intensive way to get you there. And that's on top of some other really great features that we've already launched recently, like information about dockless bike and scooters, knowing, so you can show up at a rack and say, all right, I know that there's going to be a bike there to help me get from point A to point B, in addition to all the great information we already have around public transit. So those are just a couple of examples, and there's a lot more coming later this year. So definitely watch this space.
Okay, thank you for that. A few days ago, it was your major annual event called Google I/O, and I believe your CEO Sundar Pichai, announced a lot of new technologies coming, and you mentioned about quantum computing, and if I remember correctly, you mentioned that's an opportunity for mankind to have a better understanding of the natural world. Can you comment a little bit about those emerging technologies and how you do see them fit with some of the sustainability challenges? And maybe we can dive deeper into quantum computing.
Yeah, so I think that there are huge opportunities to bring new technology solutions to bear in solving some of these massive global challenges that we're facing, such as climate change. Quantum computing is, of course, at an early stage. We definitely do see some exciting applications. I think something that Sundar mentioned last week was around battery technology, for example. There's also interesting applications being explored around sustainable materials. So I think we are at the beginning of the journey on quantum, but I'm very excited about the potential. Another area of technology where we have already seen really powerful applications is AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning. And one of the most powerful examples to date is work that we have done in our data center fleet. So for folks that don't know, data centers, essentially, these are very large campuses that include lots of computers, and they need to be kept cold, which is why they need to use energy. And we have been focused for years on how do we be as energy efficient as possible. That's always our first strategy. And we have been applying machine learning to exactly that challenge. And so we created what we think of as an AI-powered efficiency recommendation system. So we took all different data inputs, power, temperature, pump speeds from our cooling systems. And through this work, we got an additional 30% reduction in the energy used to cool our data centers. So of course, this is a really important breakthrough for us. It's allowing us to be more energy efficient and operate more sustainably. But now we want to bring the same solution to everyone. So my colleagues at Google Cloud and DeepMind are doing just that. They are developing an industrial adaptive controls platform that will bring the same AI solution to HVAC systems, to heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems for major building operators. And this is a huge climate opportunity because the built environment represents a major element of our carbon footprint. And so our aim is to work with some of the largest building software operators in the world that they collectively make up about 60% of the operations of large commercial buildings. And if we can enable them to be more energy efficient, this is going to be a huge win for climate. And just a couple other examples I'd mention where we've seen AI be really powerful. Another is around predicting renewable energy. You know, one of the challenges of renewable energy is, of course, the wind doesn't always blow, but we've been actually able to use AI to do better prediction of wind. And that is creating greater value in the market for wind. And so some of our early results have shown that AI can boost the value of wind energy by up to 20%. And then we're also looking at solutions like solar power. How can we better identify where solar would be best suited for rooftops and where solar already exists using AI? So lots of examples I could share, but we're really bullish on this opportunity.
Okay. I'd like to bounce back on what you just said about energy efficiency, maybe versus the gains you would have in applying technology for sustainability. So it's a little bit the debate of green IT, so the sustainability of technology itself, which is a major focus right now in the French media, for instance, versus maybe focusing a bit more on some of the great impact you just mentioned about technology for sustainability. So this is the kind of polarization of the debate. Do you think we focus a bit too much on green IT?
So, you know, I think my perspective on this topic is, unfortunately, there's some bad information out there. You know, I've seen some studies that have been debunked in the media recently that are showing, you know, the digital footprint of being 30 to 60x what it actually is today. So I think it's really important just to level set on, you know, what's really happening here. So what we do know is that electricity used by data centers and ICT has essentially remained flat over the last decade, even as, of course, our worldwide use of technology, of web traffic has soared. So data centers today do about 6.5 times more work with the same amount of electricity as compared to a decade ago. So what that means is the data centers still account for just about 1% of global electricity use, and that's been the same since 2010. So I think it's just important to level set on that. But of course, that's not the end of the story. At Google and as a whole industry, energy efficiency has been a huge focus. That's why we've seen that flattening. And as I've mentioned, we also have to deal with the demand side. So today at Google, you know, our operations are carbon neutral. They have been since 2007. And then we have set our bold moonshot commitment by 2030, which is that by then we want all of our products that are running in our data centers to be carbon free. So we need to do both. We need to drive hard on energy efficiency, and then we need to ultimately get the grid to zero.
Okay. And so you gave some numbers about the efficiency of tech, and then lots of examples about when we apply it, we can have huge efficiency gains on building, on transportation. But what is your personal opinion on what of the effort will be driven by technology evolution and what should be driven by behavioral change? Maybe, you know, changing the way we commute or maybe the way we eat. What is the balance?
Yeah, so this is a topic I know we both share a strong interest in. And, you know, of course, as you know, study after study has really shown that people want to make more sustainable choices. So I think we're past the point where we need to convince people to be more sustainable. We just need to make it easier. And we see technology playing a really important role in making the sustainable solution better and just reducing the friction overall. And that's something that we have been very much focused on here at Google. You know, I already gave some examples around eco-friendly routes in our Maps products, or just making it easier for people to figure out how to get from point A to point B using a bike and then taking public transit. And there's other really important examples too. We have our Nest learning thermostat, for example, and another great example of the power of AI in driving efficiency, but this time in our homes. Nest is enabling people to be more energy efficient and giving them recommendations for what they can do to reduce energy use in their homes. So I think these are just a few examples, but there is so much opportunity to help people have better insights into what can they do and how do we make a sustainable choice the better choice.
Okay. You mentioned about some of the breakthrough development in AI for energy efficiency of your data centers, and I believe you've been open sourcing some of that, so it can become kind of a common good, right, to enable this systemic change. And when you talk about sustainable transformation, people talk a lot about systemic change, which means the need to coordinate stakeholders across a value chain of an industry, for instance. And this requires data. So how much is Google thinking about this openness of data or maybe algorithm to drive that systemic change?
Yes, I think data is going to play a critical role. And I mentioned a little bit at the beginning around the focus that we've placed on cities taking climate action through data. And the reason for this is not only that half of the world's population live in cities, cities represent about 70% of global emissions, but also, they are often under-resourced to be able to really take climate action, to understand the carbon footprint of a city, and to build a plan. And so that's where we have wanted to bring unique Google data to the table. And so we've built a tool in partnership with a wonderful organization called the Global Covenant of Mayors that we call the Environmental Insights Explorer. And so this is a tool that takes unique Google data sets on topics like the carbon footprint of buildings across the city, also the footprint of transportation emissions, as well as the solar potential of rooftops, and in some cases also air quality information and even information about how best to plant trees in cities to create more tree cover. And so we have brought all of this unique Google data into the Environmental Insights Explorer tool, and now it's being used by cities around the world to set bold climate action targets. So one example is right down the road from where I am today in California, the city of San Jose used this tool to assess, if they could really set a bold solar target for the city. And they used the tool and they said, yes, we can do this. We want to set a 1 gigawatt solar target for the city of San Jose. And so they were able to do that with confidence thanks to this Google data that we're bringing to the table. So that's one example I would share. Other areas where we've been able to bring data in very powerful ways is a tool called Global Fishing Watch. So here we partnered with two organizations, Oceana and Sky Truth, to create real-time information about global fishing around the world. And so through the power of cloud computing and machine learning and geomapping, this is a tool that's now openly sourced, freely available, and is being used by policymakers around the world to create marine protected areas so that there's the ability to both preserve our oceans, but also still enable fishing where it should be taking place. So just a couple examples.
So I mentioned at the beginning of our conversation that you serve as the very first Chief Sustainability Officer at federal level of the US administration. And you have, of course, seen the recent announcement of Mr. Biden's team with very ambitious target to become carbon neutral by 2050. And in that plan, it's mentioned that actually probably 50% of what needs to be achieved is linked to technologies yet to be discovered. So you're yourself a technologist, and how confident are you that we will find those technologies? Because it looks more like a Mars shot than a moon shot.
So, reaching net zero emissions by mid-century will absolutely require a complete transportation of the way that we use energy and, creating the zero carbon economy that we've been talking about. So this is definitely nothing short of a moonshot, maybe a Mars shot, as you say. And I would definitely point to some important recent research that I've been consulting from the International Energy Agency. They recently released a comprehensive report that tries to chart this path towards 2050. And what we learned through this research is that this decade is the critical decade. Many have called it the decisive decade of action that puts us on the path to achieving net zero. So by 2030, we must achieve deep cuts in global emissions, and this requires deploying clean energy technologies like wind and solar that are already commercialized. But also clean energy growth has to happen at 4 times the pace of historical installations. So we need to continue to deploy that mature technology, but we need to do it much faster. And the measures must be paired with rapid electrification of buildings and of vehicles. You know, we've been talking about built environment emissions, transportation emissions. These are critical areas of decarbonization as well. And then when we look beyond 2030, you know, what we hear from the EIA is that most reductions need to occur through technologies that are currently in the demonstration or prototype phase. So some of these are going to be big opportunities, I think, in battery storage or in green hydrogen, direct air capture. So of course, we need to continue to invest in these technologies. We need to continue to invest in R&D. And also, really, for this to be successful, it can't take place in a vacuum, right? We need citizens, businesses, civil society to all actively engage in driving towards this net zero by 2050 goal. And as we've been discussing at Google, we are deeply committed to this, and we see our billion user products as a huge opportunity to enable everyone to get involved.
Okay, thank you so much, Kate. I think we're just exactly sharp on time to finish this talk, and it was wonderful to have this conversation with you. And again, hope we can meet presential next year. So thank you so much, and see you soon.
My pleasure. So nice to be with you.
So this is the end of our Technology for Change track. I hope you enjoyed it and that you get valuable insights for yourself and maybe for your own transformation, because it's very clear that in this new decade of action, we need to act and change. And I'm personally convinced that this topic of the double transformation, digital on the one hand and sustainability, is the hardest topic and the biggest opportunity to achieve the society transformation targets. So you can expect that we will deepen that topic in the next session, and hopefully next year we'll be able to welcome you all in the real world. So thank you for your attention, and see you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a wonderful event so far. I'm very pleased. My name is Manuela Cunha Brito. I'm the co-founder of ClimateScape, and I'm extremely excited to introduce you this next session. It's all about hydrogen, a very trendy topic at the moment. For those who are in Paris, you might even have seen that even the Eiffel Tower has been powered recently this week by low-carbon hydrogen, which is in itself quite symbolic. On the one hand, about how exciting the topic is. On the other, maybe about the hype or some misconceptions about its use or its real potential for the climate crisis. Today, we emit about 51 gigatons of CO2 equivalent every year. And we might significantly reduce these emissions if we want to achieve the 1.5, ideally, or at least 2 degrees Celsius target of the Paris Agreement. How can hydrogen help us get there? That's what we'll discuss today with some amazing speakers. And I'll start by introducing you to no one less than Bertrand Piccard, who is the founder and chairman of the Solar Impulse Foundation. He also made history traveling around the globe with a balloon, and more recently, with a plane without fuel. That's very exciting, and I invite him to join us for this session.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Piccard. How are you doing?
Excellent. Better than the world. The world should be behaving a bit better, but at least we are in change now, in a panel, in a conference with action, with a lot of goodwill. So this is reassuring.
Absolutely, that's super exciting. And even more so because we're just being joined by no one less than Mr. Frans Timmermans, who is the Executive Vice President of the European Commission and also responsible for the Green Deal. He might be joining us in a couple seconds, but in the meantime, Mr. Piccard, I would love to hear from you because everyone is talking about hydrogen all the time. It seems to be very important for the climate, but can you explain us actually why, in which context and circumstances is it relevant for the climate fight?
We have to understand that hydrogen is not an energy in itself because it doesn't exist alone in the atmosphere. It's always linked to something else. So it's a vector of energy. It means that if you have clean electricity, green, produced with solar, wind, or any renewable sources, you can use this electricity to hydrolyze water. That means to cut water into hydrogen and oxygen. And then you can use this hydrogen to reassociate it later with oxygen and produce water and electricity in a fuel cell. So basically, it replaces the fuel, but in a way that you first have to make it, to produce it. So you see that it's not the way to solve all the energy issue, but it's the way to use energy in a clean way.
Wonderful. Executive Vice President, an honor to have you with us as well. Good morning, how are you doing?
I'm all right. Sorry I'm late, but we had a problem with the connection.
No problem at all. I think in COVID times we all understand the situation of connectivity, but we're very happy to have you with us. And we were just discussing with Mr. Piccard how hydrogen can actually be an important leverage for the climate fight. What do you think?
Well, I could say that without hydrogen, I'm not sure. I'm sure we can't make the promise right of being the first carbon neutral, climate neutral continent by 2050. For climate neutrality, we absolutely need hydrogen if we are to produce the amounts of energy that our society will need.
Absolutely. And Mr. Timmermans, can you also tell us a bit more about how hydrogen, actually, the hydrogen strategy fits within the broader plan to reach carbon neutrality for the European Union?
Well, first of all, we will have to make sure that we stop using fossil fuels. For that, we need to electrify large parts of our economy and society, and some parts can not be electrified, where you need the energy intensity you need. Other restraints mean that you can't use electricity directly, so you need to use another energy source. Hydrogen is that source for difficult to abate sectors. On top of that, hydrogen is also the best way to store energy, because much of the renewable energy we will be generating in the future offshore wind energy, solar energy will be generated not in the place where you need it. So you need to transport it. And to transport it, you also need to store it. And hydrogen is a good way of storing that energy, as Mr. Picard has just explained how you make clean green hydrogen, and it is an ideal sort of storage place for your energy, and then you can take it wherever you need it. And the additional bonus is that in Europe we already have quite an extensive network, a very refined network for natural gas. That network can be adapted also to carry hydrogen and perhaps even ammonia and other gases that are carbon neutral. And that cost of adapting that network is only 25% of the cost of installing a completely new network for renewable energy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Picard, you've watched the development of the sector with the Solar Impulse Foundation. And actually, you mapped thousands of solutions, and you helped assess them. So you definitely understand a lot about the sector. Where do you think today this field is heading? And what are some of the projects or initiatives that you are most excited about?
I think what is important to reinforce what Frans Timmermans has said is that Europe with hydrogen has a strategic position. It means that hydrogen has the power not only to fuel a car, but also to bring together all the actors. It can allow Europe to be more energetically independent. It can allow the oil industry to participate, because usually the oil industry is excluded from the transition. But oil companies can produce hydrogen and sell it. So you see that we have a complete constellation that will federate the actors. And of course, as you rightly said, there are a lot of technologies that are now mature to come to everyone. In Paris, you have the HYPE taxis that already drive you with hydrogen. You have in Switzerland a private project that has put together the supermarkets, the fuel stations, Hyundai, a truck manufacturer in Korea, and a production of hydrogen with hydroelectricity. And it works. And what is incredible is that it works with no subsidies. It's a private, profitable situation. So can you imagine all the power for the economy, for the finance, of all these projects that can be multiplied absolutely everywhere?
That sounds super exciting. Would you have one or two more examples of those amazing things going around? I'd love to hear those. But something that I also want to learn more, because you mentioned a couple of players that are involved within this transition, right? And I wonder who would be potentially the winners and the losers within this transition for the green or low carbon hydrogen economy. Can we think of, for instance, the fossil fuel companies or the gas suppliers and others? How do you see that space?
You know, currently, it's mainly companies like Air Liquide who is producing hydrogen. But the hydrogen needs to be far more clean than what we do today. So it will involve, of course, all the producers of renewable energy, clean energy. But it can involve also companies like Engie, who is going into hydrogen. It will involve Total and the oil companies. So you see, there was a lot of companies excluded before from the energy transition that will find an interest to come into hydrogen. And I would say this is the miracle that hydrogen can do, is that it makes winners and no losers. And on the political level, it's exactly the same. On the political level, it gives opportunity for the industry. It gives opportunities for country, like Mr. Timmermans said, to store energy into hydrogen. You can fuel cars, you can fuel the industry. You know, for a steel industry, you need a lot of heat. And hydrogen is a way to produce far more heat than coal. So you have a lot of advantage, but you need, of course, to allow this industry to happen. It needs to grow. Now it's a small industry with some individual examples, and the power of the Green Deal of the European Commission is to push this industry everywhere in Europe. And that will give us an advantage because Europe has lost the war of the batteries, which Asia has won. But here in Europe, we can win the war of hydrogen.
Thank you, Mr. Piccard. I would love to hear Mr. Timmermans as well about this topic. Like, who do you think would be winners and losers about that around the hydrogen economy?
Well, if you lose, it's a self-inflicted wound. If you lose, it's because you don't adapt, you don't invest, you don't see the times changing, and you don't adapt to that. But if you adapt, if you invest in the right way, even those who are now considered as those who will lose, the big oil companies, they could be winners in this because their assets now are based on pumping oil and gas out of the ground. But their added value is very often in logistics, in infrastructure, in distribution. Well, with hydrogen, they can play that role to the full. So it also is a new role for them. And I would argue that, nobody needs to lose here. The only ones who are going to lose are the ones who are going to sit still and hope that the world doesn't change. Then you lose. But for the rest, I think there's opportunities for everyone here. And Europe leads in this, yes, but Europe also leads in offshore wind, for instance. Europe is back also on solar and the incredible innovations happening in solar and in offshore wind. And the price of renewables is going down so quickly that the extra cost of producing hydrogen, because hydrogen doesn't exist naturally, you have to produce it, that cost is going down as well. So it's becoming more and more attractive. But we need to create the right conditions. We need to build the electrolyzers. We will. Our plans at the European Commission is to build 40 gigawatts of green hydrogen electrolyzer capability by 2030. We can double that, megawatts, obviously. We can double that if we do the same with our neighborhood in the East and North Africa. And that was seen as overly ambitious a year ago. Now, in the commercial sector, they're already going beyond those volumes. So things are happening very, very quickly. And just as Mr. Piccard was saying earlier, just imagine that you can produce steel, green steel, because you make it with hydrogen. That's a revolution in industry.
Wonderful. It seems indeed super exciting, and there is definitely an ambitious vision for forward, right, for a more like a greener economy. Something I wonder, let's say, Mr. Piccard, should you have 100 billion euros to spend to catalyze this hydrogen economy, how would you spend it?
I would not spend it, I would invest it.
Well said.
And it's very, very different because when you spend money to protect the environment, maybe you have a result on the environment, but you have lost the money. The money doesn't exist anymore. But now what we see with the new technologies is that you can invest this money that will create jobs, that will make profit, and at the end, you get more money back and the environment goes better. And where would I invest it? I would invest it in all the companies that are producing hydrogen with electrolyzers. I would invest in solar energy and wind energy because it's the cheapest energy available today to produce this hydrogen. I would invest it in hydrogen distribution stations because this is a little bit the missing link. A lot of people would like to have a hydrogen car. And you have already companies who have hydrogen cars like Hyundai, like Toyota and several others. But if you have no fuel stations, you cannot refill them. So basically investing in these distribution stations will speed up the use of hydrogen. And then there's another comment I would like to do, because it's not enough to invest in something to make it grow. You also have to reduce the barriers, the obstacles, politically speaking and economically speaking, that prevent this development. And one of these obstacles is the fact that fossil fuels, the dirty fuels, are subsidized in the world 10 times more than the renewable energy. This introduces a complete distortion of competitivity. If the fossil energies were including in their cost the price of the externalities, it would already be much more expensive than hydrogen. So we see why we need the political vision, like Mr. Timmermans has, this political vision for Europe that will help the investments to be more successful.
That's wonderful, Mr. Picard. Thank you for that. And then following on with Mr. Timmermans, because we know that the European Union do have significant resources that it can invest, indeed, in the hydrogen economy. Can you tell us a bit more about your plans to deploy this capital to accelerate the solutions?
Well, you know that member states are increasingly also enthusiastic and committing funds to this. But following up on what Mr. Picard said, the most important thing is that we create the conditions so that the private sector, that companies can invest in this. And that's what we're doing with the green taxonomy, which is to say which investments are green. You stimulate the financial sector to do the right investments. We're showing where we want to end up in changing energy taxation, because it's even worse than what Mr. Picard was saying. Also, if you look at the taxation systems, we're taxing electricity more than we're taxing fossil fuels. You know, there's so many things we still need to change, and of course we can. The research programs we have, the investments programs, now with the recovery plans, they can all go into this direction. But the real difference will be made when the private industry, when the economy at large understands that you know, hydrogen is one of the most important energy carriers of the future. Then investment flows will start in earnest, and that's what we're trying to stimulate. For that, we also need a transition. We need to accept levels of what we call blue hydrogen, which is decarbonated hydrogen, to be part of that, so that we create enough volumes for this to pick up. But you know, with all the investments we make from the public sector, the most important thing is that we create the right conditions so that the private sector can start investing. Then we're talking really about substantial amounts, and we're talking about a true energy transition.
Wonderful. I think we'll get deeper into this topic indeed of green, blue, and different colors of hydrogen in the next panel session. But it's very interesting to highlight that already. And something that comes up to my mind is also the role of the European Union within the larger global ecosystem for the hydrogen economy. Because we know, and Monsieur Picard was just saying a couple minutes ago about the way that Europe handled, for instance, the solar transition and how it might have helped with the subsidies to make it grow faster, but then for taking the benefits, for instance, of developing battery technologies and keeping that within the borders as well of the region, maybe the path for now for hydrogen could be different or similar to what was before with other renewable technologies and sustainable innovations. So what is the role that Europe can now play within this transition?
Well, if I follow the same reasoning as Mr. Picard's been doing, by the way, he is one of the most creative minds in this. We all profit from his bubbling creativity, which is really helping us understand the nature of the transition and also be more optimistic about the opportunities to have this transition. Well, the asset Europe has is really we're in advance of many other parts of the world in hydrogen, but others are catching up. If you look what's happening in the Gulf region, in Saudi Arabia, they're quickly catching up, and other parts of the world will do the same. But that's one asset we have. The second asset we have, as I said before, our energy network based on natural gas is simply a good preparation for an energy network fit for hydrogen in the future. So it means that we have to have much less investment in this network than people who have to really create a fully new network. That's also one of the reasons why Saudi Arabia is so massively investing in hydrogen development and in solar power, because they have the network to transport the energy carrier. Having this network is of importance. But the extra asset we have as Europeans is that this network is really, really very, very fine, very smooth, going into homes in many countries, etc. So that also gives you an asset, for instance, to decarbonize the heating of housing, etc. Then, of course, the fact that we have such an advance in offshore wind energy generation, everything connected to that makes it interesting to be leading in hydrogen as well. And then, of course, we have the capital investments that will be needed to create grids for renewable energy that also favor hydrogen in the future. So Europe has a lot of things going for itself, and also because we are the most innovative continent in terms of cleaning up dirty industries. Industries we call dirty now, like steel and cement, can actually become green and clean if we combine it with energy generated through hydrogen.
Wonderful. Exciting news for Europe then. Mr. Picard, I would love to hear your reactions as well to that question. And also, if I may, how can innovators from across the globe, but in particular here in Europe as well, engage with the Solar Impulse Foundation, and also Mr. Timmermans, if you can comment on that, with the European Union later on?
Yes, you know what is disturbing in the energy transition is the fact that the pioneers are going to move ahead very fast, and the ones who hate to move are going to be left behind. And this is why so many people are resisting against this transition, because they are lazy. They just don't want to move. And I give you the example with hydrogen. Hydrogen allows a decentralization of production of energy, when today it is a centralized production of energy, which means that the people who are clever, the people who move ahead, are people who will go from are going to go from the centralized production of energy to the production of hydrolyzers that they will sell, they will maintain, they will distribute to help the people away from the center to produce their hydrogen. So it's a new way to do, but they're going to be profitable if they do it. They are going to be very successful because it's a very promising industry. But of course, they have to move out of their comfort zone. And this is why some people resist, and why the explorers, the pioneers, they love to move ahead, because they can innovate. And what we do with the Solar Impulse Foundation, because you were kind enough to ask me, the Solar Impulse Foundation has identified more than 1,150 innovators, pioneers, genius companies who are now producing the solutions that the world needs to protect the environment and at the same time to create jobs and to make profits. So it's a reconciliation of the economy and the ecology. And this is what I wanted to prove. And now that all these solutions have been proven, labeled, identified, they are ready to be used. And my role is to help all the governments, to help the European Commission, to help the corporations to have access to what they need. Basically, you can put all the 1,150 solutions on top of the needs of Europe, and you just retain the one that match with the needs of the Green Deal. So Mr. Timmermans has all the solutions he needs for Europe. Another country will get all the solutions for it, because another country will have other needs. So we are out of the moment, finally out of the moment in time where we speak only of problems. We can speak of solutions, profitable solutions, and this is, I believe, what can give hope.
Wonderful. Mr. Timmermans.
What is important is to understand, as Mr. Picard does, that there's not one solution to our problem. Hydrogen is not the silver bullet that will solve all our problems. We need the collective creativity of everyone who thinks in terms of solutions. We need to use every technology we have at our disposal and still need to develop to reach climate neutrality by 2050. Hydrogen is an important part of that, and also a part we cannot do without. But we also need to invest in better generation of renewable energy through wind and solar and other technologies. We need also to increase nature-based solutions so that our natural environment is better equipped to absorb CO2. We also need to make sure that we apply other technologies in transport, in developing of new industries, in creating a circular economy. This is a very complex transition. It is probably the most complex transition humanity has ever gone through, because we need to do it on a planetary scale in a very short period of time under incredible pressure. But it can be done. And it's the creativity of people like Mr. Picard that will help us get there.
That was wonderful.
There is a master word. There's a master word to keep in mind for everyone listening to us. It's the word efficiency. Up to now, our world has been polluting the planet because we are wasting 75% of the energy that is produced, half of the food, half of the natural resources, even 95% of the waste are wasted because we don't understand that they can be used in circular economy as a resource. So each technology that allows us to be more efficient is a technology that will help us to move in the future, to be more profitable, to be cleaner, and to be successful.
Mr. Timmermans, Mr. Picard, thank you so much for this panel. And with that, we'll close and go to the next session. Many thanks.
Thank you to you, and bye-bye, Mr. Timmermans. See you soon.
Have a wonderful
Bye-bye.
afternoon. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's continue the session on hydrogen. We just had the amazing presence of Mr. Timmermans and Mr. Picard. And now I want to introduce you three amazing speakers that will join us for the continuity of the session. We'll have Christelle Rouillet, who is the CEO of Hynamics, hydrogen subsidiary of EDF. We have Luc Bodino, who is hydrogen program manager at ADEME. And we have Mathieu Guesnet, who is the founder and director of LIFE.
Hello, Manuela.
Hello.
Hello, Manuela.
Good afternoon,
Good
to three of you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to start with Christelle and Mathieu. If you both, we just had a session which kind of covered the overview of, the policy and globally speaking, how we should think about hydrogen. And I wanted to become now a little bit more concrete or tangible in terms of the technologies that are being developed. And I would like you both, since you are working with from the business perspective, to tell us what exactly is your current work with hydrogen and what is actually it's being used for.
Thank you, Manuela. Maybe I will start. Thank you to give me this opportunity to speak about hydrogen. Yes, Manuela, according to a McKinsey report published by Hydrogen Council, hydrogen could account for 20% of the world final demand, energy demand by 2050. But today, 95% of hydrogen is produced from fossil fuels via steam methane reformer, which is very emittive, CO2 emittive, because with 1 kilogram of hydrogen produced is 10 kilogram of CO2 emit. And to meet this expected demand, Hynamix, which is a 100% EDF subsidiary, opts for water electrolysis to produce its hydrogen, a technology that does not emit CO2 as long, for instance, as the electricity use itself comes from low carbon production methods. Electrolysis is a mature and proven technology. How does it work? In the electrolyzers, 2 electrodes separated by a membrane are immersed in water, and when the electric current flows through the water, the hydrogen, the H2O molecules break down, and bubbles of oxygen are formed on the one electrode and bubbles of hydrogen on the other. And this process does not emit CO2. That's why also EDF invests in McPhy, which is a European leader in electrolyzers manufacturing. And to achieve our energy transition of carbon neutrality goals, we address with this technology 2 of the most polluting sectors. The first one is hard to abate industries are, for instance, refinery, chemical industry, steel industry, but also, moreover, hydrogen combined with capture CO2 from emitting sites as, for instance, cement plants, can be used to make synthetic fuel that can meet the needs of heavy mobility, such as long-haul shipping. We are developing several projects. Coming back to your second part of question, Manuela, we are developing several projects of this kind, notably in Germany, in Heide, where we will build and operate 30 megawatt electrolyzers powered by wind farms in the North Sea, and in France also, in Isère, where a similar 300 megawatt project is being developed.
Wonderful.
And maybe the second sector we address is mobility, because hydrogen is particularly suitable for heavy transport, a long-distance journey, and intensive use. And that's why we are also developing different ecosystems in France, in the different region. For instance, we have many projects in Auxerre, Belfort, Nice, Montpellier, and so on. So it's quite exciting to develop that kind of projects.
Thank you so much for explaining both how hydrogen technology and electrolyzing actually work, as well as what it's useful for. So we can think of industry hard-to-abate sectors, transportation. Mathieu, can you also complement what you are working on with the low-carbon hydrogen today, and what is it being used for?
Thank you, Manuela. I think your introduction to this session before our session was a brilliant why and what are we doing? Why are we doing hydrogen? It's because the catastrophes that were before us are just tremendous. And we need we need to abate what you stated in your introduction. There is 51 gigatons of greenhouse gases that are emitted on a yearly basis. So that's what we need to tackle right now. And hydrogen is a big leverage for that. We need hydrogen for the industry. We need hydrogen for the mobility, like Crystal explained brilliantly to everybody here. We need also to base this hydrogen production on the most sustainable and the cheapest electricity. And both Mr. Pika and Mr. Timmermans explained that the cheapest energy is solar and wind. And how many times did he state the offshore wind, Mr. Timmermans? I cannot count. So we need to use this huge potential of offshore wind to produce hydrogen. And that's what we are doing. We are going to produce onshore hydrogen for industry, for mobility, like Christelle said, but we are also going to produce that offshore, like we are producing oil right now, and this is the cheapest electricity. And one thing that maybe we were quick on is the byproduct of hydrogen production. The byproduct of hydrogen production is not CO2, it's oxygen. And if we use that oxygen to put back oxygen in the ocean, then we have a positive impact. So that's really things like putting back oxygen and have a positive impact on the ocean that will be game changers. And Mr. Picard said we need to shift from our comfort zone to something that is having an impact and is making things more efficient. We don't have a comfort zone. We are a startup, and our aim is to have such a huge impact that we are going to be really agile and the first green unicorn. A unicorn is some company that is valued $1 billion. Our company wants to be the first green unicorn, a company that has the potential to reduce by 1 billion tons of CO2 the emission over the 51 that you stated in your introduction.
Thank you. I would like to hear from Luc now, because we've heard a couple of examples where hydrogen can actually be an interesting solution. But we also know, and it's been mentioned before, that it's not one fits all solution, right, for energy transition. So I'm wondering, are there examples of cases or situations for which hydrogen is not the most adapted path forward?
Yeah, thank you, Manuela. You're right. It's a crucial point. In fact, H2 is or will be relevant in certain cases, but keep in mind that H2 solutions are in competition, in fact, with other technologies, alternative technologies. First, I would distinguish applications for those market conditions could appear in the future, but without guarantee. For example, individual fuel cell vehicles market could emerge in Europe beyond 2030, but could not. It will clearly depend on battery performances improvement, in fact. So we don't know now if this mass market will emerge, in fact, or not. And secondly, at ADEME, we put forward guarded opinion on some applications. For example, on direct hydrogen injection in the natural gas network for two reasons. First, there are a lot of technical issues to solve. In fact, we have tested towards a demonstrator, and it really that you have to check that locally, if you want to inject hydrogen in the natural gas network, the pipe, you have to check if the pipe can receive hydrogen mix without leak in the pipe. And not only in the pipe, but for the equipment like compressors or the gas meters and all gas applications connected to the local pipe. So it's clearly complicated. Secondly, the potential of this solution is clearly limited. We think about 20% blending is a maximum in volume. It means 7% in energy. So the ratio, the cost-benefit ratio appears quite negative for this solution. And we think at ADEME that synthetic methane is a better way to decarbonize the gas network, for instance.
Thank you very much. I think it's good to have a balanced view and then understand that for certain situations, indeed, hydrogen can have tremendous potentials, but maybe for others, it's not the most adapted way to go. Maybe, Christelle, if you can complement, for the ones that are great use cases for hydrogen today, where are we in terms of implementation? If you can just briefly touch on that topic. And also if you have some ideas on where we are as well in terms of the price parity, as you say, when you consider low carbon hydrogen compared to grey hydrogen, for instance.
Yeah, you're right, Manuela. Hydrogen obtained by electrolyzers is currently 2 to 4 times more expensive than hydrogen obtained by methane reforming. However, many reports, and we are also convinced about that, shows that the production and distribution cost of decarbonized hydrogen, low carbon and renewable hydrogen, as well as the manufacturing cost of equipment and component will fall by about 50% between now to 2030. That will make clean hydrogen competitive with other low carbon alternative and even with fossil energy sources. And as Mathieu said, one of a key point is also electricity sourcing coming from renewable energy. So according to this kind of study, this drop in cost will be linked also to the massification of projects, uses and therefore production as at an industrial scale. And this analysis will only become a reality also if we can count on a strong political ambition and financial support from institutional players or public entities. And that's also why the French government presented its national strategy for the development of low carbon and renewable hydrogen in France, with funding for up to 72 billion by 2030 to this national economy recovery plan. So it's very important to have also to say that to develop this market, which is an emerging market, to have this kind of public support to develop. And it's very important to create an hydrogen industry of excellence without a CO2 emission. And all actors, as we are, notably around stable, to energy companies, transport and mobility industrial, hydrogen consuming industries and so on, must join forces and work to build a vast and dynamic ecosystem. And that's the way that the French National Hydrogen Council also is doing. So it's very important to connect our forces in order to get this market, this emerging market, more competitive than it is today.
Wonderful, Christelle. I also believe a lot in collaboration. I'd love to hear from Mathieu. Maybe do you want to complement a bit that question, and how do you see today the price parity and the implementation at large scale of hydrogen solutions?
Yes, well, we have also large-scale projects like the one we have announced in Denmark, where we are going to put more than 1 megawatt of electrolyzers, and we have customers for this hydrogen. So it means that with limited subsidies, because it's 1/10 of the project, the subsidies, we have achieved already to be in the money where the renewables are cheap. We have customers, and we are doing that right now. The project is starting right now. It will be installed beginning of next year for the first phases, and it will be completed within 2 years. So within 2 years, we have big projects that are in the money already. And we based our sustainable hydrogen, ecological hydrogen, our hydrogen that we produce at Life on renewable energy. And this is going to be cheaper and cheaper. And like Mr. Picard said and Mr. Timmermans, globally, fossil fuel are currently more subsidized and with less taxes than electricity and renewables. So it means that we are competing with something that will be more and more taxed, that will be rarer and rarer, and that will be against something that will be cheaper and cheaper, and we are going to shift from subsidies to fossil fuel to renewables. We need electricity for our transition. We need direct electricity. We need indirect electricity through hydrogen, and this is going to be cheaper and cheaper against something that is going more and more expensive and rarer and rarer.
Yes. Look, I've been thinking as well about this differentiation between the different colors of hydrogen, right? Like it's almost a rainbow. We've talked about gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, purple, turquoise. And I wonder, because it kind of leads some people to reflect as well, and some stakeholders think differently about the role of certain technologies like carbon capture or nuclear. Do you think that it's relevant and that we should be focusing on specifically green hydrogen or one or the other, or should we speak more broadly about low carbon hydrogen?
It's a complex question, but clearly we think that we need two kinds of instruments to help the development of hydrogen in the energy transition context. First, we need a global common European regulation that set the maximum carbon content for hydrogen production or importation in Europe. And it's very important, importation too. And that, on that base, each member state can decide to support this way to produce or this way to import. But we have to have a common regulation on carbon content. And we could accept carbon capture, renewable, nuclear mix, different solution. And secondly, we need transparent market tools. It's very important to inform the consumers of what they purchase and what they consume, in fact. And I think guarantee of origin mechanism and products certification are typically fit or adapted tools for that. But transparency is very important for consumers in order to make citizens very well confident with hydrogen.
Fantastic. So transparency would be the word of the panel. We had efficiency before, and now we're talking about transparency, which is indeed very important when we're thinking about the energy mix. Something that I would like maybe to close with is that if we can change one policy today, what would you like to change? Just to close the panel.
One idea. The cost gap between fossil hydrogen and low carbon hydrogen is one of the major challenges to face. And to reduce this gap, you can support or give subsidies to low carbon hydrogen production. But you can also, in the same time, tax more the fossil hydrogen. And you know that now, today in Europe, the use of fossil resources to produce hydrogen is exempted from energy tax. So I would suggest to European Commission and Parliament to modify the actual directive number 2003/96 and its article number 2 in order to extend the possibility for member states to tax natural gas consumption to produce hydrogen. It will be a win-win solution because you help the competitiveness of low-carbon hydrogen, and in the same time, you generate income useful for public energy transition policies at a European level.
Wonderful. Look, if we were lucky, maybe even Mr. Timmermans and his team had also heard from the part of the European Commission your new suggestion here. So thank you so much. And also thank you, Christelle and Mathieu, for joining us and explaining also about the amazing work that you're both doing in terms of the energy transition towards a better economy. Thank you so much, all of you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. So I have the pleasure to now host, physically here with us from the studio, Johannes Trouvi, who is the director in the economy advisory practice of Deloitte France. He's also responsible for the economic analysis and holds a PhD in energy modeling. Welcome.
Hello, Manuela. Pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. It's wonderful to have you with us. Johannes, I know that Deloitte publishes very often a lot of studies, right? But you contributed to one in particular that was launched recently about hydrogen, called Hydrogen for EU. What this one has that is special? What's special about that?
Indeed. So we just published our Hydrogen for Europe study, and I think there are many aspects that are actually special or exceptional about it. Maybe the first one I'd like to point out is the importance of the topic it addresses, because that study charts pathways to net zero emissions by 2050 in the European Union. So what a topic of bigger importance can you have? And then I think it's about the strong alliance that is behind this. So it's us from Deloitte working together with two excellent research centers, IFP Énergie Nouvelle from France and SINTEF from Norway, and being backed by 17 leading energy companies from around the world. And then I think it's also about the robustness of the methods that we used. So for this study, we've harnessed the strength of 3 complementary models, put those together, made them work together. These models are state-of-the-art and peer-reviewed. And then I think another aspect that is quite important is the sheer amount of effort that's flown into this. So we've had about, I'd say, 20 people working on this for 14 months. With a lot of primary data research having happened and consultation with, I think, over 50 stakeholders from industry, from policy making, but also from the civil society and from academia. And maybe as a last point, it's really the depth of the results that make this special. Looking at all sectors, all energy consuming sectors in all European countries. And what I hope is that the guidance this will provide to policymaking and industry will also be special.
That's wonderful and very exciting. We had the chance just before this panel to actually hear from both policymakers and people who are involved in really thinking broadly with an overview perspective of the hydrogen economy and opportunities. Then we've heard from the industry as well and how things are advancing on that sector in terms of price parity, in terms of subventions that are available for them. I know that in this study that you published, you also created a roadmap that kind of brings a convergence between those two viewpoints. Can you tell us a bit more about the roadmap that you explored?
Yeah, I think, first of all, we really need to acknowledge that getting to climate neutrality by 2050 is a formidable challenge. If we look at the CO2 emissions in the European Union, like over the last 30 years, since 1990, the CO2 emissions have decreased by around a quarter. That's already quite good, but they need to go to net zero in the next 30 years. So that's really a big challenge. And here, and many of the other speakers have already mentioned it, hydrogen can contribute together with other technologies, be it energy efficiency, be it electrification, renewable energies, of course, can contribute with these together to the decarbonization. And this is something that is really at the heart of our study. And in our study, we look at 2 different pathways that both look at achieving net zero emissions. They also include the -55 goal for 2030, a reduction of in CO2 emissions of 55%. And one of those pathways assesses how a wide range of technologies can contribute to keeping the costs of the energy transition low. And another one looks at what the implications would be of a deliberate push for renewable technologies. Now, what we find is, in terms of the roadmap, that by 2030, hydrogen demand in the EU could already exceed 30 million tons. If you recall, Mr. Timmermans, I think he mentioned 10 million tons, so 3 times higher than the expectations of the Commission. And then if we go out to 2050, hydrogen demand could already exceed 100 million tons. Now, if we look at the hydrogen users, one thing that our study clearly confirms is that the hard-to-abate sectors, be that the transport sector or the industry sector, is really at the forefront of the hydrogen consumption. And then another aspect that I think is important to highlight is that to produce this hydrogen, obviously you need a lot of renewable electricity. So what we calculate is that you need between 1,000 and 1,700 gigawatts of PV capacity and a similar amount of wind capacity by 2050, and somewhere between 700 and 1,500 gigawatts of electrolyzers. Now, just to put this a little bit in perspective, I think today in the European Union we've got 120 gigawatts of PV installed and 170 gigawatts of wind. So this highlights...
We need a lot more.
We need a lot more. But I think what is also important is that what we're seeing is it's not just about renewable hydrogen. That's very important, but we also see hydrogen from natural gas, so-called blue hydrogen or low-carbon hydrogen, contributing between 1/3 and 50% to the hydrogen supply. And that really depends on the pathway. But obviously, Manuela, it's not just going to fall from the sky. It requires investments. And here we calculate investment needs of between 3.1 trillion and 5.5 trillion.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's a lot. And it's not just about the money, it's also about the time. Because 2050 in energy sector terms might, is very close, but it might look very far away today. But, the energy sector installations have lifetimes of 25 years easily. And from the moment a project appears for the first time on a PowerPoint slide till it produces first hydrogen, that can easily take 10 years. So I think one of the starkest messages of our roadmap is also there is no time to waste.
Fantastic. I think most of the speakers actually brought, key words for the sessions. We had efficiency, we had transparency, and definitely time should be the one here. When we're thinking about energy transition and the role that hydrogen play, some points or highlights that we've heard as well before were some cases for which hydrogen has actually, tremendous potential, and maybe some others for which it might be less relevant. So you just mentioned a bit about hard-to-abate sectors, and Christelle, indeed, just a couple of minutes ago, told us about the use in hydrogen for the industry. We know that hydrogen can actually be used as well in other areas, right? So transportation, even agriculture. Can you tell us a bit more about those different sectors that you studied, and what are the key numbers that you saw, and why hydrogen is relevant there?
So I think the results of our study suggest that about half, or maybe even a little bit more than half, of the hydrogen is actually used in the transport sector. And here the main users are heavy-duty transport, trucks and buses. I think we've got almost 15 million trucks and buses running on hydrogen fuel cells by 2050. But then it's not so much about light-duty vehicles and passenger vehicles, because those can do relatively well with batteries, electric vehicles. We're seeing them everywhere, and we're seeing the charging stations popping up everywhere. So hydrogen is from our perspective, really well placed for the trucks, for the buses, for the big things. But then certainly also for aviation. And there, what we find is that it's especially synthetic fuels. So these are fuels similar to what we use today, but they're artificially put together from hydrogen and CO2 to produce synthetic fuels. And those are very well placed for the aviation sector. And then in shipping, you can also think about ammonia or methanol.
Okay, super interesting. And I think Luke mentioned that as well in the previous panel about sectors for which hydrogen might not be that adapted. So we didn't get into much of details. We have a short session here, but can you give one or two examples as well that maybe are not that relevant? I would assume, for instance, heating. It's not, something for which hydrogen would be the best use case.
Which one? Say it again.
Heating.
Heating. Possibly. I mean, I think whether hydrogen is well placed or not always depends on how many competitors it has. And what we've done is we've done an economic analysis, and what we found is that, for example, for heating in buildings, there are many viable alternatives. As such, we're seeing a little less sort of penetration of hydrogen. But then you can also think about hybrid solutions, for example, where you have a heat pump that sort of does the bulk of your heating in your apartment, and then when you've got that, like very cold winter evening, you might just switch something on that burns, and that can very well burn on hydrogen, for example.
Okay, so indeed for other areas, there might be just more efficient or cheaper solutions for current needs. But for some others, there's still extreme relevance for hydrogen. And there's also a consideration about the way that we're actually producing this hydrogen. You mentioned in the study something about the diversity of technological approaches. And that's something that was also evoked in the previous panel. Can you just elaborate a bit more on that?
Yeah, I think Mr. Timmermans said there is no silver bullet solution, and I would fully agree with this. And I think this is really also another one of the key outcomes of our study is that technology diversity helps both to keep the costs of the transition in check, but also to mitigate the risks of failure. And perhaps an analogy here is sort of the development of a vaccine in the COVID crisis, where like governments also didn't, in the beginning, pick one pharmaceutical company and said, you're going to develop this, you're going to be successful, but instead pursued several promising leads, supported those financially, and then some worked out really well, others not so well. And I think that also works from the technology perspective in terms of where will we get, how do we get to climate neutrality in 2050? And then it's always better to sort of rely on a wider range of technologies. And that's fully confirmed by our study.
Okay, very interesting. Something that I also wonder is that, the study was so complete, right? As you were saying before, you spoke with so many different stakeholders and there was a lot of data involved. Was there any surprise for you when you were, doing this research? Any number, any technology, any solution that came out as something that you haven't expected before to be true?
I think there are two things. The first one really is that there is no business as usual pathway to net zero. I think this is really something we need to acknowledge. It seems quite obvious. If you look at the challenge, you would find it obvious that there is no business as usual trajectory. But you'd be surprised how many people, like reactions I get from people when I present the study who still believe that their sector is going to be the only one that will continue as it is, whereas all the others will adapt. And I think here we just need to be clear is that the energy system, if we have that climate neutrality goal, needs to change deeply and fundamentally. And the second one, I think, is really about the importance of carbon capture and storage technology. I think, it would be bold to believe that we can keep the lifestyle we have today without emitting any CO2. And there will always be CO2 emitted somehow unless we change completely the way we live. And that CO2 needs somehow to be offset. And that means there is a need for negative emissions, and really here carbon capture and storage technology is pretty much the only viable solution to do so. And I think, like the policymakers have either implicitly or explicitly acknowledged this, because they didn't call this a zero emissions goal in 2050. There is the net, and this net implicitly means we will need to do some negative. And that's really where CCS becomes indispensable.
That's extremely interesting, and I think it also converges with what has been said before about the importance of seeing, including when we're thinking about hydrogen, right? It's one solution among the many that we'll need to really make the transition to be able to achieve the Paris goal when we're talking about climate, to make sure that we are developing timely the solutions that we need, right? And removing carbon from the atmosphere, it's actually another of those solutions that might be part of the bucket of the many tools that we'll need at hand to really make a curb in the current emissions. So it's a very, very interesting approach. Is there something else about this study that, made you curious or that you think that people should know about in terms of like the different sectors for hydrogen, the use cases, the potential time frame, because we just mentioned about the timeline for a hydrogen solution to appear. So anything else that you'd like to share with the audience today?
Yeah, I think one thing that has also already come up, I think Mr. Timmermans mentioned it, the EU is unlikely to develop the hydrogen economy in isolation. And And as such, the EU hydrogen strategy, but also some national strategies like the German hydrogen strategy, have foreseen a place for imports from outside Europe. And now we're also seeing, like a lot of projects, companies announcing projects outside Europe to import hydrogen by ship or by pipeline. And I think here, what I find important is we've done a very detailed economic analysis in this study of, like possibilities to import hydrogen from North Africa, from the Middle East, from Russia, elsewhere. And the import cost, the landed cost of hydrogen in Europe, depends on many parameters. There's the economics for sure, but it's not just about the economics. It's also, like imports can help you to ramp up more quickly, to get hydrogen into your system. It's also a geopolitical question, because the energy transition in Europe might reshuffle the cards, the geopolitical cards, and therefore striking new alliances with old partners is clearly a legitimate foreign affairs question. And finally, climate change is a global problem, and developing countries also need to decarbonize. So having trade relationships with them, providing the technology might also help them to decarbonize their energy systems.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Johannes. I couldn't agree more. I think we definitely need to think about the role of imports, most broadly the role of hydrogen, most broadly even the whole energy transition. We must think about climate justice, and climate is indeed a global problem. We must find a way to tackle it as soon as we can, and innovation is just one way to move forward with the action. So thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you very much for watching us from there. Have a wonderful afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Johannes. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Change Now. This session is breaking barriers and connecting the dots. I'm your host for this session. My name's Lavelle De Vincenzi, and we're going to be looking at the invisible barriers that we really need to overcome in order to be able to create a much more connected society. I'll be putting a spotlight on change makers and organizations who are working with building a more inclusive world. So to kick off this discussion, it wouldn't be right to do this without the strategic advisor to the board of Cartier Philanthropic, Pascal Delair-Frenaghy. Hello and welcome. Hello, Pascal. Firstly, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Lavelle.
Do you know what? It's wonderful to have people actually here live in the studio with us. I know we're in this digital world, but it's nice to have people here. So tell me a little bit first about Cartier Philanthropy. I can't say that word today. You know what I mean.
I'll say it for you. Cartier Philanthropy. Yes. So it all started in 2012 when Cartier decided to start its own philanthropic foundation. And the vision we had at the time was really to help allow everyone to realize their own potential. And as Amartya Sen actually said about poverty, when you want to deal with poverty issues, it's not about wealth only. It's about really allowing people to have the capacity to and the opportunities to reach their potential. So from that vision that we had, we really translated it into the mission that we have at the foundation, which is to improve the lives of the most vulnerable women, children, and men who live in some of the poorest countries around the world. So to actually do that and break some of the barriers, visible and invisible, that you were talking about, we're really focusing on 4 important issues. And the first one being providing access to some essential services that we tend to take for granted: education, primary health, nutrition, water and sanitation. We also want to foster gender equity, which is incredibly important. And to do that, we really empower women so that they can gain access to skills, to resources, to knowledge, so that they can not only make a living, but also regain dignity and self-confidence. Third area that we focus on is about sustainable livelihoods. We're trying to work with some of the poorest people who live in rural areas and give them what they need, the services that they need, so that they can make a better living while using their resources, their natural resources, more responsibly. And then the last area that is also very critical is about responding to humanitarian emergencies. And when we do that, we feel that we do it because we feel we can save lives or mitigate the impact of major crises around the world. And to link that up with those barriers that you're talking about, we very much look at how we can help human capital and promote human capital. Again, skills, knowledge, education, all this very critical areas, self-confidence, agency. But we also need to look at the physical capital in terms of productive assets that people may need, access to land or livestock, for example. Another critical capital that we look at is the social capital. How do you break isolation when people are very much marginalized? Or in the same vein, we look at also the financial capital that people need to have access to. And I think you'll be talking later with other guests about access to credit and savings mechanisms that are absolutely essential.
I mean, it's an incredible initiative with a really broad-reaching remit in terms of what you're looking to achieve and the support that you're looking to give to people. So how do you select the initiatives and the charities to fund? I mean, there are so many awesome opportunities out there. How do you pick?
Well, that's the hard part of our work, and it's so important that we do it right. What I think we've understood very early on is that our work is more about how we fund than how much we give. So once you look at that, and we've decided we needed to focus on social impact. So what we're really trying to do is look at ways we can bring positive change in the lives of people we're trying to serve. So for us, in order to do that, we're going to look at organizations that can demonstrate that their solutions work and are cost effective. And to do that, they need to be very much driven by impact and be able to measure it, which is a critical part. Also, what we expect from the grantees and the organizations that we might consider is whether you have the ambition to replicate and take that solution to scales that it can benefit the largest number of people. So if all that goes really well, we fund long-term. Some of our partners we've been funding since the first year of our operations, and we still support them today because they're doing a magnificent work.
I love what you said there is it's less about how much you fund and more about the impact that you have with that funding. And it kind of brings me really nicely onto my next question, which is I know that you have a very specific sort of data-driven approach that you take, and you're very outcome-orientated in your approach. Can you tell us a little bit different about a few reasons about why you've taken this approach, and is it the role of the funders or the role of the charities to be... It kind of feels a little bit the other way around, like, you know, the funder is saying, we want to see the data. So why have you taken that approach?
Yeah, that's a very interesting point you're making. Different ways to respond to that. The first one is to say that data will allow you to learn and to understand whether what you're funding is having the desired outcome. Without data, how will you know? People will tell you, but it's how can you base yourself on what people are saying if they want to say something just to please you and not based on
So you want the facts.
So we want the facts, exactly, and I think it's important. And it is, of course, the responsibility of the nonprofit, of the NGO that is doing the work. At the same time, I feel we funders, because we have the money, we have a lot of power too. So we need to be more responsible and more accountable in the way we fund. And if you look at the world today, there's so much urgency to solve very complex poverty issues, and there's no time to waste. I mean, the World Bank just announced a few months ago that the pandemic would throw an additional 115 million people into poverty. So we can't just sit there and fund stuff that is not actually having a strong impact. So if you take for example, imagine that you wanted to improve kids' learning. Mm-hmm. There's different ways you can look at what's preventing kids from learning, different type of barriers. It can be access to education because the school is too distant, because the family situation requires the kids to work, or because of traditions that will impose that girls will get married too early. But you may want to address other areas more typically focused on learning. Is there a teacher in the school? Is the teacher trained? Is the classroom overcrowded? There's all these aspects that you may want to look into. So whatever you decide to do, what I think is really critical as a funder to understand so that you can really work in partnership with the organization that you fund is that you need to have a very clear assessment of whether what you want to do is actually responding to the needs that you have identified. And once you do that, you really need to embed those data collection all along your program for the design phase, all along, so that you can monitor what's going on and understand what's happening. Any business would do that without even thinking about it. But in philanthropy, you just fund with your heart, and you need to also use your brain.
We need to fund with our heads, not just our hearts. Not just, it's a good cause, let me send money that way. You made a really interesting point there as you spoke about funding education, for example, and often the number we'll look at is perhaps the number of schools that have been built, would be like a really interesting stat, or perhaps how many people have gone to those schools. But it sounds like you guys are scratching the surface, you're going deeper than that. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you look at that end-to-end approach such that you can measure the impact, which is different from we've opened 20 schools, but like you say, if the schools don't have teachers, if children aren't going to the schools, if there's not insufficient access, the 20 schools doesn't necessarily have the impact. It has the potential, but not necessarily the impact. So how are you measuring that?
Well, I think there's a very basic principles that we need to look into, and a lot of funders do that. So I'm not giving lessons to anybody here, but I think you want to really understand whether what you're doing is relevant. That's what I was mentioning about making sure that what you're doing is actually responding to the needs that you've identified. I mean, if you train the teachers, but the problem is the distance from school, I mean,
be solving the right problem.
You won't be exactly. So the relevance is extremely important. Then the effectiveness of your intervention, whether things are actually happening, whether the activity that you've decided to implement are actually taking place. So you need to know all that. You want to look at the efficiency of your intervention, the cost effectiveness. If you train 5 teachers for 2 years for $200,000, I'm not sure this is something that will actually provide the result that you would want to have. So also that is to be taken into consideration. Another aspect, of course, is then you can, looking at all these different areas, you need to measure the impact of your intervention. And that will be critical by identifying the right indicators. And then you would want to talk about kids learning, whether they actually stay in school. That's the first step. And then you can measure the retention rate year over year of those kids that you've helped go to school. But you also need to really look at whether they're scoring better at their tests at school, in math, in English, in Hindi, whatever it is that they're learning. You want to measure the progress that it's being made. Otherwise, you're not going to be actually providing any improvement. And then another really critical aspect, which is very difficult, I think, to actually make sure it happens, is the sustainability aspect of the work that we want to support and fund. Because we work in countries that can be very fragile from a political, economic, social perspective. And the fact is that it's not because you've been funding something for 3 years that it's going to stay forever like this with the good results. So it's really critical there that whatever intervention you want to support, that it's actually, that communities actually take ownership of what you're trying to do, because they see the value of what you're doing, not because you're telling them that it's good for them. That never works. And if you're looking at changing behavior so that people do something differently for better results, that takes time. This is why when I say we fund for many years, is because we understand that you can't I'll do this for 3 years and then I'll move to something else another 3 years. And then what? What happens? So we always try to go back, try to see what we did 2 years ago. are things still happening? And that we can only do because we work in very close partnership with the organizations that we fund. They actually do the hard work.
Yeah.
But we want to be as understanding and supportive as we should be to help them succeed.
Pascal, I mean, there was so much in what you just shared there. I mean, I'm just unpacking it a little bit for myself in so much as what you're saying is it's not just important to fund. What's important is to fund for longevity and to fund in such a way that the communities take ownership of it so that they can move those things forward. But there's lots of considerations you also touched on, which then has me thinking, this is starting to sound a little bit complicated and a bit complex. So how do organisers work in partnership with the investments that they're making, be it in NGOs or charities or some sort of initiative? How do they work in partnership with those initiatives such that you can have that nice balance of ownership? Because they're implementing it, you want to see the results of it. How have you navigated that so that you can be able to know that you're making impact and not be too overbearing, you know?
That's a fine line to walk sometimes, and we always wonder whether we're stressing them too much or whether we're being as supportive as we say we want to be. That's a good question. I think first of all, what's really important is that we're very aligned with what we're trying to do together. Have the same common objective and really want to see this positive change. And then it's to listen very much to what they need from us. Besides the money is one thing, and I mean we don't have unlimited resources, so it's also important. But really listen to the needs, and as best as we can try to adjust and understand that maybe they need to set up a new monitoring and evaluation system to actually monitor what's going on, collect the data that they need. And for us, it's maybe to provide that type of unrestricted funding and tell them, we make this donation, we give you this grant over a number of years, you deal with it. Now you report back to us, you call us when there is a problem. We want to understand because we know that what you're doing is not perfect science. It's something that you will need to iterate on and maybe improve as you go along. So it's to accompany them through all this. And when COVID hit last year, and we called our partners and said, so what are your needs right now? Do you need to pay salaries and send everybody home because you need to stop all activity because of the situation? In that case, know that the money we've given you, you can use it as best you need. And if you want to put it aside to resume your activities later, it's your call. So it's kind of, when I talk about partnership, is really that level of it's a collaboration. And I know that, yes, it sounds a little cheesy because, people look at us funders and say, well, you have the money, so of course, you have the power. And I don't think it has to be this way. And in the sense that I'm happy to be convinced that our decisions were not the right ones, or a funder would say, if that's the kind of way you want us to work, we don't want your money. And I would respect that very, very much because they maybe need a lot more freedom than I'm able to give them. I'm reporting to a board as well. But it's to find the same kind of understanding of how together we can get to where we want to go.
So it's in the spirit of true partnership where the two of you, you've both got to learn a little bit, it's a little bit of give and take. It sounds like you've learned a lot on this journey for the number of years you've been, funding, and you've been on both sides of the fence as well in terms of being the other side, receiving the funding now giving it out. What can you share with other organizations? What kind of lessons could you share?
I was just saying that I don't give lessons to anybody, but anyway.
Insights from you've had the experience, so what have you learned along the way?
Well, what I think, I'll come back to a few maybe points I touched upon. I think data is about learning. It's not about, being a judge of anything. It's learning together what's working, not working, how do we correct course if we need to. And it's about using the evidence that we can then get to inform our decision. As I said, we need to be rational sometimes and see how we can best support positive change by funding an organization versus another. I think also it's very much about trust and the type of collaboration that I'm talking about is that, I was a grantee before I became a funder, so I know very well the position we're in when the funder calls you and wants, reports or
tell me what's happening here.
Exactly, the fact that we can say, well, listen, there was a coup in Mali. Operations have stopped for a while until we can resume. We need to make sure that all the staff is safe. And I'm just like, of course. But if you don't tell me anything, and a year later I find out that you haven't reached your targets because you had to stop operations, but you didn't tell me, then I'm just like, well, why don't you call me when this happens? Because that I can understand and be fully supportive. So it's that type of collaboration that I really want to maintain with our grantees and others.
Yeah, it's like having an air of transparency from both sides. So we get, and I love what you said there, that the data is for learning, because I think sometimes we could take the data and use it almost as a stick to say, look, it's not right, this isn't absolutely correct, but it's more just an informational point that we're using to get some of that information back. And just to wrap up, can you maybe give us one or two of your big success stories?
That's very unfair.
Well, examples of some of the incredible work
I'll mention, because we're talking about education, and there's this fantastic organizations working in India called Educate Girls. They've decided to go in when they started to go in the state of India, which has the biggest gender gap between boys and girls, is that we're going to send those girls to school. But then the traditions will prevent girls from attending school. So not only have they sent hundreds of thousands of girls into schools, but these girls have stayed in schools and they're learning. So that's a major success. And we continue to fund them, and they're going through a lot right now in India. But this is one of the major success. But there's many others in many different areas. So.
It would be over the number of years that you've been doing this. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us today. Pascal, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to the next session. So we've got a panel discussion now. We're going to dive even deeper. I've got two incredible individuals who are joining us. We've got the Vice President and Managerial and Talent Development from Orange Group, Valerie. And she'll be joining us with the co-founder of Mixity, which is the first digital platform to assess diversity, equity, and inclusion within organizations, Sandrine Carpenter. Welcome to the stage. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. We're talking about diversity. We've got 3 ladies in a panel. Yes! Hashtag kind of winning-ish.
Yes, starting to.
We're going to give it a good whirl. I'm going to kick off with I'm going to start right at the top with almost an obvious question. Why do we even need to measure diversity? Like, why do we need to bother? Sandrine, do you want to kick us off?
Yes, thank you. It's important to measure diversity and inclusion. It's very new to measure the diversity and inclusion, but it's really important because the first step to have a real policy in diversity and inclusion is to see where we are, what we have already achieved, and where we want to go. So if you do not see what you do, if you do not have any data, figures, indicators, you can't manage your strategy, your impact on your diversity culture in the company.
And what are your thoughts on it? I mean, you're measuring it at Orange, so why do you think it's important? You must think it's important to actually take a step to do the measurements.
I think first I would say that Orange has been committed to diversity since many, many years, at least 15 years, and on all the subjects and the various subjects. So we are very committed with policy, with deployment. And when you want to improve on that, you have to measure it. And you have to measure it in the various geographies and year by year to see your improvement, to tackle different issues and problems. Because we are really convinced that, diversity is really key for performance, and that you cannot have any economic performance without any social and diversity performance. So we work on three main subjects, or our top subjects, are gender balance, equality in all the opportunities, and of course, digital inclusion. And on all of that, we've got measurement.
So I like what you said, that you've linked measurement and performance with diversity, that the two things, we can't have the best performance if we don't address diversity. So Sandrine, you've already touched on it, that we're new in this field of even measuring diversity beyond being able to say top level, like, different genders, different nationalities. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing to do that with Mixity. How are you measuring?
Yes, thank you. It's a big challenge to define a global assessment, a neutral assessment, an expert assessment with everyone around the table sharing the key methodology to do it. So we decided to see in the companies where they are, what kind of action they do to be engaged and to have effective impact on diversity inclusion. So our assessment is based on 5 main items: gender equality, disability, ethnicities, LGBT plus issues, and ages in the company. And for each part of diversity, we measure data. We collect data in the HR with the HR teams to see, for example, how many people in the company have disabilities, visible or invisible disabilities. And we do not look only on at the figures. We check all the action, the processes. For example, inclusive recruitment. What are the processes to find people from underrepresented backgrounds or profiles? So with all this set of data, we generate a global footprint, a very visual footprint, to see in one view where the company is and define where she can go with concrete action, recommendation, and issues to address the strategy.
So it's incredibly comprehensive, like that you've left no stone unturned in terms of, the various different dimensions of diversity, because we hear about diversity, equity, inclusion. There were a number of different dimensions to it, and you're touching on at least 5 of those. And it's beyond simply looking at what's the data saying, but also what are the processes that sit behind that. So I understand Orange is part of the first pilot.
Working with.
Why did you make that choice? You threw yourself right in there at the deep end, didn't you?
Yeah, actually that's true. I think we sort of got attracted, by Mixity and the product. I think the approach is very interesting, the multi-dimensional, you mentioned it, Lovelda, and also the mapping. It's a very clear mapping. When you go into the detail, they have very detailed questions, so that you really go into the detail in each of our subsidiaries of the various dimensions, and it gives you the possibility to define benchmark, either within the company or with other companies, and it gives you also the possibility to get all the action you need to improve on. So it's very, I think, pragmatic and oriented to actions. So it has a lot of data, but then you get into action.
But what are some of the challenges that you'd have? I'm just thinking, Orange is a large company, okay?
True.
We're not talking about a startup here. We're talking about a large, multinational organization.
That's true.
Can I just add on to the complexity? Multiple countries, multiple cultures, multiple different regulations, and etc. What were some of the challenges with getting all of the information and the data?
Yeah, we have actually, we are present in more than 26 countries, 142,000 people, and 140 nationalities. I think it's important in what the subject we discuss, actually. I think, there are a few dimensions which are important on that. First, you need to set the tone at the top. you know, the tone at the top, to be able to define politics, policies, and then you have to deploy all of that in the various subsidiaries in the company. You have to do a lot of awareness sessions. We are very keen to do that, and we develop that, especially on online training. I'll give you an example. For example, you have an online training that gives you a visa, you know, if you have, you know, the necessary knowledge, I would say, on gender balance, for example, or any bias or whatever. So people can improve themselves, and then we make all our employees aware of the diversity. And of course, I mean, year by year, we measure it to see how we improve.
So it's really about getting that buy-in. And how does Mixity work with large organizations to help with the rollout? Because it's not easy to get into multiple different areas. You might excite one department, or one country's 100% on board, and then you've got to kind of tease the others in. How have you managed to navigate that?
With an important large group like Orange, which make part of our pioneer companies, with a big challenge for us, because so huge company and making so many action in terms of diversity and inclusion. So what we decided is to work with the teams where we could see the company who wanted to make part of this adventure, who wanted to work, to learn, and with a real view on the opportunity it can give. So we worked with the first entities to share what we could do with Mixity, and then work with other entities step by step and develop our index in an international level. And adjust the index depending on the laws and on the culture of the countries, because it's not the same when you talk about diversity and inclusion if you are in Asia, if you are in the US, if you are in South Europe.
Completely different dimensions.
So it's very different, but we need to be sure that teams involved in the project want to share, want to work, and want to see and make part of this adventure of measuring and progressing.
So rather than going for the whole of the all 142,000 employees at once, instead what you did was sort of start with a few really excited groups, get them on board, get some results, tweak it, and then move on to the next in the next group who's really excited. I'm really interested, Valerie, to hear what are some, I mean, it's a commercial venture. Orange is ultimately a commercial organization, and we can see diversity and inclusion and the measurement of it as this nice to have, you know, this is a nice to have kind of side gig. So I'm really curious, what have been some of the unexpected, perhaps positive impacts that you've seen as a result of going through this process?
I think we have different kind of benefits, you see, and I don't think it's a nice to have. It's definitely a commitment that we want to have a nice diversity.
Well, I can understand for you it's a commitment, but for some organizations they might not see it as such.
So I think the first good aspect about it is that at least you see where you're good at, you know, and there is a sort of proudness, let's say it like that, to see that, you know, we knew we were good at gender balance, for example, or LGBT subjects, or also disability, and we confirmed that on the French pilot. And it also confirmed what we really have to improve, and there are, you know, one aspect of it is all the multi-generational, because we, in some of our countries, you know, we are an incumbent company. So we've got, you know, various generation, and we need also to renew the generation, and we need to work on that. And, you know, to address, for example, where you can see the link with the action, to address the multi-generational problem, we work a lot now about the knowledge transfer, you know, how the experienced people, sometime before to go to retirement, can transfer their knowledge to the young generation. And we are very keen on that. It's very good for the young generation. And, you know, it's very also rewarding for the people who are going to leave the company. So there is another subject which is more difficult to tackle. It's all the subject about ethnicity, because, you know, the comprehension and the way to understand that in each country vary, the laws are different, and then you can start to define a set of action on these subjects. That's what we are currently doing. But at least, you know, with the mixity, we have the evidence. You get the evidence, or sometime you felt it was like that, you had the impression, and then you get the evidence. So that's good.
It's having the data where you think,
Exactly.
oh, I think we're really good at this, but now I can prove it. Now I can prove this is something we're really good at. But there may be also other things where you think, oh, we thought we weren't so. Well, I suppose sometimes there are some surprises. There are some areas that perhaps you're performing a little bit better than you know your instinct was telling you. Have you discovered, Sandrine, any unexpected sort of benefits of what's coming out of the results?
Yes, we didn't think that it could go so far to answer candidates and employees' needs, because people today want to have access to data. They want they want the company to prove what they do, and with Mixity you have tangible, concrete data, and candidates can see. Can make sure that they will be well advised in companies, telling us that it's really important for them to see the data. And with Mixity, you are not obliged to publish your results. You can use Mixity as a dashboard, an internal dashboard to monitor your diversity and inclusion impact, but you can choose to share your data. If you are not perfect, it's not a problem. Companies can use Mixity to show that they are engaged in this strategy to be better and to work on it and share actionable plans to be better.
So it's going beyond saying we've got a diversity and inclusion agenda to proving it and being in the motion of it. Yeah. But it does lead me to think sometimes you measure things and those measurements can be used to have diversity, inclusion, equity is a sensitive topic sometimes. Yeah. So what do you say to organizations who are concerned about measuring diversity and inclusion, perhaps having unintended negative consequences? Valerie, how did you approach this at Orange to avoid those?
I think, you know, I would have a very pragmatic approach on that. And I would say, you know, just have a try, or let's do it, you know, because I think sometimes you're worried or you're afraid of a lot of various things. And, you know, you haven't tried, you haven't measured, you haven't launched program or action or whatever. And that's when you start doing things, that's when you start confronting two realities, that's really, you see the benefit. And in fact, having data, you can be afraid of having data, but having data can reassure you, all in all, you know, that, you know, you have done some stuff and you still have things to do. So you know, to companies, I would say, just don't be afraid, just go for it.
Yeah, you know, because it's a sensitive topic, and there are organizations that might be thinking it's great, but instinctively we already know we're not doing very great at this. We don't need it in black and white to be able to see it per se. Sandrine, how do you support organizations who might have some reservations around the unintended negative consequences of measuring such a sensitive topic?
What I used to say is that Mixity is not a tool to name and shame. It's a tool to name and honor. It's a way to see we have all companies have a footprint, have a diversity and inclusion footprint, a unique diversity and inclusion footprint. And what we want to do is to help to enhance and develop the culture. So there is no bad scores. We do not deliver scores. It's not notations. It's an impact, and we want to work with the companies to develop this impact. And it's only opportunities, and it's a way to discuss about these sensitive topics. Sometimes it's better to address, to speak, and to let people tell what they feel about these topics. It's okay.
I like that kind of reframe, which is it's not about naming and shaming. It's about providing a framework that allows you to identify where the opportunity is to improve. And if you see that as a commitment to move forward rather than oh God, we're about to publish that we're not very good at these sorts of things, you have a really great opportunity to move forward. So one question for each of you just to wrap up. Firstly, Valerie, measuring is a really great starting point. We've got to start with something, but how do you use this data really to create positive impact versus just, we have a number, we have some stats?
I think there are two aspects, let's say, in your question. I would say the use of the data mainly is, first, I think you can give information. You give information internally, you can give information externally. You have to have in mind that now, for new generation, it's really, diversity is really a matter of attractiveness, okay? So that's the first aspect of it, really, give information. The second aspect, being a telecom company, we are really concerned and we really take care about the use of data today and the use of AI in particular. And on that, we work on 3 subjects, and in all the way you handle that data, you design, you develop, and you use. And we need to be sure that there is a form of security, that the whole chain is secured, and so that nobody is concerned about that in the way the data are handled. And for that, we did 2 things mainly within the company. First, we launched a charter for inclusive AI, and more than 50 companies have now signed this charter. It's on how to best use, I would say, all the data from the conception to the use. And we just launched actually a council, an AI council, data AI council, with external person, external very well-known people from various environments to help us on the data journey and make sure that all this, the whole chain, is really ensured and secured.
So making sure that you track that security,
correct.
You share the information with people, and you come up with actual initiatives that come from the data. It's not just, we've got data, let's run with this. Now, Sandrine, we've basically teased a bunch of people about mixity because we've talked so much about it. So for people who are watching and they're now thinking, how do I measure? What do I do? Where do I go? I want more information. This sounds exciting. Orange are doing it. We need to get involved. How does it work? How do people get involved in the initiative?
It's very simple, very fast to assess with Mixity. You just have to go on mixity.co and you can create your account online and do all the process online. Our team is here to help all the companies to have demos, to explain methodology, and to make sure that we can work together to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion in companies.
So they don't need to book a big old call or anything like that. Go to the website, get started. The team are there to support you in moving it forward.
We can do demos and so on, so no problem. We will be very pleased to answer questions.
Bada bing, bada boom. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you very much.
Really incredible insights, Valerie and Sandrine. So we've got to move on to the next segment now. This has been absolutely awesome, and we're only just starting to, I say we're just starting, we're about to dive yet deeper. We've got 3 guests all here in the studio. I'm feeling blessed today, y'all. My next 3 guests, we've got the VP of Account Management at MasterCard, Violet Buret. We've also got the co-founder of Bays Impact, a social entrepreneur using technology to empower people at scale, Paul Dunn. And then last but absolutely not least, the co-founder and CEO of Connexio, a social startup that promotes Social Economic Inclusion for Vulnerable Populations, Jean Gu.
Hi.
Okay, you don't look too excited. I mean, blow me over with your excitement and enthusiasm, why don't you? You're making me work here today. I love that the three of you have got such different initiatives, and I mean, they couldn't be any more different. So I'm going to start with, we're going to go the opposite direction. I'm going to start with you, Paul. Can you tell us a little bit about your initiative and solution?
Sure. So I'm the co-founder of Base Impact. We're a non-profit technology company building tech to address social issues. So we've worked in a variety of fields, ranging from preventing police violence with about 800, a tool that's used by about 800 police agencies in California, to helping people not get COVID. So we notified about 3 million people in France that they may have been at risk of exposure. And we've done a lot of work in terms of economic empowerment and delivering information and coaching to people looking for a job in order to help them find better employment outcomes.
Wow, I mean, it's diverse, so a lot of data to support and algorithms to kind of support people with information.
Exactly, so that's the connecting thread. It's about how do we empower people using information technology so that they can achieve the outcomes that they want.
Fabulous. Jean, tell us a little bit more about what you're up to.
Yeah, no, and it's great to see you in person. So at Connexio, I think one of the big issues we're really tackling is digital inclusion. And right now, if we look at the COVID crisis, since the start, we've had about 7 years in terms of digital acceleration. All these trends where we ask people to go online to do that in our personal and our professional lives, and realizing that there's a huge segment of the population in the world today, in France as well, that are not prepared. In France, we're looking at about 13 million people who are digitally excluded. And so where Connexio comes in is we provide, through our training and through also being able to provide wraparound services to support, professional orientation, really helping to get our students included. So in France, we work in 3 different regions, in the Greater Paris region, in Bordeaux, as well in Lille. And our objective is really to empower our students and get them into the labor market.
Wow, so helping to close that technology gap as the gap is rapidly increasing as we're doing this digitally today as well. Violet, what about you? What about the work that you're doing at MasterCard? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, we have launched a program that aims at, that called Impact, that aims at overcoming the barriers linked with economic insecurity. So we are launching 3 initiatives. The first one aims at preventing over-indebtedness, which is a major burden in France. So we will launch a financial education game with an NGO called Crésus. The second one aims at breaking stereotypes about gender in tech. So we are launching also a mobile app with Trace Academia and Arkea to educate young girls, 15 years old young girls, to understand what is tech and break this stereotype. And last but not least, we are working with Paul on a project that aims at helping people unlock their potential by accessing new career journey, and it's called JobFlix.
Oh, fantastic. Loads of incredible solutions. The thing is, though, you're in a complex space, and often, I'm going to start with Eugene, because often what happens is there are assumptions, rightly or wrongly, about who is actually impacted, right? So if we think technology, just to start with you, if we think technology, we assume, rightly or wrongly, that actually it's older people, the older generation who are struggling, but the young people, you've all got tech, you understand it. So what are some of these unexpected barriers or assumptions that we're seeing in this space? Jean, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, yeah, and I can talk about that, given that I think we're in a space where I think we can't, walk or do certain things without really seeing technology in our lives. And so typically what what others find surprising is that we think of the youngest generation today, I think Gen Z that we're talking about, they're part of the first generation that really grew up with tools. We'll call them digital natives, but oftentimes what is interesting is that when you assess, digital proficiency, it's about also the differences and the nuances in the skills. And so often we have youth who may be really excellent at managing TikTok, Snapchat, all of these digital tools online. But when we ask them to send us their CV, to really talk professionally or write professionally to employers, to have a professional identity online, like a LinkedIn profile, those are where we see gaps. But these are huge gaps today, because I think if you think about our professional identity, a lot of that is transmitted online. And I think in the next few years, the next decades, I think we are going to be working in an increasingly more remote and global economy. And it's important that everyone is able to have access to the same skills.
So there's a lot of assumption about what people's proficiency is, and just because they're proficient in one area of technology does not mean they're proficient in others. Paul, what about you? What are some of the invisible barriers that you see, or some of the assumptions that people are making that are getting in the way?
Right, so a big thing that we see, especially for our projects on economic empowerment, like JobFlex that Violette mentioned, is information barriers. Well, I'm sure you and I, or people listening to us, have all had experiences where just by chance, or because they met a mentor, they met someone who gave them the right advice at the right time, they were able to unlock some career option they didn't have before or did not know about before. And that's something that is both very powerful, but also that not everyone has access to. So when we talk to some people in marginalized or disenfranchised communities, you don't always have access to this type of personalized guidance. And in particular, when it comes to navigating a labor market that's shifting ever so quickly, you need that information. And you could say it's the role of public servants, the ones who do employment coaching. But very often, especially now with COVID, you have so many people who are in need of personalized guidance, and there's not enough people necessarily to provide that guidance from day one, from the time they need it. And so what we do to address that is using technology. It's kind of like the opposite of creating the digital divide. It's like, how do we use technology to bridge the gap? And so using artificial intelligence to make sense of all the data, all the information on the labor market that exists, and delivering it in a very personalized and user-friendly way to people who need it.
Super. Violette, tell me, from MasterCard's perspective, how have you experienced, just in implementing these sorts of solutions, sort of unexpected, like were some of your assumptions tested, were there some barriers you really just had not foreseen before you stepped into this space?
Clearly, we had a lot of barriers. Some were expected and others were not. But I would say that maybe the major barrier we faced that was totally unexpected was the illusion one. That means the idea that in a group we could solve every problem we would address, like it was a service or whatever. And it's totally an illusion. We won't solve anything. We will just contribute solving some things. And sometimes we have misconception, so we decided to work through ethno-studies, to be really close to the user, to understand those invisible barriers, because while we work with Paul or with Cresus or other NGO, they will say it's not a simple one. And you need really to be step-by-step approach and to be really close to the user. So I would say that illusion barrier, that you can have the big idea nobody had before, is a major barrier. Okay, so humility is a real lesson of what we've done this year.
So a lot of humility and kind of understanding it's a big problem, which brings me really beautifully onto my next question. So you guys are solving complex problems. Really complex problems that are multifaceted. There's lots of dimensions to them, and you've touched on a few of them in some of the answers that you've given already. Have you partnered? I mean, MasterCard, I know Violette, I know you've been partnered, but I'm just interested to understand, what are the roles you think of partnerships? Is it down to corporations? Is it down to NGOs? Is it down to charities? Is it the government? How do you partner, and have you seen success in that? So would you like to kick us off first, Violette?
Yeah, partnering is crucial. And all what we managed to do is based on two things. First, collective intelligence, and second, aligned commitments. So in the three programs I mentioned, three initiatives, we have worked with NGOs, like Base Impact, Cresus. We have worked with financial institutions like Arkea. We have worked with the government. The initiative about gender bias was supported by Cedrico and Elisabeth Moreno. But we have, most of all, worked with the user. And I think that around the table, we never have to forget that the user is maybe the most important people that need to be heard. And I think that for me, it's the main learning we had during this session.
As much as powerful as the partnerships are, if you forget who you're doing it for, it's all an absolute...
Exactly, because when you have barriers, sometimes say, oh, why do I do that? And no, it's for the user. And you have to keep always the user in mind, the person who will benefit the work you are doing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a great reminder, because I think, especially when you've got complex problems, you get so caught up in maneuvering around the solution that you can forget why you're doing it in the first place. Jean, what about you? Have you used partnerships? What do you think the role of partnerships are?
Yeah, I think definitely I'm going to agree with Violette on the sense that we situate ourselves at the intersection of maybe multiple ecosystems. And I think what's really interesting to be in this kind of ecosystem is to bring about and build connections between other organizations or ecosystems that naturally might not be together. And so for us, for example, we work heavily with a lot of other NGOs, a lot of other organizations in the social sector to really source our students, and also to say that we cannot by ourselves tackle everything. And so if a student has a housing issue, a healthcare issue, we know who to send them to make sure that that's not the reason they're not able to continue their training. So that for us is really important. Second, we obviously also work a lot with the government in sense of also helping us to source, but helping us to co-fund or support our programs. And finally, for example, given how digital inclusion became also a key priority for the French government, they launched an initiative called Conseil Numérique, which is the idea that they're going to deploy in the French territory different people on the ground to really help solve the question of digital inclusion, to really help work with those who are digitally excluded. And so we're also depending on the regions we are in, working with them on the ground to help do diagnostics, to help push forward our trainings, to help even work with the other kind of network of these individuals to really push forward this question of digital inclusion. And then finally, I would say it's important to have partners from the private sector as well, given that they have assets that are not maybe within the other ecosystems. And for us, it's really important because we see our students, in terms of the talent that are integrated into these companies as a stepping stone to really getting into this ecosystem. So our supporters, the companies that we work with, from coaching and soft skills, because for our students, the important thing is to make sure that we provide the digital skills training, but you also need some wraparound services, soft skills. How do I speak? How do I present during interviews? And to have someone who is a professional in the sector teaching you that live is much more powerful. And so we're really supportive, thankful of our supportive corporate partners who work with us in the sense to really bring our solution full circle.
So it sounds like you see your solution as part of a bigger ecosystem. It's like I'm solving this one problem, but there are so many related problems that in order to really be able to make the impacts that I want here, it only happens if people can get to work, if they understand how to speak and communicate. And so your idea of partnership is you've almost taken it a step further and started to think of it as an ecosystem and not just, well, let's just have a partner here and a partner here, but what are all of the components that need to be involved such that you can get the result? Paul, what about you? How are you partner? Well, I know you're partnering with MasterCard, but above and beyond that.
The cool thing with using technology for social purposes is you have the ability to scale. And for some of our solutions, for employment coaching, so we help something like 300,000 job seekers using our tool. We have some pretty big aims for the projects with MasterCard. As I mentioned before, we help warn millions of people who are at risk of COVID, and so that was done through partnerships. So for the exposure notification stuff, so we partnered with the French National Health Insurance System. For JobFlix, we're looking at both public partners and private partners like MasterCard for distribution. And so really the thing is, when you build a tool, even if it's great, even if you want it to have impact, even if it helps break down some information barriers, it's useless if you don't put it in the hands of those who need it. Mm-hmm. And in particular, there is kind of a catch-22 here because the people who need your tool the most tend to be the ones who well, especially if your goal is to break down information barriers, they tend to be those who may not have the information to use your tool in the first place. And so this is where partnerships are super important. And to echo what has been said before, I think, so, of course, it's a very complex ecosystem. I'd say we kind of see ourselves or our role as kind of a glue. The idea being that, of course, we're not going to reinvent all the wheels. There's a ton of solutions out there. But the tricky thing is how do you package all these solutions in a personalized way and empower people with it. And so our goal is to use technology as kind of a way to simplify all this constellation of solutions, and then through these partnerships distribute it to directly to the people who would need it.
Absolutely awesome. I mean, incredible synergies and a lot of slight differences as well in terms of, the thing here being if you're going to break down those barriers, it's a complex problem with so many different dimensions, and there isn't one organization who's ever going to be able to do the whole thing end to end. And so being able to work with each other to create those ecosystems and partnerships sounds like it's crucial. What advice would you give? Wait for it, folks. What advice would you give to those who are looking to partner or to roll out these sorts of initiatives with the benefit of the work that you've done today? Your experience, I'm going to tap into that wealth of, I'm giving you some time to think. Do you see what I'm doing here? I'm helping you out. I'm going to have you kind of go into that well of knowledge and come back out with the benefit of your expertise. What advice would you give to others who are wanting to do something of a similar sort of scale? I'm going to start with you, Paul. You said I talked a lot to help you out. Sure. So I'd say two things. One is look for a diversity of partners. So if I just take the example of the career coaching solution, so of course there's MasterCard, there's also people like the Royal Society of Arts who have more of the policy mindsets. You have the institutions who bring something else to the table, but also don't bring some other things. So here the idea is kind of to try to take the best of both of all worlds. Some more agile but have a lot more scale. Some more agile but maybe do not have the whole system thinking in place. And so you kind of have to pick and choose and kind of craft the best possible partnership that reunites the best of all worlds. And I would say maybe the second thing is, in order to make that a reality, because of course it's always easier said than done, I would say it requires a lot of empathy. It's a lot of, especially in the tech for good space, a pitfall I see very often is you kind of come with the arrogance of the engineer. Hey, I worked at Google. I know how to solve and fix all your problems. I'm going to come in and just revolutionize everything. And it's very important to not come with this mindset and try to understand very deeply, okay, what's the existing user journey? What are the existing solutions? What do each partner have to bring to the table? And then you can find a way to use technology in a productive way, because we should not fall into the other extreme, like, okay, tech is completely useless. It's only it's only tech bros trying to fix things without understanding them. It's really about bringing this humility in order to understand where you can be helpful, and as I said before, kind of finding your place in this ecosystem. So having humility and empathy, but also making sure that you've got diversity of thought and diversity of partners around the table. So we're getting there. It's awesome wisdom. Thanks for that. Jean, what about you? What would you say to people who are wanting to go on a similar sort of journey?
I'm going to build up on some of what Paul said. I think for what we've seen, something that's really important, and when you have these discussions, is it comes down to, at some point also in the beginning, values and the teams that are behind the project. Because I think you can, be aligned on, the big sense, the direction where you're going, but you also have to, I think about some of our partners where, we've scaled, for example, in Malawi in a refugee camp with JRS, an NGO, as well as UNHCR. And so for doing that, in terms of the cultural diversity, in terms of, how our teams function, completely different. We're much smaller than this NGO that's present in, nearly 50 countries, and how they function, as well as UNHCR. And what I think it had to come down to is, are we aligned on why we're doing this, the values, because we hit some roadblocks with the infrastructure, the internet at points, and also the teams that are behind it. Are the teams working and, jiving well in a sense to really carry it out once we reach, kind of difficulties in the pathway? And then the second point I would also say is that maybe seeing things also as a pilot and not a finished product the first time. Obviously depending on the programs you run, but I think something that was powerful and maybe speaks back to values and how we saw it is, we saw this as a program that we knew there was a huge value behind it, because it's the first time these individuals are connecting and having opportunities to work, going from zero income to hundreds of dollars a month. But there are obviously other types of roadblocks we'll meet, and so how do we work to continue, and do we see potential for building the partnership after this first iteration? I think is important. So trusting, I think, in the people that you're working with, but also knowing that what you're doing might lead to greater potential down the line to run other programs.
Understanding the barriers, the blocks are going to be there. So if you align on values, you'll be pretty sweet, but also starting understanding that, do it as a pilot, take the data, look at it, and then move forward. Violette, what have you learned? What can you share?
I'm fully aligned with what has been said before. I would just add one thing: is take risk. That means you will you'll get lost. You don't know. You will build unexpected bridge, but it's the road less traveled by, clearly. So you don't know what will be the result, but you need to work and to partner with people who share the same sincere commitment you have. And so that the unexpected bridge you will build will be resilient, whatever the barriers you will face. So take risk, but work only with people who share the same commitment.
Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We are absolutely out of time. I could sit here and talk to you for another half an hour, but they'll tell me off for that. So we are going to have to wrap up. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for the session.
That brings us to the end of this session. Do stay tuned. There'll be more. Go and have a look across the platform to see what's up next. I'll see you soon. Take care.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. My name is Dan Taylor. I'm representing tech.eu, where I am a journalist, and welcome to our session. We're going to be talking for the next hour about the greater equality of opportunity. I'm joining you from London today. I so wish I could be there in Paris, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on how you look at it, there's a minimum of a 17-day quarantine on both sides, so I chose to stay at home today. But the guests that we are going to be speaking to today are some outstanding individuals, and I truly wish that I could be meeting them in person, hopefully next year. So the theme today is greater equality of opportunity, which means or focuses on strong actions that can be taken to make sure that minorities have access to the same opportunities as others. A thriving society is an inclusive one. Now, while I was doing the preparation for this session, there were a couple of quotes that were sent to me by some very, very good friends. The one that jumped out to me the most was from futurist Buckminster Fuller, who said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." Now, today we're going to have three individual sections. The first up is the esteemed Lord Mayor of Dublin, Hazel Chu, who you can probably see already. There she is, or at least I can see her. Second, we're going to have a panel with Erica Cogne, Alexander Mars, and Thibault Guilly. And then Alexander is going to give me a much-needed break, and he's going to sit down with Shavona Renee Newsom, the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Greater New York. Now, we've got a lot of material to get through, and I can see that the Lord Mayor is there. She's ready to go. So I am also the timekeeper today, so I'm going to do my duty, and I'm going to start the clock. All right, here we go. So the Lord Mayor of Dublin, Hazel Chu, is the 352nd Lord Mayor of Dublin. She is the first Irish-born person of Chinese descent to be elected to political office in Ireland. She's also the first Irish-born person of Chinese descent to be called to the Irish bar. I've been called to an Irish bar, but I somehow don't think it's the same Irish bar. She became involved in politics in 2014 when she ran her partner Patrick's local election campaign, and in 2019 she became the first Green Party councillor to be elected in the local elections for the ward of Pembroke and topped the poll with over 4,000 first preference votes. In other words, she did pretty well in the polls. In the same year, she was elected chair of the party. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my esteemed honor to welcome the Lord Mayor of Dublin, Hazel Chu.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
I wish we had a clap track or something.
I'll do for you. So.
Hello, Lord Mayor. It is a pleasure to meet you. How are you today? I'm very good, thank you.
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I don't know about Dublin, but it seems as though spring decided to arrive in London today, and from what my friends on the continent tell me, it's much the same. So those of you out there that are on the continent and joining us, thank you for joining us and not being outside in the sun, or maybe you're on your phone or your tablet and you are joining us and you're outside in the sun. But, Lord Mayor, we have a lot to talk about. Let's get down to it. I think there's a little bit of a lag between us, but that's to be expected.
There is a lag. I was just about to tell you that it's pissing raining here, and as I see the words come out of my mouth, I can see the delay. It's about like a second or so. It's really weird.
Well, I don't know about you, but the past year has been pretty weird for all of us.
Yes.
So, and I see that you're doing the chat and chew and chat. Right. So that's something you've picked up on. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a second after the session, you need to go check this out, because I did watch a few of her interviews. And if you think I'm good at the interviewing thing, you should see. So I don't know who's going to interview who right now. Hopefully it'll be a dual-way conversation. But Lord Mayor, let's jump right in. I know I'm a talker. I could talk all day, but
talk away
here. All right. Well, we do have some issues to get to. So, one of the things, doing the research and finding out about you, one of the themes that I noticed occurred time and time again was that you receive on a daily basis, are you Irish? The "are you Irish" question, right? Which led me to the thought, in your opinion, or maybe you can expound on this a little bit, how do preconceived ideas about what an Irish person looks like, or a French person looks like, or I'm American. Do I look American? I'm not sure. So how does that factor into equality of opportunity?
there isn't it. That's the problem. When we look at equality of opportunity, we look at the fact that there is unconscious bias there, no matter in what industry you're in. Like I've been head of function for a multinational. I've worked for NGOs. I've worked for the music industry for festivals, and now I'm Lord Mayor of Dublin. And there is not a single industry that doesn't have unconscious bias, and it has that. And unconscious, and even when people say, "Oh no, I'm not this or I'm not that," chances are, in an interview setting, when they're hiring someone, when they're allowing that person to have the opportunity, what will happen is inevitably there will be an unconscious bias there when it comes to ethnicity, when it comes to gender, when it comes to religion, when it comes to sexuality. So, and this is the thing, like the whole looking difference is the first barrier almost.
Right. Okay. Well, and I do realize that it's it's almost a bit ironic that they put or that they asked me, a white male, to sit on this panel, right? Or to moderate this panel, because I do realize, everything that happened the past year, especially in the United States, which we're going to talk about later in the session, caused me to take a step back and really, evaluate some of the things that I thought or just to me, again, as a white male, things that I just take for granted. I had to take a step back and say, wait a minute, like people who are not white males don't, or they do think about those things. I mean, it's a thing for them where it just is not a thing for me. And hopefully I do, hopefully on a daily basis, I try to remind myself of, hey, you're a white male, which means you are kind of rising above the bias, or you're the one dishing out the bias. So take a step back.
But it's not though. Like if we look at this, like I know a lot of people go,
see, I'm already wrong.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that there's inherent privilege associated with one's color, but there is also what we would like to promote these days called allyship to fight discrimination, and allyship is across the board. I don't personally care whether you're white, brown, black, yellow, as long as you're willing to promote the same issues and same cause. And I think a lot of people go, oh, you're white and therefore you can't understand. I don't buy that. I may buy the fact that they may not have lived the same experience, but I however, don't buy the whole they don't understand and they don't care. I think there's a huge amount of allyship we have to build here, and if we are ever successful to build it properly, we will form a better society that can keep discrimination in check.
In your opinion, because I know you've dealt with, let's say, your fair share of commenters via Twitter mainly, what are some of the biggest barriers holding us back from a meritocracy right now?
Opportunity. Like I deal with a lot of dissenters. They are on Twitter. They have petitioned to ask for me to step down more than once. They have come outside my door. They have said really horrible things about my 3.5-year-old. They have threatened, well, not quite threatened. They have suggested that when I get into my car, that hopefully it will blow up. So like across the sphere on social, there is this discourse, and it's not even discourse, it's fictional. It is like there are some platforms that are just cesspits, but you need them to communicate with other people. and it's unfortunate. It's that reality of, oh my God, I wish I can get off it, but at the same time, it's the way a lot of constituents contact me. It's a lot of ways people ask me questions, and it's just and as much as I like to just log off, I can't. But regarding then what is the main thing holding us back? Like the lack of opportunity for like this whole conference, this whole team is about equality, is about how do we promote more and how do we set a better balanced footing. Like we don't have that at the moment. So my question is, how do we set that agenda? How do we make sure that, be it, and I said it from the beginning, that every industry I have has had unconscious bias. That doesn't mean that I've been discriminated against. It means that there has been certain situations I've seen where people have been discriminated against without the person dishing it out even realizing.
Right. Okay. Now you've talked about Twitter, and you know what? I'm so in your gang. There are many days when Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn and all of these, I wish I could just Alt-Tab close and never come back again. But unfortunately, much like you, we need it for professional reasons. We enjoy it for personal reasons sometimes. And there was an interview. I think it was. Oh, I don't remember the publisher, but it was one of the 12 interviews of you that I watched, where you talked about. I don't even like to name him by name. I'll just call him the fat man who used to live in the White House. The fat orange man. That's my favorite. The fat orange man who used to live in the White House. Do you think? Well, we all know he set the world back by about 50 years by being in the office. Do you think that the fat man who used to live in the White House really empowered some of these far right-wing groups?
I think he did. I like your description of him. It's very accurate. But he absolutely empowered them. He empowered and gave them an outlet. And this is the issue we have. He managed to create an even deeper divide in an already divided society. So like in the States, and I can't speak for the history of the US, but what I know and what I hear from people that I have connected with in relation to fighting discrimination is that it's deep rooted. It's like when you've transported people from other countries to go in to be your slaves, then there is a deep inequality there, and it was always festering, and it was never fully healed, shall we say. And then you had this man who claimed to be the president of the United States. And then went all out every day on some rant or another on Twitter. And you can see it. You can see the direct effect of any message he had that circled around race or circled around gender or sexuality or religion, automatically then became a subtopic in some Reddit group or in Telegram or in any of those sites that some far-right groups would tend to use more. So, and I've seen some of those conversations. They're nothing short of disgusting of what the conversation becomes, thanks to one very orange person on a very big platform being able to say this is what my idea of everyone in the world should be. So, and this is the problem we have, like the opportunities that we seek to make for others. He had the perfect chance to do that. So in his platform, he had the perfect chance and he didn't, and he divided others more. And my fear these days is that as the divide deepens, and we refuse to compromise and refuse to bridge that gap, and we refuse that things will just become further and further apart. And that state is something that we don't want to be in.
Right. I very much agree. During your campaigning, you talked a lot about ensuring equality and fighting against racism. What have you done so far? What are some of your policies? Tell us how you yourself in the city of Dublin are creating more opportunity.
Well, this morning, I launched the first intercultural ambassador program. Funny enough, it's timely. I've done something this morning to do with it. I launched the first ever intercultural ambassador program. So that's 16 ambassadors within Dublin that will help people directly on the ground from other countries that wants to integrate and feel included in the country. The reason why it was important was because I look at my own parents. They were immigrants here 45 years ago. They came here separately. They didn't know each other beforehand. They met over here. They didn't speak a language. They didn't know anyone. It was really difficult. Their story isn't different to a lot of immigrants I know, where they just worked and they build a life for a better future for their kids. And what I realized when I got enrolled was, first, we needed an integration strategy framework that was inclusive, that worked across the board of all Dublin city services. The second was that within that integration framework, we needed intercultural ambassadors, because a lot of people don't understand how to get the services they want. They don't have the language to go and get the services and support they want. And that's where the intercultural ambassadors role will be. It's 16 people from different countries, different backgrounds, with the knowledge and the language to try to help certain people that are just emigrated into the country or have been here for a long time but feel need for support. And then the other things I've done in relation to fighting discrimination in the role, I'm looking to set up a traveller-specific accommodation subgroup. So travellers are an ethnic minority here in Ireland, and they have been oppressed for so many years, for decades. There was once upon a time, actually I think it's still there, where there was a law passed that was to assimilate them into settled society. So i.e. stripping them of all their identity, trying to assimilate them. And since then, their living conditions and their health conditions have been appalling. The suicide rate among traveller community is one of the highest within Ireland. And this is why the accommodation side of things was really important. And I'm looking to set up a subgroup that will look at in a permanent structure, how do we improve conditions for travellers? And then I've been working on also equal pay campaign. Equal pay campaign is a gender issue, but again, it's back about the discrimination. Our gender pay gap at the moment is 14.4%, which means a woman can stop working in November because the last month and a half of her work, she's working for free. So that's what I've been trying to push on as well.
Wow. Timely and on point. Well done. Thank you. We only have, what do we have? We have 3 minutes. No, we have 2 minutes left. Oh gosh, I'm so over prepared for this. I got 20 more questions I want to ask you, but I'll tell you what, there's one.
Could be a speed round.
All right, speed round. Ready? In your opinion, what is the relationship between government and business, specifically in regards to promoting greater equality of opportunity?
Legislation to ensure that businesses have better hiring practices and better supports for their employees, especially parental support.
Lord Mayor, that is the most beautiful segue into the panel I could have imagined. Thank you very much. I have one last question for you. I have 90 seconds on the clock, less than 90 seconds now. And I do need to ask it because I am a journalist. Lord Mayor, in the city of Dublin, you are outranked only by the President of Ireland. Any political ambitions beyond your current post?
Well, I just threw my name in for a selection to run for the by-election, which there has been a seat vacant in the Dáil, which is the Parliament of Ireland. And you can call it the Congress of Ireland. And what has happened is there is an upcoming election. I've thrown my name in for selection for that by-election. So let's see how that goes. And then, you don't know. I don't know. One day, maybe presidency. God knows. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Maybe one day the first Irish-born of Chinese descent, future president of Ireland. This has been Lord Mayor Hazel Chu. Thank you very much, madam. I don't know how this whole get off the stage thing works, and maybe you just leave. I'm not sure.
I'm just going to leave.
Just leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. And there she goes. Wow, that was a lot of good stuff. I was not expecting all of that all in one go. I almost feel like I hope this is being recorded because I want to go back and make notes. Coming up, I believe, well, actually, if I stay on time, I'm going to just sing for another. And there it is. There's 17 minutes on the clock. So we should have our panel ready somewhere. And that includes Erica Cohn, Alexandra Mars, and Thibaut Guilly, if I say it correctly. If I didn't, I apologize, and maybe he'll correct me. I'm seeing a black screen in front of me. Brennan Jenkins. And I am back on.
Hey, Dan.
Oh, and you can hear me. I can hear an echo of myself, but that wouldn't be the first time. My goodness, look at you beautiful people. They're all in one location. I so wish I could be there with you. And you're not wearing masks and you're indoors. My God, this is such a foreign feeling, isn't it?
It is.
It really is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, which I hope you're not, because you just missed a fantastic panel by the Lord Mayor Hazel Chu, sitting down with us today are Erica Cohn, the Executive Director of the Telemaque Institute, Alexander Mars, an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and author, and from what I've heard, generally nice guy, and Thibault Guilly. Did I do it right? Maybe I did it right. No, I didn't do it right. All right. Well, I'm going to ask them all to introduce themselves anyway and give you a little bit of an background about what they do. But Thibault is the High Commissioner for Employment and Business, serving under Elizabeth Bourne, Minister of Labor, Employment and Economic Inclusion. Lady and gentlemen, welcome to the panel here today. As mentioned, could you just maybe go down the line and pronounce your names for this poor American who cannot, je parle un petit peu de français, but I don't always get them right. So tell the folks at home, tell the folks there who you are, what you do, and why you're here. Erica?
You have to start. Thanks. So I'm Erica Cohn. I'm the CEO of Telemaque, an NGO that works with underprivileged kids within France in 70 cities. And we do develop mentoring programs since 15 years. I can detail later on. Thanks, Guy.
No, please, the worst able to speak in English at last.
So I think I will start. So I'm Alexander Mars. I'm the CEO of EPIC. It's a nonprofit. We try to select great social organizations. And by the way, we are very lucky to have Erica and Telemaque, just one of their portfolio organizations. So we travel the world every year to find and select very few nonprofits who will be changing lives of the underserved kids. So that's EPIC, and I'm also the CEO of Bliss. Bliss is a venture fund. It's a very specific one. It's one of the first B Corp venture funds. It's the vision we have is how can we bring something positive in the world of finance. So it's a long story. I'm sure, Dan, you will be very excited to know more.
I am indeed.
And I'm Thibault Guilly. And before to be High Commissioner, I was a social entrepreneur for 20 years. And I have been creating more than 10 social companies, and always my goal was to help people to be able to get a job, to get an employment, to get self-confidence, and to be able to make their own life. And since 1 year, I decided to join the government to make the same thing, to innovate and to try to challenge how we conduct public policies to help all the people, and especially youngsters, to get a job and to make their life.
Fantastic.
That's what I try to do with and to mobilize the companies. So we do something a little bit the same thing when Alexander Mars. He tried to get from companies and to entrepreneurs their money to make nice cause to help causes, and I try to do the same thing, but from my position in the government, and to mobilize all the companies and all the entrepreneurs to develop themselves by helping other people to develop themselves.
Now, Thibault, you're already jumping into one of my questions, man. Hold that clause thing for later, right? That's one of my killer questions for this whole session. So don't get ahead here. Now, we do have a panel, right? So I'm going to throw out some questions. Feel free to interact with. As a matter of fact, please do interact. I'd love to see business and NGO and government interacting. If we could have all of that in the real world more often, I think we'd all be getting a lot further ahead a lot quicker. But one of the things that I just asked the Lord Mayor about, and I want to put to each one of you and see what your individual and then maybe some collective thoughts on it are, but that is, what is the relationship between government and business, specifically in regards to promoting equality of opportunity?
So
Thibault, do you maybe want to start with that one?
I do think that we cannot cope with the biggest social issues like the diversity, like employment, like computational training, if we think only from the public box. And we need to build everything with the society, with the NGO, because I'm really convinced that there is no social public policies which did not come from social innovation. And if you think about the way we are doing the things in the society, always the idea did not come from a minister or any office in a ministry, but always on the ground with the civil society. So what I try to do and what I believe in is that we have, as public responsible, we have to be able to open the ears and to see what's going on in the country. And if we see that something is good for the country, something is small cost and big impact, so we have to help it to become bigger. It's what we try to do with the mentorship, for instance, like Erica Coyne is doing.
Yes, I've done a lot of reading about that. Erica, maybe you could take it over from there. You know, the relationship between government and business. Now, Thibaut just mentioned the mentorship, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's pretty much the heart of what Telemac does. Maybe tell us a little bit about that.
Exactly. So since the NGO was created 15 years ago, the purpose was really to join the education actors and the business actors, because basically the problem is that our disadvantaged kids lacks from knowledge, understanding, and network from the business, and so they could prevent themselves from succeeding. And it's very important to open the doors of companies, to make them meet mentors within companies of different size, and then it could make them be more confident, to trust in their future, and therefore to go beyond what the initial thoughts about their future. So, and also it's important to embrace their parents who mainly lack network also and knowledge of studies and of employment. And so we really need to work together, the school, the teachers, the parents, and the kids and the business to make a better world together. Cool. And together, as for instance, Telemac joined 200 schools and 120 companies. So we can see that it's really a great balance, and we can have these big networks thanks to different supports, and it's critical. Thank you.
Good. Now, let's move over to the money. Alexander?
I am the money. I like this. You know what, Dan? No, I'm not only the money. I think you have way more money over there. So, with Thibaut. So Thibaut is the money. I'm just telling you.
That's true. Thibaut is a government employee. He's collecting tax money. He's got more money than all of us have.
But Dan, I think what is interesting about this?
Especially in France.
Don't say this, Thibaut. Don't say this. But what is interesting about this? For years or for decades, and we know this, everyone, and not only just in France, all across Europe, we are thinking that government should do everything. We are paying taxes. So we are philanthropists, by the way, because we paid our taxes. The truth is not enough. Whatever they can do, it will never be enough. So what we have seen in the last few years, corporations, the corporate world has to step up. And that's the difference between what Friedman was saying years and years ago, saying, you know what, we need to do profit. And that's it. Now it's totally different. Is profit and purpose. They have to be intertwined. And that's a huge difference. Why they do this? Do we think suddenly a lot of people became philanthropists? Dan, you know the answer is no. Why? Because citizens want something different. We collectively, and most importantly here at Change Now, the people who are coming here on stage, the people who are watching us, they are with that kind of purpose. And that's what they want. They want to buy a product from a business who will care about the society. They want to work for those organizations. They want to be proud of their organizations. So those organizations have to do more. And that's what we see now. So that's very interesting, is this world has changed because we want to see the change.
Yeah. And maybe if I can say something, is that really I do think that it is not a question of money. If we do think that we can make a better society if we have more money, I think we are going on the wrong path. It is a question of mentality. That's why we try to do. For instance, what we did with the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, is to say to the company since 2018 that to cope with the social issues, we need the companies to change their human resources practices. We need them to organize, to employ differently, to manage differently. For example, in our country, there is a lot of discrimination. It's not true to say that we hire people and we allow people to develop themselves only according to their content of character or their competencies. And this is what we have to cope with, because it is not good for the companies and it is not good for the society. So it is not a question of money, it is a question of how we do differently together.
Right, right. Now, Thibault, you alluded to it earlier. Alexander, you've hinted at it, and now I want to talk about it. Your VC firm, Bliss, has two very interesting clauses in its term sheet. Tell us about them.
Yeah, so when you talk about money and investment, you need to see and you need to prove that you can outperform the market and bring some real value. So as I mentioned earlier, we are B Corp. So everyone here knows B Corp well. It's a great just manifestation of understanding what ESG is. So what we are doing, we're saying when we back an entrepreneur, we are asking them to accept a lot of things, but mainly two clauses. One is about just this B Corp assessment. So we are asking them, you need to get the assessment and we need to get to see some improvement at the board level every 12 to 18 months. So it's not something you can just put under the rug. It's not something you will discuss in 2 or 5 years. If you want to be successful, you need to understand that ESG is important. That's on one side. On the other side, and that's part of the conversation I think we had earlier, it's also the diversity. You cannot run businesses without a real diverse employees. So that's why we are asking them. So for every single position you have, you need at least to interview someone coming from this diverse background. Could be on the gender side, it could be just on the social side. It's for sure on different side. Diversity, as we know, is pretty broad. And that's something we're asking them. And doing so, you know what? We still have amazing returns. And that's what we can prove. It is not, when you talk about impact investing, or it's not something you will say, no, and sorry, by the way, we apologize because we'll be doing less return. If you do good, if you back the right entrepreneurs with this mission embedded at the core, you can have better results. And that's what we are proving at Bliss.
I've looked at some of your returns, and ladies and gentlemen, I can hereby confirm he's not kidding. Erica, I want to talk to you about, well, actually, I want to talk to all of you about, but Erica specifically, start us off. The heart of Télémac is a mentorship program. Now, I'm stuck in London and wish I could be with you there in Paris. Talk to me about how the past 15, 16, God, it seems like forever, months, COVID, have impacted your mission?
So basically what is important as a mentoring NGO, I think for Télémac and for other NGOs, is really to understand the profile of the kids, of the teenagers, and then to adapt indeed the program to their profile, to their needs. What we do as Télémac is we select young kids very early because they are 11 years old. And we will support them through a double mentoring program during 6 years. And we discussed that with Thibaut just before during the session. It's very important since they are very young to involve their parents into the past. Why this is important also to have a double mentoring program is because there is complementary role between the mentor from the business and the mentor from the school. And it's really important. We always say it takes a village to raise a child. And this is what we do experience every day in our programs. And indeed, the kids, the mentors, the parents, the school, the institution, the business, all a village to raise a child. And as for results, because I think it's important, indeed, what we do aim is that we will bring those kids who are very ambitious to higher studies, to higher ambition. And good news, since 2 years, even though last year it was the COVID crisis, we have 100% result of the baccalaureate. We have 100% of the kids that go to universities, whereas within their areas, only 11% of them would go to those studies. So I hope that those stats will be less important since we go bigger and bigger, of course. Today it's only 1,000 kids. Nevertheless, I truly believe that we are building a new society of role model, and that those kids who succeed will be in the future the role model of success and will embrace other kids to succeed within their areas.
Perfect. Wow. So it sounds to me like the pandemic, right? Applause. It sounds to me like the pandemic really didn't affect you too badly at all, if not moved things forward even faster. We have 2 minutes left, and I can see Alexander's already looking at his set list of questions because he's going to sit down with Shavona. He beat me to that interview. Yeah, you beat me to it, man. Man, I'm chomping at the bit. I'm going to be listening very hard on that interview. There was a quote that I want to drop in here before we leave, and maybe you can just give us each maybe 10-word response. There's a rogue economist who I follow. Her name is Kate Raworth, and she said, "Inequality is not an economic necessity. It is a design failure." What do you each one of you think about that?
A design failure.
I think Thibaut will start.
Okay.
No. Yeah. I could start if I had understood the question. But c'est quoi la design failure?
C'est design failure.
Failure?
Failure, un échec de définition de la société.
Yeah, in fact, what I can say is what I believe. I believe. You know, when I was in apprenticeship, in entrepreneurship studies in a business school in Paris, I was 20 years old, and I have been they presented me a company where the rate of the EBIT, you know, the EBITDA of the company, and the ROI, comment on dit, return on investment, was the key the key facts to make a good company. And I was 20, and I said, but what is this? Entrepreneurship, and it is far more than this. It must be useful. What is useful? What you can bring to the country, what you can bring to the people, what you can bring to the environment. This is what is a company. And now we call about purpose company, but what is a company with no purpose, in fact? And so we have to understand that a company is not to make profit, but to serve a purpose. And to serve a purpose, of course, you're useful, and so people are ready to pay for it, and so you can be profitable to develop your services. This is what should be economy. And all, but what is to understand is that the School of Management, the way of thinking the companies since too many years has diverged from what is the good sense of the company. I'm sorry, but because it's difficult to speak about this in English, but
it is a highly complex subject, and I hate to do this. I hate to cut you off. And Erica, do you have like 10 words that you can give me? Because Alexander's already given me the get off, man. It's my interview time. Come on, I gotta go. No, 10-word response, Erica.
No, maybe as you spoke about design failure, and to join Thibaut's meaning, it's really important to redesign the future. And to redesign the future, I think indeed we need to make the business mission evolve, but we need also to make the state mission to evolve, all the different institutions, all the different territories, and to redesign also indeed what could be each one roles for the kids, for them to succeed. And maybe we can make it clear what is each one role within this design scheme.
That was the longest 10-word sentence I've ever heard. But beautifully said. But beautifully said. Ladies and gentlemen, that is time. We are over time. I'm going to hand it over to Alexander. He is going to sit down with Shavona Renee Newsom, the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Greater New York. Alexander, I will hand it over to you, and I'll be back at the end of your session to close things out. Have a great interview.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Is Shavona with us? Shavona?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Yes, wonderful. I don't see you, but I still see Dan, but I don't see you. Maybe, can we see you somewhere? I see you there.
I'm good over here.
So it's so good to have you with us, Shavona. A lot of people maybe know you just as one of the founders or the co-founders of the BLM, but very few people, I think, know that your parents, they met just at a civil rights protest 50 years ago. So it's interesting to see you now doing almost the same thing, just going and protesting. Do you think things change in the last 50 years? What do you think about the evolution of society, just not only in the US, but globally, about just those civil rights?
I don't think very much has changed. Although I'm extremely optimistic, to get back to my parents, they were absolute teenagers who were going behind their parents' backs, going to Black Panther meetings. The rally they met at, they were protesting for Black history to be taught in schools by Black teachers. Now, I work heavily on legislation, and we're still working for our history to be taught in the public school system. Now, do we have the ability to organize? Do we have the ability to look at the errors of civil rights movements of the past and to move forward strategically? Absolutely, because we at Black Lives Matter Greater New York, we believe in strategic activism. But I think that America and the world has come to this great reckoning in this last year. When we saw the murder of George Floyd on camera, no one could deny it, and it led to the largest civil rights movement of all time. Have we made significant progress in the last decade, specifically in the last year? Absolutely, but there's a very, very long way to go for Black people.
Can you explain more? Because we know BLM, but now it's also BLM Greater New York that you have co-founded. So can you explain the differences between those two organizations? It's important for, I think, all of us to understand your approach and how you work just alongside the movement.
Well, Black Lives Matter Greater New York, we started our chapter, our organization, because we knew we needed a direct and radical response to the police brutality that had been happening not only in New York, but around the nation. Our Black Lives Matter Global Foundation, at its height, had about 40 official chapters, and currently I believe there are somewhere around 15 or 16. And they believed in arts and leisure. They believed in arts and literature. They wrote plays, they wrote books, but there wasn't a strong presence on the ground. I want people to put into context what we experience here, not only in America, but New York specifically. Our police force has over 30,000 people. It's the 33rd most funded military force in the world, and we're talking about a city within a state. And the activism, there were tons of people taking to the streets, but it wasn't prolonged. It was more of a responsive kind of activism, meaning when the world saw Eric Gardner or Mike Brown or Trayvon Martin being murdered, people would take to the streets for maybe a couple days, hopefully a couple weeks. But we knew we needed to apply direct pressure all the time. And I'm very proud of our accomplishments of our unaffiliated chapter, because we've passed over 10 pieces of legislation, maybe about 5 in the last year. And more importantly than legislation or things people know, we believe in mutual aid. We believe in going directly into the hardest hit communities, whether it's during the COVID pandemic, feeding over 12,000 people, when Houston, Texas had a deep freeze. We've just been mobilizing wherever people are in need. Yes, that advocacy means fighting for the abolishment of police. Yes, that means taking to the streets. But Black people's only problem is not the police force. So we believe in a holistic approach.
So when you started everything 5 years ago, any real evolution you saw in the last 5 years? We were talking about your parents 50 years ago, and now it's just the last 5 years. So can you tell us more what you have seen? You started everything in New York. I know you have programs now in Texas. You're coming also to Europe. So can you let us know what the evolution in the last 5 years, and also because you're an entrepreneur, how you will shape the future for your organization?
What people don't know about me is I was actually a financial advisor. So yes, degrees in economics and security licenses, and I understand the corporate structure. So our organization does work like we are a full democracy. All of our board members and our leadership has a say in everything we do, but everything that we do has a purpose. Our activism is purpose driven, and I think that's why we're having great success. Now, what we've seen, I've personally been beaten by the police leading marches. So can you imagine, there's this financial advisor, I've run for Congress, United States House of Representatives, and that does not shield me from being beaten from the police here. Now, people in our organization have had serious back damage. I've watched my comrades get their arms broken. It's really terror. What's changed is the clothes. If people remember those images of Selma, if they remember Martin Luther King being out there and being slammed to the ground, police. So what you are telling us is that even with your work, you haven't seen a lot of changes in the last 5 years. So you as an entrepreneur? We have seen changes. Okay. Let's say we have passed legislation. Okay. So we have tons of legislation passed. We actually opened up our own Montessori school so our kids could have proper education. We've sent Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to Congress. We were the first organization under Black Lives Caucus, that's our political arm, to endorse her infamous run for office. So we have legislation, but how can you be satisfied if there isn't full liberation? If people think that the biggest problem of Black people is that the police beat us, no, it's systemic oppression. There's systemic racism. And I think the change now is that people are talking about that. If we close every single precinct in this nation, if we closed it, Black people would still have a problem. And that's what I really like your audience to understand. I know people care a lot about environmental activism, but it's actually environmental racism. People don't understand that people who look like me live in the worst environments, meaning they have the highest rates of respiratory problems, diabetes. Black people in America are still denied adequate health care, as we've seen with Serena Williams, who almost died while giving childbirth. When we look at the wealth gap, because it seems like Black people have been deemed in America as lazy since we stopped working for free, and that is very untrue. through. If I went into a job, if I went back into the world of corporate America, there's a high likelihood that I would be paid way less than my white counterpart. Then we get into housing. The COVID pandemic has sent people into a frenzy, meaning people have not been able to pay their rent for a very long time. And right now, if the United States government held off their rent and mortgage moratorium, we're talking about 75% of the people who will be homeless and living on the streets are Black. So that's where our approach is a little different. We're in the process of opening up 10,000 new jobs in the Bronx, which is one of the nation's poorest congressional districts, and another 2,000 in homes. And yes, we did that with partnerships because we are, at our core, a very grassroots organization.
So that's interesting. You need money. So let's talk about this. I think it's never fun to talk about this.
I can't believe you said that. It's very true. But
yes,
we
so
absolutely
let's be clear. Just I know, and everyone can feel your passion, and it's a struggle and it's a fight. We know this. But to fight, you need money. You need ammunitions and shields. So is that hard? To raise money. You are an organization, as you mentioned, a grassroots organization. If you want to perform, if you want to do good thing, you also need more money, more means to get there. So, and that's a good thing. You have a great place now. A lot of people can, and I'm sure, share some of your vision. So what do you want to ask? What do you need? That's money from the corporate world. We understand that legislation and working with the public government are key, but what else do you need from the people who could watch you today?
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. Just to be transparent, I'm always very, very, very uncomfortable asking for money. I always have to be pushed with calling donors and scheduling these type of things. But
I'm pushing you. So, Shivona, I'm pushing you.
Is going Tulsa, Oklahoma, for the celebration of Black Wall Street, and we're doing some work there. To open up indoor farming, those things cost money. Just to be visible and to have power and to have optics or anything that we choose to do, it has money. And the reason why money is so important for Black people, because I want everyone to understand poverty. I want you to understand our work and what we are trying to combat. There has been a disinvestment systemically from the Black community. Everywhere where you see the highest rates of murder, because that's always the counter argument, what are you doing for your own people? Why is there gun violence? Wherever you see the highest rates of unemployment, there's the highest rates of murder. So pretty much, I need help helping poor people. I need help to eradicate poverty. I need help to feed families. Because before this global pandemic, people were already living in a pandemic of racism in America. So right now what we're shifting to is, because I want to be transparent. I want people to really understand and to know what we do. Black Lives Matter is an amazing moniker. It's an amazing term. We've been able to accomplish great things out of it. But it's coming to an end. The same way that the civil rights movement had its time period, you think Malcolm, you think Martin, and what we're moving into is Black opportunities. And those programs that you talked about that are happening in Atlanta, Georgia, and are happening in Houston, Texas, that is about empowering people to empower themselves. So we're working on building a campus where Black people can farm, because the highest thing that kills us, more so than police violence, is the food that we ingest. It's killing our health. What we're also working on is preparing people for automation. The next industrial revolution is coming. So it takes money to train people properly. It takes money to house people. It takes money to lift people out of poverty. And sadly, our government has failed to do that. So let's be real. We need to get a consistent donorship. We need to look into great partnerships, working with corporations, because our organization cannot survive on, are people going to donate because a Black man or woman was killed in the press? So, to be real with you, that's when our donations come. When people sit at home and they see on the media a Black person, when you see George Floyd, when you see Eric Gardner, that's when people go to Black Lives Matter GreaterNY.com and they click and donate. But what about everyone else? What about those people? Money equates power. So for us to uplift and empower our people, we're gonna need resources.
So let's talk about the resources. It's interesting. You said so many things in 2 minutes, Shivona. So I need to
sum. Very fast.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to stop you. It's impossible to stop you. That's I think why we love you. But let's be clear. What you said is very important. You just said that the name of your organization will certainly change soon, right?
Yes, we are changing. We are changing, and we'll still do the work under Black Lives Matter Greater New York, but Black Opportunities is where it's at. We're going to be patrolling our own communities. We're building a campus out in Houston, Texas. We're looking for the acres of land so Black people can come, they can learn, they can be educated. In our work, even though it's solely specifically on Black liberation, I will lie to you. When I'm in Houston, Texas, I fed white folks. I feed brown folks here in the Bronx, but Black liberation has to be key, and Black Opportunities is where it is. It's about reclaiming your power and helping yourself. Because if the United States government or any government had wanted to help us, we wouldn't have these problems. So it's time for us to turn inward for leadership to do their job and to help Black people.
So, Shivona, will I be invited on your campus? Even if
I'm building a campus in Houston, Texas.
I will come.
We are looking to buy 300 acres of land. This is concrete. We will have farming. We will have school. Yes.
So that's what you were saying is you started working on legislation. You work and you've been successful just changing some legislation, so many states in the U.S. What you are doing now, it's going to the next step is building programs, working on the programs, and not only just the legislation, is doing your work yourself. That's a huge change. And to get there is not only advocacy, that's what you were saying, it's also raising money because you are building, that's a campus on one end, this could be another program on the other side. So that's why you raise money. And today, Shivona, how do you raise money? Is that just because people are coming to see you, but how do you raise money?
Celebrities who help out, but we've never received a 6-figure donation. We partnered with Beyond Meat and fed 20,000 partnerships. Nick Cannon is a member of Black Lives Matter Greater New York. He donates, but to be real, our donates come from a link in a bio. It comes from people going to our website, people sending PayPals and Cash Apps. And to do the work we want to do, we have to move to that next level of being a nonprofit, of being an organization. It's really no system. It's pretty much relying on if there's something trending, if Black Lives Matter becoming a hashtag, that's when people donate. We have a few amazing donors, but those millions of dollars that it's going to take to build campuses around the United States and starting with Houston, Texas, right now we honestly don't have it, and it's the only thing that's hindering us moving forward.
And so you mentioned only individuals. I'm sure you're looking also at money from corporations. That's harder to get the money from those big Fortune 500. Are you able to talk to them?
No, the funny thing is they want to give us money. We want to work with ethical people. If you're an ethical corporation, we can be there. But if you have a history that's deep-rooted in the oppression of Black people, we're not going to give you that pressure. And it's more so than money. It's about a partnership. Are you committed to Black liberation? Do you care enough to take the next steps? Like, there'll be times when people want to do something small and symbolic for the press, but where will that leave the people? So right now, we're just looking for long-term partnerships.
Will you take, if Tim Cook, and maybe Tim Cook is watching us, will you take money from Apple?
I would take money from Apple. We would take money from Apple because Apple has been ethical. Apple has made a pledge, just like Google and other partners, for their investment in the community. But what we need to see is we need to see Black people in C-levels there. I don't just want you to give us money and absolve guilt. I just don't. There are tons of people who can, but is Apple going to hire more Black employees? It's two-part, because if we wanted our handout, trust me, we would have millions of dollars, but everything we do is for the service of the people. But if Apple wants to sit down and have a meeting where we can do a large partnership, I would be welcome to that.
So, Shivona, another question to you about your expansion. So now you are not only in the US, but you are in France, you are in Denmark, right? So what's your strategy there? Do you want to use new chapters connected to what you do? So let's say the campus you are building, or you want to build in the US. At some point, do you want to build another campus also in Paris or in Copenhagen? That will be your intention?
That's the expansion. That's to go global. We've done work with the African community in the Horn of Africa. We've helped the people in Tigray. And the Paris chapter actually came when my co-founder, my brother, he gave a speech there. And he was meeting with people who were refusing fascism. And they took to him. They believed in our message and what we're built on. Just so people know, our model is structured after the Black Panther Party and the 10-point plan and a holistic approach to the liberation of Black people. And that organization has been going strong. They lean on us for insight, but they've been doing amazing work as it has been in Denmark and the work we've done after the murder of Sean Dungay out in Australia. So say in the Bronx, where I am from, which is home base, where I love, of course, because of space, we're only looking to purchase a building there. So in Texas, it's tons of land. It's huge. That's where we're building our headquarters and our main campus. But of course, I would look for Black opportunities to go around the world. Black people are being oppressed not only in America. Anywhere that people's skin resembles mine, they're not in the ruling class and they're being oppressed there. So why wouldn't I help them? I'm a humanitarian.
I think we can end on this. I love this last word. You are one of them. And again, thank you, Shivona Newsom, for what you're doing, what you're helping, the fight you are having. And again, thank you, Change Now, for inviting us to have this conversation. Thank you so much, Shivona.
Thank you so much for having me.
So Dan, are you back? Dan?
Hello?
Dan?
Are
you playing the guitar for us today or not?
Well,
you should.
I mean, well, since you asked, I never keep one for.
I had a question for you, but that's something.
Oh no! I've never been interviewed. Do you know that?
How many tattoos you have? It's an easy one.
I have 3. One of them is in the works. That's my octopus, which extends on over to here. And there will be the matching part of the story. It's the Tamatoro Hime. For those of you out there who know that story, you will understand, but that symbolizes my love of octopuses and Japanese culture in general. Now, I don't know about you, Alexander, but this has been an incredible session. I learned a lot. I almost feel guilty for coming back and taking up the time to close it out. I wanted to tell the guys backstage to say, I hand my time over to Alexander and Shivona. Please keep going. I know you had about 7 more questions for her, which I could have listened to it all day. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We are out of time. We're going to hand it over to somebody. I don't know. There's probably another session coming up. It's getting late in the day here. And Alexander, I'm very much looking forward to the time when you and I can meet in person. And I would love to talk to you about the benefits of marathon running, because I know you are quite the runner and you look fit and trim. And over the course of the pandemic, I have become unfit and trim. So I want all your secrets. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us. This has been the session with us today. And I am Dan Taylor coming from London. Alexander is there in Paris, and we are out of here.
and welcome back. We are delighted and honoured to say that we have a special message that has been recorded for us here at Change Now from the President of France, Emmanuel Macron.
Depuis plus d'un an, le monde est frappé par des chocs sans précédent dans notre histoire récente. Chocs sanitaires, chocs économiques, chocs climatiques, qui viennent s'ajouter aux transformations profondes démographiques, technologiques que nous connaissons et qui bouleversent en profondeur nos sociétés. Il y a donc urgence. Urgence à accélérer la transition de notre modèle de croissance. Urgence à changer maintenant. C'est précisément ce que votre conférence, Change Now, entend porter. Ce que vous mettez en avant aujourd'hui, c'est en effet une formidable dynamique d'innovation, non pas de mots, non pas de grands principes, mais des actes, des initiatives concrètes pour le climat, la protection de la biodiversité, le changement des pratiques de production dans l'industrie, la mode, la mobilité, l'agriculture, portés par des entrepreneurs, des entreprises, des villes, des États, des organisations internationales qui tous font bouger les choses. La France prend toute sa part à ce mouvement. La promotion d'un capitalisme plus responsable, d'un nouveau modèle d'entreprise est au cœur de notre action depuis 2017. La prise en compte par les entreprises des impacts sociaux, environnementaux, de leurs activités profondes et l'intégration de ces impacts dans le cœur du financement et de ce qu'est l'entreprise est ainsi inscrit dans la loi française. Et nous allons plus loin. Les entreprises qui le souhaitent peuvent désormais inscrire dans leur statut leur raison d'être, leur raison au regard des grands enjeux de nos sociétés. Sous l'impulsion de la ministre Olivia Grégoire, une grande plateforme de l'impact va être lancée qui réunira les entreprises les plus en pointe. Un capitalisme plus responsable. C'est aussi un capitalisme qui sort du court-termisme pour retrouver le goût du temps long, de l'investissement, le seul qui permet les changements profonds, le seul qui permet, au fond, de prévoir pour éviter d'avoir à gérer dans l'urgence et simplement réagir. Tout le monde parle aujourd'hui de résilience face aux crises. Seul le long terme et l'investissement permettent vraiment d'y faire face. Voilà pourquoi je me suis tant battu pour le plan de relance européen, qui doit faire de l'Europe une avant-garde de l'économie décarbonée. Voilà pourquoi aussi je me bats pour mobiliser le secteur privé, faire en sorte qu'il investisse autrement. La Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, c'est cela. Les sommets One Planet, qui ont permis de réunir des coalitions de fonds souverains, de gestionnaires d'actifs, de private equity, de banques centrales, de régulateurs, c'est cela. Et nous allons plus loin. La France a décidé de se doter d'un cadre légal faisant la pleine transparence sur les impacts extra-financiers des investissements qui concernent jusqu'aux impacts sur la biodiversité. C'est tout simplement le cadre le plus ambitieux du monde. Et notre objectif, sous présidence française de l'Union européenne, est d'européaniser ce cadre et de rendre cette ambition pleinement européenne. Oui, cette grande accélération du monde que nous vivons, qui rebat toutes les cartes, j'en suis profondément convaincu, peut être une opportunité. Cela fait maintenant des décennies que tout le monde dit, dès que nous connaissons une crise, qu'il faut réformer le capitalisme, que les choses doivent changer. Vous le faites, nous le faisons en pratique, en conjuguant nos forces. Pays européens, publics et privés, nous pouvons être le continent de l'économie bas carbone de demain, le continent de la vraie transformation de notre économie de marché. Cela commence maintenant, avec vous, avec Change Now, et je vous en remercie.